two MECs to be with us, and I'm hoping MEC Rogers will join us at some point. The speaker did make an apology. She will be in and out. She's got parallel programs. So when she comes in, she'll be welcome. But we also hope that other members of the portfolio committee will be joining us. I do note that there are some new members who were not here yesterday. Honorable Fraser, I can see. I hope more will be joining us. Honorable members, we will continue with the program. There's not going to be any change in the program, and that we start with Ugu, then go to Machuba, then go to Newcastle, Utugela, Mkanyagute, Tuba, Mzinyati. That should take us to the end of the day today. We want to try and be as tight as possible so that we can use as much time as is available. Because the municipalities are not the same, some have fewer issues, some have more issues. We will just find space. We'll just find a way to manage them so that where we lose more time, we can gain in others, but without compromising the quality of our engagement. As we speak, we will then be following the approach that we used yesterday, basically giving the municipality about 15 minutes to present, and then the rest of the time will be used for interactions. I'm going to request members to cooperate with me as we make this to work. I do time members, and I do expect members to respect the ruling when we make the time limits, and that once we make progress and we've got more time, we can always get the members to engage again. But I think it's important for us to understand that there is going to be certain limits to how far we can express ourselves, because the members have been also very concerned about the management of time. So I do hope that we'll get the cooperation we need to carry the matter through. We will therefore give this opportunity to Ugu Municipality. Welcome the delegation, and we would like you to take the time to introduce yourselves and then give us a presentation. At the end of 15 minutes, we shall then be taking the process for engagement. Thank you very much. Ugu Municipality, we're handing over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson in the committee. Let me greet you on behalf of Ugu Municipality. My name is Sikumbuzo Mqadi, the Mayor of Ugu, and with me is Honorable Councillor Henderson from the Democratic Alliance, is the Speaker of the Council, Honorable Speaker Sizwe Ngcobo, is from the African National Congress, myself from the African National Congress, the Deputy Mayor on the other side, Honorable Ncigi, Mama Ncigi, the MM, Ubaba Umazibugo, the CFO, Mr. Odan, the Senior Manager, Audit Committee, Internal Audit, the Senior Manager, Finance, the General Manager, water services. Honorable Ngwane from the IFP apologized. He's the executive member. And Honorable Njenga from the EFF also apologized. Is not well. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, it is an honor for me, on behalf of the Council and Administration of Ugu Municipality, to appear before this esteemed Portfolio Committee. We welcome this oversight engagement as a necessary and constructive exercise in accountability, transparency, and cooperative governance. We approach this engagement fully conscious of the challenges facing our municipality, but equally confident that the corrective actions underway provide a credible pathway towards institutional stability, financial recovery, and improved service delivery. Chairperson and the committee, let me hasten to say, at the time when Ugu was at its weakest, the intervention that we received from the national and the provincial government was remarkable. At that time, as Ugu, we came up with a 6-point plan, which we regard as our strategy, and everything hinges on that strategy in order for us to turn around the situation in that municipality. In that strategy, we had issues of communications when we were unable to communicate effectively with our communities. We also had issues with our fleet management, issues with service delivery, issues with admin and so on. So even today, because of that intervention by the national and provincial departments, COCTA and Treasury, and the Office of the Premier in the KZN then, were able to say, we have turned the corner, but we have not arrived where we want to be. Honorable Chairperson and the committee, I will touch on a few issues because I'm aware of the time constraints. I'll be giving the glimpses of the governance and institutional stability, financial management and audit outcome, liquidity and going concern, service delivery and infrastructure, social support and community stability, consequence management and accountability, the cash coverage issue, the revenue collection, the non-revenue water, because we are dealing with water in the main, and the water and sanitation and other functions. I'm also going to give the committee the glimpses of the employee costs at Ugu, the grants, how we spend, and the water tankering issues. I think my 15 minutes will be done by then. Insofar as the governance and institutional stability, Chairperson, the district municipality has maintained a clear separation between political and administrative roles. In line with legislative prescripts, Council continues to exercise oversight, through a functioning committee system, including an active Municipal Public Accounts Committee, the MPAC. Our MPAC investigations into unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure have been completed, adopted by the Council, and their recommendations implemented. This is a significant departure from the historical perception that consequence management was weak or inconsistent. I think as the municipality and the council, we've done a lot with regard to this very aspect, because our MPAC is very active and they are doing investigations. And its composition, you have different political parties in that MPAC. They come to the council as a unit and we decide as a council whether we agree with them or not. But most of the time, we have agreed with them, I think 100%, with the work that they are doing. And then we also have ward committees that are established across the district and continue to support public participation, although we acknowledge varying levels of functionality. As I speak here, the ward committee functionality is at 92%. All of us would know that we're having 4 local municipalities, and then at Ugu, we are dependent on what they are doing at that level. But as we speak, the functionality is standing at 92%. Honorable Chairperson, let me come closer to financial management and audit outcomes. As that municipality, as I alluded earlier on, when we were at our weakest, a few years ago, the AG would tell you that the municipality was in tatters. But as we speak today, we have received qualified, and 4 consecutive unqualified. Just last week, we had our council meeting, and then the AG was there to present the outcome. The AG was, I don't want to use the word impressed, but I want to quote verbatim the AG, because they said, we are one issue away from the clean audit. In fact, they were emphasizing that we have improved as the council. The matters that were raised last financial year, we resolved almost all of them. And we are this one issue away, which I'm going to deal with. I think it's a going concern and other issues. But as a finance committee, we sit and we monitor. We also have different parties involved in that committee, and we deal with a whole lot of issues that are facing the municipality. We do, however, acknowledge the Auditor General's historical concern regarding reliance on the audit process. Management has responded decisively by institutionalizing internal financial statements, establishing a standing audit steering committee chaired by the municipal manager. The municipal manager would chair this committee as per schedule. Because we want to achieve this clean audit, they are sitting every Friday with the Auditor General and the committee. Every Friday without fail, they are sitting. The strengthening oversight by internal audit and the audit and the risk committee. These measures have materially reduced audit phase corrections and improved the credibility of our financial reporting processes. The annual financial statements are done internally. We don't hire any person to do it on our behalf. They are done internally and the systems are intact. The AG would come, check at regular intervals, and Mr. Kat here, the internal audit manager, is here so that they check if everything is on the right track. That's what we're doing because we want to achieve this clean audit as a municipality. Let me quickly address the issue of the liquidity and the going concern. I have not hidden the fact that we do have challenges. For quite some time, we've been unable maybe to pay our service providers within a stipulated period of time. But we try. There are those issues, our finances are constrained, and we put measures in place to make sure that even though there are those shortcomings, but the municipality must move forward. Just recently, because we have intensified the collection, we collected 81% in December. Remember, December is a dry month, but we were able to collect 81% in December. Uku used to collect 23 million, 20 million and so on. Now we are collecting 46, 47 million because we're trying to up our game. That's how we came to that 81% because we can see that we are constrained financially, so we must intensify the revenue collection. So we are trying by all means to collect. We know we have illegal connections that are happening because we are dealing with water. We are vigorous and rigorous in terms of dealing with the culprits. We have our security, internal security, that is dealing specifically with that, and they are winning the war, but it's huge. It's not easy because our people, they are used to not paying. So we're trying to get them to pay our monies. So the service delivery issues, I think we have improved on this one. We've been opening taps where water has not been coming out of those taps for 3, 4, 5, 7 years sometimes. But we have managed to open taps and people are receiving water. There are areas where there is no infrastructure at all. And then we use the borehole system and we reticulate, getting water from the borehole, and people are very happy. The case in point is Ward 14 and Ward 16 at Umzumbe. They are getting water using that system. But we know that ultimately we will have to give them piped water coming from our systems. We do have an issue in terms of the supply of water because we get water from Umgeni. Sometimes we get water from the South Coast Pipeline.
Please round up.
Thank you. That issue with Umgeni, because we're owing Umgeni some money, millions of rands. In December, we paid Umgeni 60 million. And they paid us our 50 million because we're billing them, they are billing us. We have entered into that terrain now.
Ibambe,
Oh,
ibambe,
thank you.
sekulungile.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, we're going to take comments, and I'm going to request the members to indicate. All right. Let's start from you, Fagu. We'll move that way, and then we'll come back to this side. Thank you. Your-
Hello. Thank you very much, Chair. The problem is type wash. My first question is in relation to the audit steering committee as chaired by the municipal manager that sits every Friday. Where is the CFO and why is the steering committee not chaired by the steering? Clean audit, your aspiration for a clean audit. What about the clean administration? Then the role, can you articulate the role of the internal audit unit? Where is the role of the mayor here? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ugu. Just a couple of questions. We know that there was major outages in December, January. Some people have remained without water for 28 days. What direct official communication has been sent to the affected residents and ward councillors to inform them of this outage, the dates and operations underway to restore the service, and when will the service resume? Then, what is the debt owed by Ugu to Eskom and Umgeni Utukela Water, and how many times in this current year has Eskom and Utukela Water cut off supply due to non-adherence to the debt payment agreements? Then, what quantity of water does Ugu produce itself and receive from UUW? What amount is distributed through billed customers, and how much of the billed water is paid for? Then just very quickly, we were with you, I think 2 years ago, and we went to the area where there was a reservoir that was empty. You could see the Eastern Cape. I'm from the Eastern Cape, so I know. How far is that project? Because you've been getting grants, et cetera, but that doesn't seem to be moving. So can we get some information on that? Thank you.
Just hold on, just hold on. Did you get all of what she was raising? You got? Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, let's proceed.
Thank you. How many households does Ugu have, and how many of them are legally connected, and how many of them receiving water through the indigenous policy or registered? Customer service systems has several report channels. Do all these channels provide a reference number to the customers and give them feedback? And is there a database of all the reported case issues with a relevant close-out info? What is the operational and compliance status of Ugu's wastewater treatment plants? And what oversight structure was put in place for the festive season, and how often did it meet to deal with the crisis? Thank you.
Good morning, Ugu leadership. My name is Honorable Sompa Masiu. My question will be on the presentation that you have done, the mayor. You missed, or I missed, when you talk about the water tankering, because I want to check with you. Your water tankering, how much are you spending on it? Which communities are you covering? Are they all covered? What are the issues of water in terms of making sure that you reduce the issue of water tankering? The next question will be, when the presentation was done by the MEC yesterday, he spoke about a lot of municipalities using their money to security. So I just want to check with you, whether your municipality is affected in terms of a lot of money being misused in the security companies. Thank you very much.
Okay, proceed.
Greetings, officials. I just want to know, with your presentation now, Mayor, you spoke about the 6-point strategic plan. Can you please just unpack that 6-point plan for us so we can also understand it? And on the other hand, I also want to know, what is the status of investigations in alleged corruption, cooperating fully with the law enforcement agencies? Thank you.
Good morning to the UGU leadership, and thank you, Chair. My question relates to your revenue enhancement strategy. If you could just tell us a little bit about that, and what you are doing exactly to improve on your debt collection. Have you analyzed that? Are you aware of how many of your debtors are deceased so that you could correct your debtors book? And also the second question relates to your infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Has the percentage that you use on this particular aspect been increased? Just tell us about that. Thanks.
Thank you. You have a question? No? Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Please respond to this set of questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will respond to some of the questions, and the rest of my team will respond to other questions. Thank you for the questions, honorable members. Let me deal with the outage in the Hippadin area. Let me start with the good news that we are pumping now as we speak. We have started. There was that outage. It happened, I think, 2 weeks ago, and then we were unable to detect the problem until such time that our team walked the line and they saw that there were about 3 breaks, huge ones, and they dealt with those breaks, and the consequence management has been meted out by the because there is a matter that involves our workers and their negligence, hence the elongated duration of that outage in that area. But as we speak, we were pumping, and Saturday there is a meeting, I'm reliably told by the Honorable Henderson. Our team will be attending that meeting to explain. And there were engagements by our team with the councillor. It's Ward 13 that is involved there. And the Eastern Cape project, we are still dealing with that one, but we also would want to request the committee to assist us with regard to that one. Even last time when the committee came, because it was an issue, we requested the committee to assist us. There was a meeting that set on Friday, another meeting of a series of meetings to unblock that issue. The project is 65%. And the community of the Eastern Cape, they decided to block the project because they are saying the project is going to benefit Ugu across the river, Umtamvuna, and they do not have water. So that's why it's their way of protesting, so that they are given water. But we used the temporary line from ESCOM, and it's giving us problems because of the imbalances in that power. So we would request the committee to assist us on that one. But it's not that we are sitting and doing nothing. With the water tankering issue, this year, this financial year, as we speak now, it's January, we have spent 8 million on the water tankering. Technically speaking, it means we're going to spend about 15, 16 by July. We used to spend 64, 65 million. We have reduced drastically in terms of how we spend using water tankers. It's not our wish to use water tankers, but our municipality is vastly rural. Some of the areas do not have infrastructure. And the departments are assisting us in terms of making sure that those areas that do not have infrastructure, we do have infrastructure, maybe come the next financial year. We do have projects that are 90, 85%. So we do have our own internal trucks and external. We have more than external, but we have reduced drastically in terms of spending. I think there's a question regarding the 6-point plan. My colleagues will assist me here, but it involves communications, how we communicate with our people, our communities. We strengthened that one. We have to communicate using all manner of platforms, your social media, and the meetings, and so on. There is issue about service delivery in that plan. The service delivery, just yesterday, I was with the community of Ward 4, Otingweni, at Umuzuabantu. Because the previous week, there was a service delivery protest. I attended that one, sent by the Speaker of Council. Yesterday, I went there, meeting those communities in the hall now. We were not outside in the streets. I called them, and then we explained issues. We agreed on a number of things. We established a war room, water war room, specifically for water in that ward. And people, I think, they are happy. And on that plan, again, there is issue of administration and management. At the time when the interventions were made, there were many vacancies at the top management. We have filled all of them, starting from the MM, and all of them, they are there. And I want to report to the honorable members that women are dominating in terms of the management at UKU, at all levels. We are very cautious about that. So, and then the other issue was the fleet management in that plan. We didn't have enough vehicles so that our plumbers can go down to rural areas because our area is undulating like this. We bought the vehicles. We are comfortable with our fleet now, and the service delivery is going on. I think my colleagues will assist me through your indulgence, Honorable Chairperson.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Chairperson. Let me first thank the Honorable Mayor, and let me officially then greet the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and also greet my leadership in the municipality and my colleagues, as well as the technical team over there. As it has been mentioned, my name is Vela Mazibogo, the municipal manager of UKU. Honorable Mayor has covered quite a great chunk of questions. But if Honorable Chairperson Kabazela can allow me maybe to enter to the first question, where it was said the municipal manager chairs the audit steering committee every Friday. Why not the CFO? The reason the municipal manager takes it to that level of accountability, administrative, it is because the CFO is also a person who's supposed to report. Since he is also the one involved in preparing a financial statement and correcting some of the misstatements that the Auditor General might have found. So when HS made recommendation, the buck must stop with the accounting office. So a CFO is also not exempted in accounting there, because all departments, they account on Friday morning to work on any AG corrective plan. Now, fortunately, there was a question was also talking about the audit committee, important of audit committee. There's a nice correlation with the audit committee, because even on that Friday meetings, though they've got their meetings that sit every quarter, but they ensure that they are linking with administration and see if we are addressing the problems. Audit committee is involved to such an extent that even when we prepare financial statements that are submitted end of August, there are some reviews, because the way we improve in financial statement, it is because we sometimes will do the interim ones, do them after 6 months as well, do them after 9 months, and do it for financial year. They are involved in the reviews because they also got chartered accountant, in as much as my CFO is a chartered accountant. But I've also got to get an independent perspective from audit committee. So they all play a role there. And there's a question, the Hipatin one, Honorable Mayor has answered that one. It's safe to say 2 employees in charge of those areas, Mtavuna and Hipatin, has been put on intention to suspend, which will be concluded in a day or two because they've got to pass 48 hours, but they've been put to suspension and water is now coming back. Because that is how we are doing. We ensure there's consequence management for everything that you did wrong. There's a question on the issue of ESCOM. Sometimes we get suspension, or disconnection there and there. We're not gonna mislead the highest accountability committee. There are instances where most of the small plans, when you find that when we've made some payment plan with ESCOM, sometimes ESCOM will run out of patience. And it's not ESCOM's fault that UKU is struggling financially. So they disconnect. We have to respond. Sometimes you'll find the CFO being called even on Saturday afternoon to say, CFO, these payments need to be made now, even if it means you delay any other matter, because this is service delivery. However, we've got a good relationship with ESCOM in terms of payment plans going forward. Umngeni versus Uku. On the northern side of Uku, when you're entering from Scottberg, that site is predominantly supplied by Umngeni and eThekwini. We've got a good relationship with eThekwini, so we pay Umngeni. On the other side of Harding, West, that side is supplied by Umngeni together as well, of which we are paying for that service. Unfortunately, those areas, they are dominated by people who are more indigent because they are more rural. But then on the core of Uku, Yomargate, Hoshopsin, Hippadine up to Ramsgate, all of that place is supplied by our water produced at Popoi. And we've ensured.
Just round up those answers.
Okay, thank you,
And then
Kabasi.
we want to take the next round.
Yes, I think I could. In terms of security, maybe because that is important. We've had the announcement yesterday done by the Honorable. Fortunately for us, we only assign security where the law says we should apply security into our top three leadership. And then we also made sure that we have a fully fledged internal security department, which has made the issue of a sabotage along that district to reduce from more than 40% to 45%. So we don't get a chance of people who want to abuse security.
I'll give you a minute now.
Thank you, Governor. Water tankering has been covered. Revenue collection analysis have been made. Our system has been cleaned, but we've just get a post from Umngeni. They want to put the entire analysis to check if the other people are still alive or not. Then they'll give us a credible list so that we only target that debt that is realistic. But to confirm what the Honorable Mayor said, the municipality has improved, but we have not reached where we want to reach. Thank you.
Okay, let's get a question from this side. Please note if there are questions which are not answered, or if you have a follow-up, we'll come back. Let's just finish this side.
So, Sanbona Uku District. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Sanbona Uku District. Siqoqo samadoda nonkosikazi oyedwa niyaphila. Siyaphila. Thanks very much. No, I just want to quickly check your UFW. If you can take us through, because when I check the last report from the AG suggests that in terms of unauthorized, you don't have any outstanding. You didn't commit crime in terms of unauthorized expenditure, and as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Please confirm that, because it's a good story to tell, if indeed it's true. But you only have a tune of 79.9 95 million in terms of regular expenditure. Kiyancomeka if that is true, so we're waiting for you to take us through. Please take us through in terms of the councillors that are in areas in the municipalities, if you do have, and how much, and how are you going to resolve it? As councillors, have you name and shame them? There is a mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets achieved. Why is that? Because you spend, you achieve only 82.6% of service delivery targets, and yet you spend 100% of your budget. And then linking ayamanzi ke baba mayor leyo zama ukuyichaza ngezwe nanokuthi uthi asincome, but inkinga yamanzi indalo Gwini is very old. Sake safika siyi portfolio committee sase ubona enye project angaze ibizwa ngokuthi uSouth uzokhumbula uspeaker uMapholobo kwangathi nayisolve lo problem le, but now we are still back. Phela amanzi is the basic thing that is needed by the community. Why do you find it very difficult to solve the issue of water only? Sikiyeke nje okunye okungama challenges akhona, but water.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the colleagues. Chair, my question is on the issue of the budget. When I was looking at the presentation of the municipality, it shows that they are struggling with the funds. So, and it also shows that their salary bill is also above the norm. So can they please take us along as to what were the factors that contributed to high level of salary bill? And secondly, Chair, it's on the issue of the municipal debt. Can they also give us the list of the national and provincial department that owe them, so that we can follow it up? Because some of our municipalities are trying, but due to issues of resources, they are unable to provide services. So it can be that it's government that is also contributing to that. Lastly is on MPEC. On the presentation, I saw that there's a MPEC report that they have submitted to us. However, I want to check that since the beginning of the term, do you have any other reports from MPEC? If you did, are there any matters that have been referred to the law enforcement agency? And if not, is there any form of consequence management that you can refer to from the MPEC reports? Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want to say two things. There's something good administratively that you are doing. And if you keep at it, you are definitely going to get a clean audit. However, a clean audit is not equals to service delivery. I was saying there's something good that you are doing administratively, and if you keep at it, you'll get that clean audit. However, let's not leave our people behind, because there's an outcry of water crisis in this district municipality that needs to be resolved. Number two, the issue of the creditors is really pulling this municipality backwards, because you are technically insolvent as a result of being unable to pay these creditors. What is it that you are doing about them? What strategies that you have put in place to address that? Because the municipality remains technically insolvent and also having a going concern issue. Thank you.
That was it.
Thank you, Kwabe. Thank you for the opportunity. Siyabingelela oku Sithembe niyaphila. There's just one question for me, that it seems that there's heavy reliance on the audit, in order to all the unqualified that you told us here, which is great. There's been heavy reliance always on the audit report, which is unsustainable. I'm sure you also know that. How long do you think you are going to rely on the audit opinion? I mean, in order to get an audit opinion that is positive, we are only going to rely on the AG's report, because you should get to a stage where that reliance falls away. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sanbonan nami ngibingelele ogwini Mayor Sanbon nethimba lonke Sanbon. Mhlawumbe umasipala wenu une challenge yokuthi you guys have got going concern issues that have been perpetuated for over 5 years. I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues here in asking you, kwenze njani? What are the plans to fix leyo nkulumo leyo? Le issue yamanzi ke ikhulunywa yonke indawo and wonke umuntu okhuluma nathi njengoba sokhuluma nani. They've asked us to probe anything and everything that has to do with water because the people in your district are crying. Some people are crying because they've not had water for over 25 days. I think you know that. I think you know the story. I think it's in Hepatine or something. Slapping me, siyanicela kwenzakalani lapho nizoyilungisa kanjani leyo nto leyo because I think we cannot live here without knowing ukuthi kwenzakalani lapho. And then mhlawumbe anisikhanyisela, is there a water mafia in Ugu? And I'm asking this because kunabantu beni abathi mabesifonela they often cry and say no, the water in the area or the water supply in the area is often deliberately sabotaged. So if that's the case, siyacela, please let us know so that we will be able to speak to Gwabe and find a way to send through the relevant policing structures to come and deal with that because this issue, it cannot perpetuate for so long. It's been ongoing for a very long time. And then lastly, kunenkulumo lana from the report that you gave, Ukokta, that says significant capital and operational resources are directed towards maintaining infrastructure, expanding access to underserved areas, and improving system reliability. Is that an accurate statement, And I'm saying this because you've got low budget for infrastructure maintenance and repairs. Iyahlangana yini? Ngicabanga ngiyabonga.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. Let me try and be as quick as possible. Just following from the questions from my colleagues. I hail from Ward 15, Rankonyeni, where my mother still stays. That is home. That is why I still travel from Cape Town, take a bakkie in eThekwini and go and fetch water. It's been a problem for over 5 years. When it flows out of the tap, it is clean. There's infrastructure. But it doesn't flow for another 3-5 months. It flows for 1 day, gets cut off. Water tankers come once in 3 weeks, if ever they do. So I need specific answers. How many water tankers does Ugu have? How many are contracted? Who owns the companies of water tankers that are contracted by Ugu that deliver water there? Because I vehemently believe that there's no problem with the infrastructure. The last time I was there were people digging, and I think there's some repairs or maintenance that's happening, which is good. But over the past, over 5 years, over about 7 years, that is specific questions that are flowing from this question, because that is where my mother stays and she suffers because of water. Other question relates to the councillors in arrears with the municipality. Do you still have councillors that are not paying for over 90 days who are in arrears with the municipality, and what's happening in that regard? The last question relates to the creditors that allegedly are not paid on time. What is the challenge with that? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please respond. I'll give you 15 minutes to cover all these questions so I can take the last round.
Thank you, Chairperson. Insofar as the water supply, I'm not going to deny that we do have problems there. But what is it that we're doing in order to mitigate that problem? because the question is coming from different members. As we speak, we do have projects that are going to mitigate the situation. For example, the latter speaker is saying is coming from Ward 15. There is a project that side of KwaMadlala. I think it's 99% complete as we speak. And we are aiming to open that one, I think, before March. It's going to make a very huge difference in that area, that project. That's why I said in my opening remarks that Baba Ukhanselungwane was not able to make it to this meeting because there were issues with the community regarding water. So he's dealing with that situation. But I want to promise that that project before March we're done with it. In so far as the issue of the mafia, there is sabotage, so to speak, that is happening. Whether it is coordinated or not, I'm not sure. But there is damage to our property that is happening there. When it has happened, because they want us to deploy water tankers, we no longer deploy the external water tankers to that area. We deploy our internal, our own, so that if it was intentional, they do not get anything out of that process. So that's why that issue has subsided a bit, because we must deal with it. But there is that element. And we would be glad if maybe at the higher echelons, there could be some investigations that could be done so that we deal with this matter once and for all. I think I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Venerable Honorable Mayor, and thank you, Slalo, and the Nabahola Bahloniphekile ukuthi baphinde basinikele lithuba to even address the question that was not addressed previously. There was a time when this esteemed oversight committee came to Oku and went to do an oversight in a reservoir as in Ngoleni, which was linked to Umtapho. If I don't mention that, after having asked this committee to intervene with the water source at Mtapona, because Eastern Cape was giving us problems in terms of that ESCOM project, this committee intervened by ensuring that they pushed Coctas to sit with us, and then they were able to provide a temporary solution where we are getting more power of electricity. That is why we are now opening water as in Ngoleni, Kumtimote, on those other rural areas that had no water. So we got intervenal on the committee. Even if you know Kashwa local my intervenal on the committee, that alimfunum to hectare. So on this one, it's correct that while we improve on clean administration, it should go hand in hand with service delivery. That is why I told the team and council that I will not accept any clean audit if we are still unable to give people water. Because those are the people who should testify. That's why it goes hand in hand, our improvement goes hand in hand. AG said we've improved in service delivery, but if you see what used to happen, we used to supply hospitals like Mashison Hospital with water tankers. We used to supply St. Andrews, Hastings, with water tankers. Today, the entire Mashison community, they get it through pipeline, and in most of rural people. But if we're going to be delusional and think there is no water problem, there is a water problem because there seems to be intentional sabotage where we've gotten rid of the old way of supplying. I'm not going to mention it. When you've gotten rid of that, you'll find sabotage. Then you still have to redeploy that one. But SAPS has assisted because someone was sentenced 15 years at Ngolin after having sabotaged our infrastructure. So SAPS has really assisted this time around. Last week we made about 5 arrests of people who were vandalizing our meters in market and all other areas. That is through the work of SAPS. UIFW, thanks for the compliment. But then there was a question of 79 million irregular. It's correct. When you inherit inheritance to your family, also inheritance nequality is a so there was a historical contracts that were already running. And then while H was finding this, they found that contract was approaching its last year. So that was a historical one, but we addressed it through all processes, investigations, and consequence management. However, we are even going to a more cleaner setup going forward, because all contracts now, they have to be vetted by legal and all other setup that we've put there. Areas of councillors, yes, we're not immune to that. If we find a councillor has reached in 90 days or 60 days, we put it through the process, through the Honorable Speaker, we then come back with CFO, we deduct. Those who are not prepared to make arrangements, we simply deduct like that. Because we don't want to be harsh on employees, but leave councillors. Because in employees, even if an employee is leaving the municipality to work elsewhere, we deduct that money before that employee goes. So, guys, in terms of giving people water, especially Hepatine and others, let me explain. That is why we had to suspend those 2 foremen. Because you cannot commission a team to go and walk the lines and check why Hepatine is not receiving water. And they always come back and say they've walked the line. All of a sudden, when you take team from another area to walk the line, they find huge breaks that are there. To me, it's a deliberate misconduct that is there. But we've improved in giving people water. But while we are giving people water, starting to give them even in more rural areas, there is an aging infrastructure on the urban that still needs our attention. And on the issue of sanitation, especially infrastructure that has assisted us in this December to maintain our blue flags, because we had a lot of tourists. It is because when we are saying we are falling short in terms of the norm of maintenance budget, we are still maintaining, as we told court, we're using a lot of money to rehabilitate and refurbish the age infrastructure, especially of sanitation. So even if that was not even part of our grants that we have received. But when we come with a service delivery issue of saying there's a spillage in Port Edward, unfortunately in Manco we have to make that decision, and the CFO has to find some money to put in there. That's why we are saying we've put in a lot of money in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabasa.
You done. Anginizwanga niphendule indaba yokungabi khona komama esigungwini senu. Unless I missed it, was it addressed?
Kuso lesigungu.
Kules nalesi naso le.
Thank you. Ngiyabonga Honorable Gwabe ngoba bese sikhothe earlier a percentage salary, salary. It's coincidental that when we are here, we've got it troika. Troika is my siphelele nabo mama. I think about 2 chief whip. Ibese izoba no mayor no speaker, balance. However, my top management has only got 1 man, Mangas Balding MM. Then all other HOTs are female and middle management, and hence we don't have with employment equity. In terms of the salary percentage, employee salary percentage, the norm, even though it's 40%, but we are currently at 34% now, even though we've insourced a lot of things that were done by service providers. They are now done by internal employees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any follow-ups? Let's see. First, let me see the hands. Follow-ups. Are those the only 3? Anyone else? This side. All right, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, I didn't recall getting the response with regards to my question relating to your revenue enhancement strategy and how you're improving on debt collection specific plan, and also whether you have increased the amount for your infrastructure maintenance. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. My problem here is, Chairperson, is that there is so much problems in this municipality. There's corruption allegations, there's a possible water mafia operating there. And yet, when we ask about the 6-point plan, you can't even answer us on that, Mayor. You're coming only with one. It's like you don't know your own 6-point strategic plan. You hand it over to the MM still don't come out with a 6-point plan. Now when you are sitting with so much problems, you can't even tell us what is your way forward. You can't even convince us and your constituency while they are watching. Speak to them and tell them, how are you going to get them out of this mess with this supposed 6-point strategic plan? Speak to them. The camera is on you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is very short. Majoro or MM, can you tell me or can you tell us as this committee, plus minus, how much are you spending on water tankering? I hear the strategy that you tried to reduce it where you see that there is mafia, because that's what I know, that all the municipalities, there is a problem of mafia tankering. Then the other question that I want to know is those companies, because one of my colleagues asked, who are those companies? Those companies, where are they getting that water? Because I can tell you for a fact that many municipalities, the same people that sell you water is the same water from you. So we want to know, where do they get that water that you guys are paying them for them to serve your people? Yes, I understand that your area is a vast area. Maybe if you can outline to us that, okay, because we hear that some projects are almost done, 99%, how many areas that are left that are impossible for them to be able to get water in the coming 5 years? And then also to check with you, I hear you came with your team of water. What is their plan in terms of engaging national to say assist us in terms of these issues of water that we are having? The other issue that I wanted to check with you is the sanitary toilets, because as I hear that you are having a problem with water, the community of getting decent sanitary toilets. What is your plan in terms about roving around that issue? But you didn't answer me, MM or Ento, about the issue of the security, the budget, that how much are you spending in terms of the budget of security, how many people that you are paying for
Round up.
that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, leadership. There's an issue of mine. I think it's a lithium mine under your jurisdiction. They've been in uproar about that mine. So there are issues of graves, issues of road that was diverted, lack of consultation with the stakeholders, members of the community, traditional leadership. What is your take on that as a district? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. There was a question that was asked earlier, and igcine ingaphendulekanga. Bengicela mhlambe nisilaphe lapho ukuthi nisiphendulele yona. Your service providers are crying ukuthi they are not being paid on time. Mhlambe ithini into ya mayor noma ya or maybe even the CFO. Yeah, local. What are you going to do to fix that? The second one is, it was also another question that was asked and was not answered. That of the water tankers that are used by the municipality, how many belong to the municipality and how many are outsourced? And again, I'll echo the comment by my colleague on the other side. How much money has been paid to these outsourced water tankers? Thank you.
Thank you. Some of my follow-ups have been covered. Let me just make one in terms of the lithium mine. Because there's inkinga zangasekhaya, yabo. So I just want to understand what is the involvement of the district in terms of the private-public partnership. Integrated plan targeted at ensuring that there's widespread development of small businesses in the district. And widespread being the key word, so that there's not just one or two people benefiting out of that process. Is there any role that you play? I know that it may not be specifically wholly your area of competence, but what is the role that you play in terms of partnering with the mine and ensuring that there's small business development that comes out of it? Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. Anginizwanga kahle baholi be-Oku. Anginizwa kahle ukuthi nithi what strategy are you implying to resolve the issue of water? I'm still there. It has been there. This issue has been there, Oku, for years. I even made an example speaker. I thought you were going to come in. Nale project no sawuti phakathi and until address the issue of water, because it's a really a problem issue of water in Ugu. So anginizwa kahle ngizwe ingcomela umkhaya wakho nje. Uwenza ukuthi angakuhlaseli msesekhaya. Kanti last funa ama answers. And there is also an allegation that says abantu bayamasha mayor nithathe memorandum and ba andamane ningabaphenduli. We are not going to do it here. Nizosiphendula la masifuna ukwazi ukuthi nenzani uku-addressa i-issue of water. Anginizwanga futhi speaker on issue of the mismatch between budget spent and service delivery target achieved. Yekani umkhaya wenu, ngeke nihlukumeze mesesekhaya. Phendulani portfolio committee.
Chair, I asked about how are they going to address their technical insolvency position, particularly on the issue of creditors. How are they going to address it? Thank you.
Thank you. Just get some responses.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me deal with a few of them. Because I'm also chairing the Finance Committee, there was a question regarding the revenue enhancement strategy. We do have a strategy. And
Let me say that you have got 10 minutes,
okay,
so you can try and round up all the questions.
okay. The cost containment is one of the issues we are discussing at length with the Executive Committee and the Finance Committee. We do not spend willy-nilly, so we do not do things that are not water-related with the monies of the municipality. Even if there is a mayoral cap, to make an example, we do not use the municipal finances for that. We partner with other private people to do such things. Even at our council meetings, we do not eat. The people, they were eating a lot of food there, spending a lot of money to all those small things. We decided to do away with all those things because the CFO is saying, let us save. We are trying to save. There are road shows that are happening regarding our billing, because billing is one of the contentious issues that makes other people to not come front and pay the municipal debt. So we do have road shows in different wards. We explain to our communities, those who have problems with the billing, they come forward, we enter into agreements and they pay. They've started to pay. We also have this app so that you can even pay relaxing in the comfort of your home. So people now, they've started paying, because others, they didn't want to come to Port Shepstone just for paying the bills of the municipality. Now that there is that app, they can pay easily. We have about 26 internal trucks. We have 26 that are working as we speak. We're having about 12 down. In total, we have 38 internal trucks and 23 external water tankers that we are using in the municipality. The lithium mine, there is a boom of that industry in that area, the mining. I don't want to lie here to say we are in control. We're still grappling with what is happening because there is that boom of mining in our area. Time and time again, we visit those mines just to check if they are complying, but we know that sometimes they don't comply, and we involve those who will deal with them at that level. So it's a matter that we need the national to assist us on that one, with the mining. With the 6-point plan, I tried, but I emphasized on the issue of the fleet management there, because we didn't have the fleet and we bought the fleet. Now people or plumbers are able to go to the areas where we couldn't go before we bought the fleet. That's why we've seen water coming off the taps, because even the nature or the make of those cars must be as such that it will be fit to go to the rural areas because our area is undulating. But because of time, I will hand it over to the speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, members, and my colleagues. So I just want to answer on two questions. The first one was direct to say, where are the service providers getting water? The answer, they are getting from our sources because we are the only one who have to deal with water. That's the first one. We only contract their trucks and the water they're getting from our sources. The other one, maybe if one can add on the issue of lithium, I think the mayor is correct, but what we have done, the last Premier's Coordinating Council, we have requested that we are assisted as a district and the national to come down and explain to us what else is in our district. Because it is true that some people are complaining about that mine and others are benefiting as small businesses. So it's something that is huge for us that we need all of us, national and provincial, to come up to resolve it. I thought let me answer on that.
Thank you, Honorable Doctor. Can I take the last 2 minutes to respond? On the issue of water, it's important to note these things we've done. There was no backup on the side of Mzimkulu, St. Helens Rock. So when you have depleted your water in the reservoir of Popoi, and then there is a mechanical failure or any failure of the system, people were feeling the pinch because it didn't have a backup. Now we've built that dam with the assistance of DWS. We've got a big dam that gives a reserve. On the side of Mtavuna, we supply the southern side of Uku. We didn't have a dam. We've built a dam. But more than that, we've ensured now that in areas where it was not a fault of a water source, where it was more of an attitude of employees and everything, the municipality had to go through an exodus of dismissal where this portfolio committee, I think previously, tried to intervene to say solve out this thing. Because there was to be a lot of sabotage that was happening. So after having gone through some strikes and dismissed employees and then engaged them back after some processes where they didn't even get any back pay that people were anticipating that they would get back pay. After that situation, the labor stability at Oku for the past 4 years, there's not been any labor unrest. That has enhanced our feeling of giving water to people. But now, with the help of DWS and COCTA, I don't want to lie, many projects that they've given us are projects that are going to unlock water, just like the one of KwaZulu-Natal, Tunjazana. There used to be a blockage of N2, Mashisini, where even national will get attention we meet. There hasn't been that one because all the projects that DWS and MIC have given us, they are speaking directly to us, addressing the issue of water. We are not perfect on that one. There's still a lot of work to be done. But the plan is clear on that one. Angiboni mhlawumbe sengayibala 6-point plan mhlekazi ngenxa yesikhathi kodwa ayawunikho. Ngiyabonga.
Do you want to say something?
Security cost.
You got 1 minute. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, and greetings to yourself, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. All protocol observed. I'll be as quick as possible. Perhaps maybe just to also broader outline the question regarding the going concern and the creditors in terms of the creditors that are crying and not being able to pay within 30 days. We do admit, Honorable Chair, that that remains a problem, as it was even highlighted by the Auditor General. So what are we doing to fix that? I think the Honorable Mayor has mentioned very clearly in terms of our revenue enhancement strategy. There is a simple formula, Chair, that would take us out of this specific going concern challenge, and that is to increase our revenue and decrease our costs. And as Honorable Mayor has indicated, the revenue enhancement strategies, just to add on to the revenue enhancement strategies, we've got incentive programs that we've been offering our customers in various categories. And one of them being, for example, businesses. We offer them a 60% discount with a 40% discount with a 60% payment. And the latest one is with government, where we're offering them a 20% discount should they settle 80% of their balances, writing off even the interest and so forth. We believe that that fruitless and wasteful expenditure is not something that government departments want to offer. So those are the incentives that are being offered. There was a question asked as well in terms of the government debt and the listing that is owned. That's a list of debt that is owed. There's 98 million in government debt that is owed us, and of that, 55 million is relating to Umgeni Water. The rest of it is relating to other government departments and entities. So those are challenges that we are trying to address, because we believe those are quick wins and we can source money in terms of ensuring that. Chair, if I may also indicate as well, with regards to with the creditors as well, our creditors balance at this point in time stands about 1 billion. It's 1 billion as at our books at this point in time. Of the 1 billion, 650 million or 65% of that is a debt owed to Umgeni Water. So 65% of our debt, our creditors balance, is Umgeni Water, which remains the elephant in the room, because that remains an unsustainable from an affordability perspective as we move forward. So we're looking at payment plans, so that would be able to reduce the issue of payment within 30 days. And with the other 40% as well, with the other creditors as well, the trade creditors, we're looking at negotiations. We're looking at how we can sit down and negotiate structures where we're able to afford payment plans on that. Like I said, the whole issue here is how we enhance our revenue. If the report also mentions that we are slowly increasing our revenue collections from previously in the 20 million mark to now the 46 million mark per month. And we're hoping that's going to be sustainable. And then lastly, with regards to security costs, we are spending more or less around 5 million a month. And what we've done as well was we've included security cameras. We've now invested in security cameras so that we're able to ensure that we have a visible outlook of our infrastructure out there. As indicated by the MM, vandalism is very high. And the cost of security is therefore an offset against now the high vandalism. So we see that up and running. In terms of the water tanker expenditure, the audited financial statements, in the year 2024, we spent 40 million. In the year 2025, we spent 28 million. That's a decrease in terms of expenditure of water tankers. And then as it is currently year to date, we spent around about 8 million in terms of water tankers. So if we project for the financial year ending June 30th, 8 million. From July 2025 to now, it's 8 million. If we do project, and hopefully the expenditure is aligned the same, streamlined, we probably project around 17 to 18 million as at 30th of June, which means a huge digression in terms of expenditure from water tankers perspective. With regards to repairs and maintenance, Chair, I'm not sure if I can...
You've gone 5 minutes, but continue and close.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for that grace. Thank you. With regards to repairs and maintenance, we do acknowledge the fundamentals when it comes to the ratios of repairs and maintenance. However, if one has to look at it very carefully, you would find that the repairs and maintenance ratio calculation is very highly weighted on outsourced in terms of hiring. So if one has to do the true value of our repairs and maintenance, you have to include our employee-related costs. And why I'm saying that? One of the cost control mechanisms is that we've internalized costs, meaning that we are now not hiring service providers to do real road reinstatements, pipeline replacements, and so forth. We've got our internal staff, we've got an internal maintenance team that has been established to deal with this. So those issues of employee-related costs, there are other inventories consumed in that process, because if we are using our own internal labor, we need to buy our own material, so that is also added to that cost. And there's an element in capital grants and in normal grants which are repairs and maintenance in nature. And we need to take that into consideration. So when one takes all of that into consideration, the true value of our repairs and maintenance on the ground sits around about 12% on that. Now, I'm not disputing the ratio calculation as the norm, but I'm indicating to this honest house that there needs to be some interpretation of how we manage our internal costs on that. I think I've answered that. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Let's close it at this point. Hayi kahle. Hayi siyayivala manje. Siyasivale baba. Asivale. Thank you very much for the presentation. A few requests that we're going to make of you. Firstly, we need a report on your strategy for provision of water in the Ugu district. I don't need to motivate further. Water and sanitation in the district, we need a full report. What are you doing? What are you going to do? What are you planning? What has been done? How far has it been done? What percentage coverage population? Which areas are affected? What sources? And all of that. And include your Zimbabwe issue. Include a second section there on water tankers. You've been asked numbers here. You will give us in writing. External sources, internal assets, and then in the course of that, we're looking for total numbers of water tankers, the spread of which areas, as well as the cost, the ownership of the water tankers, and the projected annual cost, and the replacement strategy. How are we going to stop the water tanks? They are not a permanent feature. When and how? That's the first issue. The second issue relates to investigations on irregularities, corruption, and consequence management. Take us back to the 6th administration so that we can follow properly. And therefore, we would like to hear what has gone for disciplinary hearing and what are the consequences and what has been referred to the criminal justice system. Those are the reports we need you to submit. You'll do that via your MECs so we can get the reports, and by then we need them to be able to tell us where they stand in relation to those issues. Then we'd like you to come with the audit action plan that covers the issues raised by the Auditor General. The first issue relates to your reliance on audit process to achieve unqualified audit opinion. We want you to stand alone, submit once and not go back and get the Auditor General to do your corrections before you can get the good marks. Secondly, we need you to focus on the issue of indicators and target, which are not easily defined and not clearly understood. That's coming from Auditor General. Your going concern uncertainty, that has to be dealt with. Mismatch between budget spend and service delivery targets achieved. That comes from the AG. Low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. As much as I think you're trying to address it, the issue of councillors and staff in arrears who are owing municipalities needs to be eliminated from audit queries. So those would be the issues that we would like you to submit, and we will get a review report within 3 months, so we want to know what you have done. The idea is to make sure that by the time we get to the next audit cycle, these issues are out and you are no longer having issues. Thank you very much for your presentation, and at this point you shall be excused. Thank you. So, thank you. We will then, at this point, invite Amachuba District Municipality. Do we have Amachuba? I don't see any movement. You're welcome, thank you. Amachuba District. It looks like some members are not decided whether they're joining us or not. Please take the mic and introduce the team. You are appearing in front of a joint committee of parliament, portfolio committee on COCTA, SCOPA, and standing committee on Auditor General, as well as the provincial team of similar committees. We have also the MECs who are supposed to be here to look at the issues of the Auditor General queries, including in particular issues of accountability and consequence management. You will have 15 minutes to table your presentation, introduce yourselves, and then you'll go for the questions and answers thereafter. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Kabazela. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Tembelihle Mthembu, the Mayor of Amachuba District Municipality. With
Can I just check? Members, can you hear clearly? No? I think somewhere there's a bit of a thing. You just try and hold it direct and adjust your voice here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tembelihle Mthembu, the Mayor of Amachuba District Municipality. With me, I have the Speaker of Amachuba District Municipality, Councillor S.O. Zulu, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Stole.
They will have to be visible. Either they introduce themselves or they stand up or raise their hands, whatever is easiest, so at least we know who you're talking about.
The Speaker, Councillor S.O. Zulu, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor I.S. Stole, the Acting Mrs. Lamini, the CFO, Mr. Ndlovu, Director for Engineering, Mr. Shandu, the MPEC Chairperson, Mr. Councillor Kunene, and the Deputy CFO, Mrs. Lamini, and also the support team. Amachuba District Municipality is a water service authority. It is responsible for the provision of water and sanitation at Amadlangeni and Danhausa local municipality, since Newcastle is a water service authority itself. ADM is also responsible for disaster management and environment health services. We have a population of 687,408. Our governance structures are functional. However, I just want to highlight the important critical committees that we have, which is the MPEC, which is sitting, and which have dealt with the UIFW for financial years and has resolved to recommend the write-off where no loss was suffered based on evaluated evidence. We also have the audit committees, which is sitting. All the reports that have been exhausted or investigated by the MPEC are referred to the Financial Disciplinary Board for determination and consequence management. The municipality the municipality has further given powers to financial disciplinary. While no discipline cases were concluded during the year under review, the committee is, however, engaging on matters referred to for their consideration. The Audit Performance Management Committee is fully functional and is actively discharging its oversight responsibility in the current financial year risk-based annual internal audit plan. On service delivery issues, we have a backlog chairperson of 24% in water, and we have a backlog of 3% on sanitation. Our grant expenditure is 92% for the period of 23-24 and 97% for 24-25. Our O&M budget for 23-24 was 0.2%, and the actual spending was 4.3%. The O&M budget for 24-25 was 1.14%, and the actual expenditure was 32.3%. This was due to the fact that we received grants from Cooperative. That's why the expenditure on O&M was this high. The O&M budget for 2025-2026 is 2%. Well, we have challenges in terms of service delivery. Some of those challenges is inadequate O&M budget, aging infrastructure, water losses, and also the municipality is experiencing a high volume of water losses due to the following: then the unmetered and unbilled customers, illegal connections, water leaks, and aging infrastructure. As the municipality, we have undertaken steps to improve on these challenges. Hence, the service provider was appointed by the municipality to install meters. However, due to the underperformance of a service provider, we decided to terminate, and currently the municipality is in the process of appointing a service provider to install new meters. There is a program that is led by the mayor, which is called the War on Water Leaks and Dry Taps, where we locate leaks and we deal with those leaks when they are identified, and where we visit wards where there was no water for the past years, and we're able to leave those wards with some water. Some of the issues we found is that some businesses would redirect the flow of our water to their business premises. Hence, the part of the community will not have access to water, but we are dealing with those. We also have a dedicated technical services team allocated to fix faulty meters in Danhauser and Emadlangeni. On financial issues, Chairperson, for the past 5 years, our audit opinion in 2020 to 2021, we received qualification with 9 findings. In 2021-2022, we received qualification with 3 findings. In 2022-2023, we received qualification with 3 findings. In 2023-2024, we received qualification with 1 finding. And lastly, in 2024-2025, we received qualification with 1 finding. We have developed a post-audit action plan that will implement to deal with the finding, because if you can see, for the past 2 audit years, we have received one and the same issue, which is revenue. We have plans in place to deal with those. On financial viability, Chair, our cost coverage ratio is 4 months. So did also applied for a rollover of 3 million, which was not approved. We are able to pay our creditors on average of 210 days. Our debt collection rate is 36%. Our debtors is 91 million. We have no ESCOM debt. We do, however, have a water board debt, which is a historic debt, chairperson, of 80 million. The current debt we are servicing for this term. Government departments are owing us 15 million. The level of cashback conditional grants is 29 million, and our budget is funded with a surplus of 22 million. Our UIFW chairperson, as I said earlier, that our MPEC do sit and they've dealt with the issue of UIFW and they've processed it and they've recommended that we write off, as I've explained earlier. I've dealt with the audit issues. I think, chairperson, for now, I will leave it. Just as a way forward, the municipality is targeting an unqualified audit opinion with emphasis on addressing prior years' qualifications on revenue, strengthening internal controls, earlier reviews on AFS, and enhanced oversight mechanisms are being implemented to support the outcome. We have some improvements. We have established a financial disciplinary board. We have improved the financial reporting timelines. We have strengthened the internal audit and risk-based audit. The council has considered the UIFW oversight in December 2025. We do, however, have one outstanding that will be processed before the end of February 2026. The challenges that we have is the legacy of UIFW balance that are not yet resolved, is the revenue system that is misaligned and weak in supporting documentation. It's a slow progress on consequence management, capacity constraints in finance rules, and low collection. And we do have remedial actions in place, which is monthly tracking of audit action plan by the internal audit, a dedicated revenue task team established in Q3, training and support on RAB 9 compliance, improved coordination between AC and IA and also MPEC, and strengthening of SCM compliance and monitoring. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Are you done?
Yes, Chair.
That's fine, thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to take the members' comments and questions. We start this side. All right, we can start over there. Okay, let's go to the extreme. We start with you, Mr.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to honorable members. Greetings to the leadership of Amajuba District Municipality. Thanks for the presentation. I just have two questions. If you look at the audit outcomes, as the mayor was explaining, for the past few years, there's been a qualification with mostly one finding, which is around revenue collection. And I'm sure maybe there's been action plans after. What do you think has been the challenge in terms of dealing with that? Because seemingly it's the same problem. And also, in terms of the maintenance budget for infrastructure, what percentage of your maintenance budget in comparison to the overall infrastructure budget? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the delegation. The first question I want to check is in relation to, there was an investigation report allegedly, a preliminary investigation report dealing with the issue of diesel, where allegedly the municipality was using a particular garage for diesel that it was not actually getting. And that report allegedly, I think the speaker should be able to respond to that, was presented before council, but however did not see the day of light. I just want clarity around that. Number two, there's an issue of the security of the mayor. I want to check if there was a security assessment or a threat assessment that was done prior to the approval, and whether the number of guards are in line with the recommended number for mayors across. Number three, there was a finding against the municipality of a breaching of a tender for about 14 million. I want to check if there was consequence management relating to that. What was the issue? And whoever was responsible for that breach of contract, were they ever held liable? The last one would be in relation to, I just want to ask from yourselves to give us two critical projects, that you can say as this council you have delivered to 100% that impacts the lives of the people of Amachuba. Just two critical ones. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele kwithimba lasemajuba. Lana Mayor MM, as per paragraph 64 of the municipality's 2024-25 audit report, the district did not implement the recommendations of a 17 July 2024 SIU report in connection with the institution of disciplinary processes against officials implicated in tender irregularities in the awarding of 59.93 million rand contract for the construction of a reservoir and associated infrastructure. Cela nisichazele kwenzakalani ngaleyo nto. And then I think it's the same project. It must be the Bramfontein Reservoir project, where this 59 million rand was spent. And there was a cost to the municipality. Despite completion, why is this reservoir not operational? Mhlambe mayor ungasikhanyisela lapho ukuthi kwenzakalani. When will it be commissioned? Is the second question. And then you've got 4.1 million rand that was spent in 2023-24 on financial consultants. Yet those consultants were ineffective. Mhlawumbe bengacela ukuthi umayor no-CFO besikhanyisele lapho ukuthi what's the logic behind that wasteful expenditure? The last one, Chair, for now, there's a mismatch between the budget spent and service delivery targets.
Okay.
54% of service delivery targets, yet 95% of the budget has been spent.
Okay. Let's close that.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
Thank you, Kobe, for the opportunity to be Amachuba. The one question I would like to ask is, at times, maybe before I ask you, just say for a second, is that at times wonders whether maybe Omaspala understand what is the intention of having a AG's report. Because if they did, then after the results of that report, they would investigate. Now, what has been stated here about Amachuba is that there was no investigation at all of unauthorized, irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think really that is my question, the heart of it. So what would be the point of having, the AG's report if you no investigation follows the report? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to check to the delegation, Chair, the issue of absenteeism. Allegedly, Usipho Hatebe was absent from work for more than 30 days. What happened to that employee? I would like to know that. And also, Uvisa Stebe, the revenue manager, was absent during the audit period. And she's directly linked to the audit. So what happened there? Why was the employee absent? And was there any consequence management taken or implemented by the senior management? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the municipalities. I have 3 questions, Chair. Firstly, it's with regard to the forensic audit on fleet management, the report of December 2025, where there is an issue of a Toyota Hilux worth 2.3 million, and it is also indicating on that forensic audit that it was procured illegally because it was not within the supply chain processes. And some of the recommendations were disciplinary actions for the supply chain management officials and also for the drivers and other managers such as the one of cooperative services. Can you also tell us that if you have shared the report with the provincial government? If not, can you please share that report with the office of the MEC within 7 days? And secondly, Chair, it's on the issue of the councillors. How many councillors do you have? The reason why I'm asking this is because there is a concern that was sent to us with regard to your councillors, where it is alleged that in terms of the Gazette, you are having 29 councillors. But in your council, you are having 30 councillors, which there's allegation that you've managed to put 1 extra councillor who's not part of the Gazette. And lastly, Chair, it's with regard to your billing system. How is your billing system? How accurate is it? Because there's also a concern that your billing system is not accurate and it results to inconsistency in terms of your collection rate and the money that the community need to pay to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to Amajuba District. Sanotice ukuthi nihamba nefemele eyodwa. Yeah. Mayor. Thanks, Chair. I just want to understand the deputy mayor was involved in 3 accidents. What is he using the municipality vehicle? Can you just share with us what happened after that? Was the car accident reported and what consequences the deputy mayor faced? Secondly, can you clarify to us, there's an allegation that the deputy mayor used a rifle from the contracted security and lost the firearm, and it has been reported to SAPS. The speaker has been involved in 2 accidents and is refusing to provide an accident report or even report to SAPS. Can the municipality clarify that? There is a 20 megaliter reservoir in Brackfontein is not finished. It was supposed to be completed in 2019. 50 million has been spent on it and it is still incomplete. Please share with us. The last one, there's an allegation that all of your councillors, which are 29, are provided with bodyguards. Why is that? And there is a refusal from the leadership of the municipality regards to the motion that the other councillors, they wrote a petition, 15 of them, we are 29, 15 councillors wrote a petition to move a motion to the leadership of the council. We are not entertaining it. In terms of the law, you must respond to those councillors and the speaker must act. So please share with us. And that matter was also escalated to the MEC to say the
Yes.
whole of the last year, there
Yes,
is no
just
response
close,
from
no?
you. No, thanks, Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. Please attend to these questions. We'll take the next cycle just after that. I'll give you about 15 minutes to deal with all of the issues.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will deal with some of the questions which I'm vested in. The other questions will be dealt by my MM and CFO. And also
Just mind your voice if you can just pick up a bit.
Thank you, Chair. I will deal with some of the questions. Some of the questions will be dealt with by the MM and CFO, and also the Deputy Mayor and the Speaker. Since their names have been mentioned, they will be in a better position to respond. On the question that was raised by the Honorable Mayor, the Honorable Member, Honorable Matlaba, on audit outcome. Yes, we do have a post-audit plan that we have developed to deal with the same issue that we've been getting for over the years of the revenue collection. As I said earlier, we have to do their work. It's an issue that we are engaging with the Speaker to have a community meeting and engage the community of Amafusini, because they are getting water every day from their taps. We are also in a process of hiring cashier in our offices. We need to have a speed point in our offices in Amadlangeni, main building, ATM, and also Tannhauser, so that our customers are able to pay when they visit the municipality. We're also in a process of hiring more meter readers, because we only had 2 meter readers, so that is not enough. In order to deal with this challenge, we need to have more meter readers. The comparison of budget percentage in overall, in O&M, yes, we do need to increase our budget in terms of maintenance. It's something that we are willing to process during the adjustment budget and see if we can increase the percentage in terms of budgeting. The fleet management report, yes, we did authorize the forensic investigation regarding the fleet and also diesel. We did receive the report this week. It was on Monday. The final report was tabled before the council, and all the parties in consensus requested that they needed to digest the report. They could not finish the report because it was a lengthy report. They needed time so that we can come back within 7 days and exhaust the report. The security, the security of the mayor. Yes, I have done the, what do they call, threat analysis, which was conducted by the SAPS. Maybe the only challenge is that it is done in every, I'm not sure about the period, but I've done it twice. And there's another issue, as I'm seated chair, I've been subpoenaed by the court. So I'm the witness in the murder case of the former speaker, the late speaker of Amajuba. So that also necessitated that the security is in line with that. The implementation of the SIU report, I admit that it was an oversight from the council or an oversight from the previous MM. I forgot to mention, Chair, that the current MM is only 4 months old in Amajuba. I'm 1 year old. So when the MM came in, he saw that there was an oversight on SIU report and recommendations and advised the council that we need to bring back the report to the council and adopt the report as it was and implement the report. It has been implemented and is with the disciplinary board. The 4.1 million, the CFO will come in on consultant. On absenteeism of the employees, the MM I think will come in. The forensic report I've dealt with, the council is having 29 councillors that is being paid by the municipality, because I can't dwell on party politics because the other party decided to recall their councillor from the district, the councillor which sits in a local. So it was the business of that political party, and they gave us another councillor which we took as a municipality. So as far as I know, we were paying 29 councillors as a municipality. But the issue is with the court. I think I can answer it together with the questions that was raised by Honorable Hlope on the issue of petition. Yes, there was a petition. It was processed because the council meeting, no, the speaker will answer that because I might miss some other issues on that regard. Can I put it back to the deputy mayor with the accidents and the speaker?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Portfolio Committee. I just want to respond to the issues involving the firearm which was lost in my premises. Yes, it was stolen, and the matter was reported within, I think, within an hour, and fortunately the firearm, all the processes were followed. And going back to the issue of the vehicles, the accident the Honorable Mayor talked about, I think all reports were...
So just bring it a bit closer so we can hear.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. All reports were submitted, even the police, and I also want to put this forward. Maybe there are some exaggerations on the matter, because it was not accidents as such. It was scratches. The first one I remember, it was a scratch of a vehicle, and the second one was also, and the first one was also reported. I can assure the committee there's no outstanding report on the matters. Thank you.
Bingelele Gwabe, bingelele nethimba o sebenzana nalo. Ngikhuleke kumntwana bakwaphinda ngene, ngikhuleke wena kaMamonga. Ngibingelele ithimba esamba nalo elibuye emajuba okumeya, uDeputy Mayor, uMM, uCFO, uHOD wakwa technical, uWhip, uMPEC supporting staff.
Angikuncede kancane nje ngoba isikhathi nginibalele uzosidla usabukhuleka ubingelela. Thatha nje ukuthi usihlalo womhlangano usekwenzele lo msebenzi na ungene ngaphansi kwaloku uqhubeka
Khabazela.
ungaxakeki kuseyinhlonipho nje enkulu ungaphazamiseki.
Kabazan. The question is, they say I'm refusing to submit the report, the accident report. I'm not a driver. I'm not a driver. Although I'm not a driver, but I make a call for the driver to remind him to submit the report on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, last week. But they did the report, they did the accident report at nearest police station. So I don't know which the report they are talking about. Thank you.
Imakancane ke. Siba nendlela yenhlonipho yomhlangano, so that we don't suggest that we are confronting each other. I think the way you respond should not be the way you did. You can't indicate what the situation is without creating an impression that you are dealing with the matter too personally or personal to those who are raising the question. And you do need to calm down. You can just explain to us what happened. The accident happened. The report was supposed to be delivered by so and so. He has been reminded, and so on. But once you start arguing, I don't know who thinks. So I think you must temper it a little bit. You don't need to go back to it. I'm just cautioning so that when we move on with the discussion, don't feel like we're dealing with you. Yeah, I think we must just calm down a bit.
Kabazan.
All right.
Thank
The
you,
members will come back. If they come back, I don't want them also to be in the same level, because this meeting is not that. The meeting is a clinical, technical accounting process. It's not personal.
Kabazela angxolise nathi ngoba izwi lami liphezulu.
Siyalemuka ilizwi. There is a voice and a tone of the voice, and there is an expression. We're all people here. So basically, I can talk to you in respectful terms. I can talk to you in a confrontational term. As chair, I have to be able to say, I see Ngalap. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With your leave, Chair, I missed two questions that were raised by the honorable members. One regarding the Bramfontein Reservoir. Well, the Bramfontein Reservoir project was completed only to find that the reservoir is leaking. So it was the money down the drain. We tried to claim guarantees from the service provider. The truth of the matter is that even those guarantees will not help us because that reservoir will not work. It is leaking all over. So that is the situation, but our legal team is still engaging with the service provider who was doing that project. On the question of two projects that we have successfully completed, Chairperson, I can confirm without any fear of contradiction that currently we have implemented a Diwali project, which is a project of around about 175 million, which is cutting across 8 wards in Danhauser that will able to get water from that project, even though the project is at 95% to its completion. The other project that we have done is the water treatment project phase 1 in Amadlangeni, it was around about 63 million when we have completed that project. We are currently busy with other projects that will complement that project. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, let me address a few questions that were not attended to by the municipal leadership. One is the challenge in addressing the current qualification.
Please bring it closer. Your voice is a bit soft.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I will address the challenge that relates to our inability to address successfully the qualifying matter that has been brought before us on 2 occasions by the Auditor General. Indeed, Chair, we can concede to the fact that we have failed to address the challenge that relates to revenue management, primarily caused by the system vendor and the errors that we often experience through the system that we are currently using. What the municipality did, Chair, and this is based on the information before me, is that in 2024, they wrote to Provincial Treasury requesting to procure a new system. They were doing that because they felt that their concerns are not being addressed by the current system vendor. And by inference to this response letter that I have before me from Provincial Treasury, they were then advised that if they were to change the system, they must exercise extreme caution, primarily because Provincial Treasury is busy with regulating the minimum business processes and system specifications for MSCOA. In that, any expenditure, therefore, that may be incurred by the municipality in procuring a new system vendor may constitute fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then the municipality, I'm told, then took a decision to then remain with the service provider that is continuously failing us. But what have we then done now moving forward? We have summoned the service provider, Chairperson, to be on site. They are on site as we speak, and we are very clear that for as long as we are paying them, they must address all these errors on our system. Further to that, we have instructed them to develop standard operating procedures that will enable our internal capacity to correct these errors without us having to rely on external support. To add on that, Chair, the service level agreement which I have seen, I have requested legal services to interrogate it. The reason for interrogating the service level agreement is to see if we can impose penalties, especially penalties on underperformance in relation to this module of their system. So the legal services will then advise my office, and then we'll take it from there. But over and above that, the contract of the current system vendor is coming to an end in June 2026, but we are saying that with the 6 months remaining, we are demanding value for money. We are currently putting together a tender document that is going to be risk adjusted to take into consideration all the risks that we had to deal with this current service provider. So we will be going on tender, and we'll do that in consultation with Provincial Treasury and COGTA as we are required to do. On fleet investigation, I think that has been dealt with. On the issue of the motion, Honorable Member, it was addressed by the previous acting MM and the Speaker. MEC responded to say that this matter is before the court, and let us rather wait for the court ruling on the matter. In relation to the breach of contract, yes, indeed, there was a breach of contract, and there is a litigation. The matter is before the court in relation to Cooperative. What council has done is to take a decision after they had received a report from Provincial Treasury investigating this tender, because there were certain SCM processes that were flouted. And as a result of that, the investigation was then instituted by Provincial Treasury. So that investigation then proved beyond reasonable doubt that indeed the municipality did not comply with the SCM processes and further recommended that the contract be cancelled. But when that report was received by the municipality, the service provider had already terminated their services and is now claiming for breach of contract. And indeed, there was no communication for a period of 3 months between us and the service provider, and the matter is before court. What have we then done as part of consequence management? We have taken the matter to the internal audit unit to analyze the paper trail and the report so that we are able to determine the official that failed to comply with the service level agreement, because there was non-compliance on our side. So we need to determine the officials that were responsible for that, because we may sit with a material irregularity in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you and the members. I will cover the issue of revenue management challenges. Indeed, we have got more challenges under revenue. The first one, we have got more faulty meters. And then the second one, we are unable to access some of part of our community. And then we have got unmetered consumers. We have got lack of capacity. We have got only 1 meter reader in the whole district. We have got a lack of information of new installed meters. And then we have got a collection rate below the norm, of which we are currently sitting at 39%. And then to address the above issues, the municipality is finalizing the database of faulty meters. The municipality will embark on the campaign to educate the community and the concerns raised by the municipality. The campaign will focus on cleansing indigent application incentive programs as part of the revenue enhancement strategy. And then on the issue of absenteeism, yes, Uviso Stebe was absent in the whole entire audit, and the matter was reported to and the matter is sitting with the legal department. And on the issue of Usipo Debe was not paid, and then later he filed a sick note, and then after that we have paid him. For now, I can pause with that.
Okay, let's hold on. Let's get the members to raise issues this side. And there's a follow-up, calling up. Yeah, just note the questions that are not properly answered. You will come back. Let's start here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, there were concerns raised with regard to low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Honorable Mayor, this concern or this audit outcome was raised in 2023, 2024. So, and the AG raised a concern that the municipality had a low budget for infrastructure maintenance and repairs, which amounted to only 1.4% of the capital budget. You are expected as a municipality, Honorable Mayor, to indicate whether this allocation has improved. That was in 2023, 2024. We are now in 2025, 2026. So we are expected to indicate to us whether we have improved. And there's an issue of the bodyguard, the bodyguards that all councillors are having bodyguards. I haven't actually heard you actually responding on that. Why I'm also raising that issue, because there's an issue of priority that is at stake here. Seemingly, as a municipality, you fail to prioritize. So just a follow-up on the issue, just an indication on the issue of the mayoral office. Is there any budget allocated to the mayoral office? If there is, just indicate to us. Thank you, Chair.
take the next one. 1, 2.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Amajuba officials. Mine is just clarity seeking. There was an issue in 2023 where the information technology consultants that you used failed to resolve discrepancies between meter readings and reports. Now, I'm not sure if it is the systems issue that the lady was referring to, but it mentions here that it was due to a slow response by management to institute consequence management against this information technology company. So if you can just clarify that for me, I'll be happy. Then I want to say well done with the 10% improvement on water losses. You must keep that up, thank you. Lastly, you complain about aging infrastructure that's causing these water losses, all right? But when it comes to budgeting for those things, it seems like you're not doing that because your budget for infrastructure maintenance and repairs only amounts to 1.4% of the capital budget. So if you don't budget for maintenance and to replace the aging infrastructure, then how can you complain about water losses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morning, Amajuba. The first question is in relation to what you call, Mayor, the functional governance of the municipality. Looking at the horror response that we have just heard from the gentleman who is the third from you, are you towards your right? Are you still clinging on this view that you have a functional governance? And also looking at the responses that you have given thus far in relation to most of the questions that have been posed. That's one. Number two, you have an acting MM. When are you going to have an MM? Where I'm seated, there is no functionality in an institution that is headed by an acting accounting officer. The last one, your report is a very glossy report. Very glossy if you refer to internal audit, very closely if you refer to clean audit war room and talking about the other risk situations. Then the question is, seated where you are, is it as glossy as it is written? The last one, you have an audit, a clean audit war room.
Round up.
What about the clean administration war room? Thank you.
Thank you. Take the next one.
Thank you. Just very quickly, this acting CFO or CFO spoke about election rate very quickly. I didn't catch that, so just please say that again. Then the percentage of salary you spend from your budget, what is the percentage of your salary bill? What do you pay out of that? Then are any councillors or officials owing the municipality more than the prescribed 90 days? And if they are, what are you doing about that to get the money back? Has any performance bonuses been paid over the last 5 years to your Section 57 managers or your MM? Then the Deputy CFO, we also had that in the Northwest. It's very foreign to me. I still don't understand why there's a Deputy CFO. It was touched by Honourable Demacia about the acting MM. Why is there an acting MM? How long have you been acting MM? Then the mayor spoke about water losses. He said the unmetered, the leaks, the illegal, the blah, blah, blah. He said there was steps to have a service provider to install, but that service provider was underperforming. Have you as and they were let go. Has this municipality reported that underperformance to the AG, and have you asked for that service provider to be blacklisted? That's pretty straightforward. And then do you have a proper indigent register that is updated on a yearly basis? And is it correct according to your stats? And are you billing all consumers with that? Thank you.
Can we just hold it there? Let's break it. We'll start from there afterwards. Let's get the focus. I'm going to request you to try and focus your response. I gave you 10 minutes, you took 22 minutes. And I want you to try and move it closer to the responses. Just try and target, respond, respond, respond. It's going to be easier that way. All right.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, yes, it's the same financial system and the same response, Honorable Member, that I have already clarified. The financial system is in relation to the system vendor that we are currently using, and I did outline exactly what is the challenge and what we are doing going forward. So we are going to be appointing a new system vendor, but we are not letting this one off the hook. For the remaining 6 months of their contracts, we are taking the matter through to our legal services to determine if there are grounds for us to penalize the service provider for poor or underperformance. In relation to O&M, we agree that indeed the expenditure is far below the norm, as we have outlined, but what is then again an issue is that if you look at what was budgeted for against what was expended in that financial year, the indication is that we are spending more than what we have budgeted for on operation and maintenance. Yes, there has been gradual improvement from 0.2% to 1.1%. Currently, we are sitting at 2% in terms of the current approved budget. We have talked about it, had an engagement with the mayor to say during budget adjustment, we must consider to increase that from 2 to 4%, because the reality on the ground is that for the past 2 financial years, we often are spending more than what we have budgeted for. So it's only fair that our budgeting is realistic, taking into account the past spending trends going forward. On the issue of councillors having bodyguards, not all councillors have bodyguards. I think the CFO will just share with us the number of councillors that have bodyguards, but I can confirm here without any doubt that not all of them have bodyguards. In relation to clean audit and clean administration, I think, Chair, that's something that we'll have to take to say we're not only focusing on the audit in terms of the opinion, but the entire governance. I'm sure we can infuse clean administration into the clean audit, because for me, those are interrelated. So it's important that for us to attain clean audit, we have a clean administration. So we take the point and we'll try and ensure that our audit action plan talks to administrative failures and weaknesses. On the issue of officials and councillors that are owing the municipality, we only have one councillor that is owing us. This one councillor is owing us about 700 to 800 rands. But there is no official that is owing the municipality. Upon receiving that information, we have requested the CFO to engage the councillor to make that payment, because it's about 800 rands. So it is something that we believe the councillor can afford in terms of the monthly allowance. Do we have an indigent register? Yes, Chairperson, there is an indigent register, but our shortcoming, or rather the shortcoming by the municipality, is around updating that indigent register to ensure that it talks to the current socio-economic factors on the ground. Thank you, Chair. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will come in on the issue of the acting MM. Yes, indeed, we do have an acting MM. The process is in place to get the MM. Tomorrow we are shortlisting. The panel is sitting tomorrow to shortlist for the position of the MM. It was advertised before and we shortlisted. We did the interviews, the screenings, the competency assessments. Unfortunately, all the candidates got basic scoring. So basic scoring in here in KZN is deemed as an incompetent scoring. Thank you very much.
What scoring is this?
Basic.
Basic?
Yes.
Or competency? Okay. All right. No, you still got other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of a salary bill, we are just above the norm. In 23-24, we're sitting at 38%, and then in 24-25, we're sitting at 42%. And no performance bonuses were paid to almost 57 employees or MM. In terms of more contributors of a percentage, that is why we're above the norm. The attributors of water sanitation employees that we inherited from Utugela Water with their maximum notch. So that is why we find ourselves sitting above the norm, Chairperson. Thank you.
Did I hear about bonuses?
Yes, Chairperson, no bonuses were paid. No performance bonuses were paid, but didn't check were paid.
Okay. Let's proceed. Let's deal with the next questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. About the UIF and so on. I just would like to know, can the municipality give us the insurance that they have an impact and there is a disciplinary board and the investigations that was referred to? Can you give us the detail of how many cases and what happened to that? Then, based on that as well, there was an SIU recommendation on the 17th of July 2024 and was also recommended by your audit committee that you should do a disciplinary process against the officials implicated in the tender irregularities in the awarding of 59.5 million for a construction of a reservoir and associated infrastructure. Now, I'm not sure because the name is not mentioned, if that was already dealt with, but can you just give us clarity on that? If not, what is the reason that these disciplinary actions are not being taken? And in the same vein, in 2023-24, the Auditor General report that no consequence management was taken against the consultant that failed to resolve the discrepancies between your meter reading and your reports. So that's the info technology consultant. Has anything been done about that? And do you still have a problem of discrepancies between your meter readings and your report? Thank you, Chair.
That's fine. Let's move to the next one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Greetings to the management leadership of Amachuba. Majoro, I could not pick you clearly about the issue of 30 councillors. Maybe maybe at his disposal he can tell us whether the 30th one is being paid or only 29, just to confirm. And then there are many issues. There is a report that was tabled a few days ago, your final report of the forensic audit. There are a lot of things that we are picking up here. Now I want to check with you, can you go through with this committee about that report, and maybe if you can be able to give the MEC the copy of that report of COCTA, because I can see there were 2022, 2023 in this report about the petrol issue. There were no statements that were submitted. There are a lot of things that were found in this. Maybe can you go through with it with us as a committee, this report that you got a few days ago, the forensic audit report. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is also my colleagues have raised this issue of Brakfontein. But what I want to know about Brakfontein, is there actually SIU investigation? And if there is, how far is that investigation in terms of the status of the investigation? That fuel issue that my colleague also now raised here, is actually the reports claim to be 40,000 was spent on one vehicle in one day. And the municipality claimed to be that it was a fabrication, but the communities and some of the officials still in the municipality are not at ease for the fact that it was brushed off as a fabrication. Can you just indulge us with your opinion about it? And then also, we have a speaker on in whose house a rifle or a gun got missing. And we also know that in this province we have a huge problem with political assassinations. That gun is lost. So I want to know from you, Speaker, what mechanism do you have in place for informants and whistleblowers that can actually give you information with corruption safely, where they can feel safe? Thank you very much.
To Cooperative. Amajuba received a fruitless, wasteful expenditure on the 31st of December 2025 of plus or minus 2 million. Can they share with us what was it for and how are they going to recover it? That will be the first one. The second one, can the CFO confirm on how many councillors he has in his payroll? Then the last one, half of Danhauser and Emadlangeni community doesn't have water. Can we please be appraised on the plan moving forward in ensuring that those communities receives water? Then Chair, in Cooperative, I believe they received about 3 letters from the municipality party, one of the parties in the municipality, but they did not receive the responses. I have provided the letters to the chair. We can also give them if needs be, so that as the portfolio committee in the province, we also have the responses to follow up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Please pass that issue to the Secretariat so that whilst the team is sitting there, they can comment on whether they are aware of it, so we can get their responses. May we give you the space to respond? Just try and focus as far as possible.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the UIFW investigation that was done by MPEC, there are no referrals thus far to Hawks and SIU. The only referrals were to the disciplinary board to assess and to ensure that consequence management does take effect. The SIU investigation, it was done, completed, and the report was presented to council last year, in August, and it relates to Braakfontein. So that's the SIU report. And that's the report where we needed to correct the resolution that council took. Because when the report was submitted to council, there were changes that were made to the resolutions that were brought before before council by SIU. So we needed to correct that those recommendations cannot be changed, they cannot be amended, they cannot be altered. So we were able to correct that successfully. So charges have already been drawn by legal services. We are currently in communication with the SIU lead investigator to confirm a date for the disciplinary hearing, because the lead investigator will then lead the evidence. So the employees will be appearing before the disciplinary committee.
What issue is that?
It's Braakfontein, the SIU investigation report, Chair, and the recommendations that were made by the SIU, the implementation thereof.
Braakfontein. See, Braakfontein.
It's Braamfontein Reservoir.
Braamfontein, pardon me, Chair, Braamfontein Reservoir.
Okay, but what happened? I just want to know what is the offense.
The issue, Chairperson, relates to the SCM processes that were not followed properly, that were flouted.
Okay.
There is a view that they did not appoint the service provider that quoted. Oh, thank you, Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you. I think I've dealt with the UIF and SIU investigation. Yes, Chairperson, for now, there has been no consequence management in relation to the system vendor. And that's the reason why I took a decision to take that report, the service level agreement, to legal services. Because our view is that why are we paying if there's no value for money? We need to penalize the service provider, the system vendor. So that is now the process that we are embarking on to ensure that, because we still have the system vendor for the next 6 months. Because the
That's
SLA...
a vendor for what? What is it doing?
It's financial management system vendor, Chairperson. The
Okay,
one that
proceed.
is cited in the report by the Auditor General. Thank you, Chairperson. Currently, Chairperson, as much as we have internal audit and risk management, one can say that with my 4 months period at Tamajuba, that there are still gaps in terms of, whistleblowing mechanisms. There are still gaps, and I think that is something that we need to take forward, to say that we must create awareness to our employees, to our communities, of what needs to be done if they are to report any allegations of fraud and corruption. As much as we have all those policies in place, your whistleblowing policy, but they have not been properly communicated with the employees, and they are not even known to our stakeholders. And I think that's an awareness that we need to embark on, to ensure that people are aware of these tools and they're aware of the systems that are available to them to report any allegation of fraud and corruption. For now, let me end that. Maybe Chairperson, yeah, let me end that.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson. On the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 2.1 million, that one, it is an interest mainly from Utuela Water. So that is why we are having that 2.1 currently sitting as our book on 25-26 is an addition, because we are getting interest from Utuela Water. And on the issue of our councillors, it is true that there are 29 councillors that are gazetted to our municipality. However, we've got 30 councillors and we are paying them 30 councillors. The issue was referred to legal service, and legal service advised us that the issue is sub judice, so we should continue to pay 30 councillors until the issue is finalized. by the Court of Law.
Awume kancane. Are you serving in the same council? Mayor, you just, an you just told us you got 29 councillors. Well, just tell us exactly what's happening now. You're paying 30, but your and your mayor say no, there are 29. What mayor said is that they don't know. When a mayor, you said, look, one party decides to withdraw a councillor and give us another councillor. That's what you said. And when you say so, as far as you are concerned, there are 29 councillors. The question why we're asking is because when we follow the money, we see that there might be more than the number that is prescribed. Now, what are we hearing? So, you've got two answers now. So, who's telling us the real story? Who's not telling us the real story? I mean, you mean you're not aware that they're actually both being paid? You're not aware. Okay. Now, just explain to us who said there's a legal process, you must pay 30?
Our legal department advised that the matter is sub judice and then we should continue to pay 30 until the matter is resolved.
Okay. And when was this?
It started in May.
So almost like 8, 10 months now. Kahle. Me and you are going to have a problem now. Uyabona nto sizoba nenkinga enkulu futhi. Ukhuleke kahle siqala, you know, siyahlawulisa nala. So just calm down, okay?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, from what I'm told, this started in May 2025. Wherein a particular councillor, Councillor Hadebe, who was representing Team Sugar, was withdrawn by Newcastle local municipality and replaced by Councillor Masondo. Now, I think that's when then the confusion started with the municipality, and they were
You didn't
serious.
say, no, you didn't say there's, don't introduce new issues. You didn't say there's confusion. You said there are 29 councillors. The question has been asked by 3 members. Specific. How many councillors? 3 members asked. Now, you didn't say there's confusion. What I'm trying to elicit is how come you give us an answer of 29 and yet on the payroll there's 30. That's what I'm asking. Angabuzu mayor, ngisabuzu baba. Uzoba nelakhe ithuba mayor elanele uyiphendulele indaba. Now, the simple question, how come you have 30 councillors and says there are 29?
29, Chair, because the confirmation by IEC indicates 29 councillors.
No, we're asking you paid. Now, once you try and be technical and tricky, I don't think we're going to end up well, okay? The issue is simple. The members here are saying how many councillors are you paying? And you say 29. Mayor says, as far as I know, there are 29. You said there are 29.
No, I don't know. Not me, Chairperson. I did not respond on the number.
You
My
did not?
apologies, no, Chairperson. I only responded on the councillors that have
so
security guards.
who responded?
The speaker responded and said, as far as he is aware, only 29 councillors are paid.
Okay, confirm again, which number are you giving us? You just said 29. What number are you giving us?
On IEC, 29, but in our council meetings, 30. Thank you, Chair.
And on the payroll,
On the payroll, the CFO has just confirmed that as early as May, they've been paying 30 and they are continuing with the 30 councillors.
so they are not getting 2 salaries, they employ 2 councillors instead of 1. No, 2 councillors with 2 names. 2 people, 2 councillors in the place of 1, but 2 salaries. That's what you are saying, Mayor. MM.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Now, do you consider that to be regular?
Not at all, Chairperson.
And what action have you taken?
My action, Chairperson, was to engage the mayor to say that if Newcastle is changing, they must inform IEC, because right now we have 29 that's appearing as at the end of December 2025, 29. And the other councillor is not appearing. And council itself has been raising this matter. So the political leadership of the municipality is aware.
No, leave the political leadership, we're going to them just now. We're talking about the officials of the municipality paying 2 people in the place of 1. And I'm asking the question, what are you saying as a municipal manager? The issue is straightforward for me. Somebody must pay back the money, and one of them, the people who are going to pay back the money are those who are responsible.
Indeed, Chair, it's irregular. If it's irregular, it means it has to be recovered as wasteful and fruitless expenditure, and consequence management will apply. I will look into that, Chairperson, immediately.
But you are in charge now, so you should actually agree that money should be taken from you.
Not so, Chairperson, primarily because as much as I understand that the matter is before the court of law and the legal advice, because I even checked with the legal services, and the issue was that because it is before the court of law, the status quo remains. That was the legal services.
Status quo is not, status quo can't be 2 people. Status quo is 1 person. And our issue with you is not about all this explanation. Our issue is that the municipal manager has authorized 2 salaries to go to 2 people instead of 1. You have authorized. You are the municipal manager. You are the accounting officer.
Correct. I should have stopped it when I joined the municipality, and I will look at that, Chairperson. I should have stopped it when I joined the municipality.
Okay.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
have 1, 2, 3. Sure.
Thanks, Chair. I want to go back to the mayor. Mayor, I want you to be honest with us, because we are not playing here. And I see you've been playful since from the beginning when you started. You know, when somebody is not serious about matters, the body language can tell you a lot. I want to ask you, when you were elected as a mayor, how many councillors were there? And I want you to be honest, because now you are on the national TV, and you just told us that you don't know about the 30th. And now the reports that we are getting from the communities, because we are live here, they tell us that we must ask you, when you were elected, how many councillors were in council? Then after you tell me that, meaning that it was not gazetted because they wanted to be the mayor. So you just explain to us, then we'll get to the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Pass it on.
Thank you, Chair. There is a question the mayor did not respond about this functional governance that he was talking about. And I referred to the horror stories that were given by the CFO. Number 2, can we get this legal advice, very dubious legal advice? I'm interested in getting it, the paper on where this one is written. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Chair. Honorable Mayor, regarding the legal advice, have you checked the political and legal implications of actually having 30 councillors in council while taking decisions as council with the wrong number of councillors? Well, did that also form part of your legal advice that you required? Because really, I'm very much concerned, we are very much concerned as this committee, the legal implications and complications of actually having 30 councillors instead of 20 councillors when taking resolutions of council. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, the legal advice that the municipality is referring to should be within the law. And then we seems to be confused because there's a gazette that shows that in this particular municipality, based on the IEC, you are expected to have 29 councillors. And then your legal advice comes and say, retain the status quo, and the status quo says you must have 30 councillors instead of 29. That on its own, it then makes us to question the credibility of your advisors who advised you legally. And secondly, the is saying there will be consequence management. I like that. But how are you going to discipline the people who are part of the process that you are part of? As the accounting officer, you are the last person who's ensuring that everyone is getting salary in that municipality. So which means that if there's a consequence management that must apply, you are also part of that consequence management. And thirdly, as an accounting officer, you have a legal responsibility to advise the council when they are taking the wrong decision. So in this matter, what was your advice as the accounting officer, knowing that you are paying 30 instead of 29 councillors? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. My previous questions were not answered. I hope this time they're going to be answered. I hear the Speaker and the Deputy Mayor in regards to the incidents, but it's not clear, Deputy Mayor, because I asked you specifics. I said they are saying you were involved in more than one accident. And then you are responding to say they are exaggerating and it's only a scratch. Please cover the two of the main issue that I raised. If it's one, it's a scratch, so it can be clear. And coming to the Speaker as well, the Speaker, as much as we are saying that you have asked the driver, because you are not a driver, but at the end of the day, the money that was used to buy the car was the car for the Speaker, not for the driver. And as a leader, we have a responsibility to ensure that we are protecting the taxpayers' money of Amajuba district. So therefore, even if your driver is sleeping on the duty, you as a leader of the society, you have a responsibility to ensure that the people of Majuba are protected, because you are the last person to protect them in your capacity. Coming back to the issue, I think my colleague have covered very well, and I'm sure you are aware in terms of the law as an accounting officer, that you can be taken to task. So therefore, when you respond earlier on regards to the motion, and you said the MEC advised that this matter, because it's in court, Chair, the matter is in court because those councillors who want to put a motion, who want the Speaker to call a special council meeting, they were frustrated. They decided to take the matter to court. But if you in this parliament, we are saying that you are prepared as a Speaker to agree into the motion that they want a special council for, I'm surely, Chair, they are going to withdraw that matter in court. So they are looking for other avenues to address this issue, because according to the law, those councillors, exactly if they are more than half of it, in terms of the act, they are allowed to say to the speaker, call a special council. So therefore, Chair, we need to understand why you refuse as a speaker to call a special council for those councillors who even went to petition the municipality. Hence,
Okay.
this thing of 30 councillors instead of 29 councillors, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
All right, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on two issues which related to absenteeism. Your response, on the one matter, you are saying with regards to Sipo Hatebe, not present, you docked their pay, at some point they presented a note. And that's not how the process goes. And I think maybe you need to give us more details when it comes to that. Because if someone is absent for a longer and extended period without reporting, they are rendered to have absconded. You follow a process where you then serve notices and you would find out if they are in hospital and unconscious, thus unable to report that they are sick. But they can't be off for a month or more and come back sometime later and say, here is a sick note. And I think maybe you need to just give us details of clarity on so that we can be clear. But also on the second issue relating to Vuyiswa Sithebe, the allegation is that this is a revenue manager who was absent during a period of audit, and that period would have been some months back. The response cannot say that the matter is sitting with legal who reports to you months later. You must be able to say the employee was suspended and the investigation or the appointed officials are serving here the papers and so on. But the response to say it's sitting with legal reports to you and you are here is not acceptable. Thank you.
Okay. You also want?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I asked earlier, and I don't think this was answered. There's a mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets. 54.6% of service delivery targets, yet 95.8% of the budget has been spent. Kwenzakalani lapho? Sicela ukwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani lapho.
Okay. Thank you. When you respond, you must also deal with this issue of 1 meter reader. One meter reader for the whole district. Sounds like you are shortchanging yourself because it means you are not able to read all the meters at the same time. You might also be estimating and you might be overcharging people. You might be undercutting the municipality. So there's something big. If that's your source of revenue, I don't know how much you get from it to not be able to afford more people to do the meter reading. Can we just get your responses on these issues and then we try and close? On your side, Mayor, I think we need to open up now. Konintola. Yinle. What is this thing? What's happening here? The matter in court is the matter of two councillors fighting to be in court, to be in a council, both of them, or is a matter in court about councillors who want to have a motion in there. And the issue for me is if you got two councillors that are contesting one position, it's not the legal team, it's not the municipal manager, it's the IEC who will tell you who is on the next one. But if the MM knows that the one has been removed, or the one has been is not part of, is not supposed to be part of the council, you can't then be sitting here and saying, well, if the IFP can have 4 members complaining that they should have been in and they come in, you can't pay 4 of them. If the ANC brings 7 and say we also want to be in or should have been part of it, you can't pay 7 from the ANC and say the matter is it's advice from legal. So there's something here. Asqale ngawo mayor uthi kwenzekani. Sizoya ku speaker just now.
Thank you very much once again, Kabazela. The matter in court is about councillors disputing the meeting that elected the mayor and the deputy mayor. That is what is in court. On the issue of councillors, as I've said earlier, Chair, that I'm only aware that we have 29 councillors who are paying 29 councillors I'm surprised if we are paying 30 councillors because when the resolutions, as a resolution comes from a local municipality to a district, we need to implement that resolution as a district. If the resolution says you are withdrawing so and so councillor and we are replacing him or her with so and so councillor. Remember, Chair, the councillors are gazetted. The 60% councillors are gazetted in a local municipality. The 40% councillors are gazetted in a district. So the councillor that was withdrawn from Newcastle and she was replaced with a councillor from Newcastle from the same political party. So we took that resolution, it was implemented. So I'm not sure why we are paying 30 councillors. I wasn't aware of that. I only know that we are paying 29 councillors. Thank you very much.
What action are you going to take next step?
Next step is to enforce the resolution that was taken by Newcastle. That the councillor that was brought by Newcastle is the rightful councillor that needs to be sitting in Amajuba. And we need to recoup that money that was paid to the other councillor illegally so.
And what do you say, what do you do to those who actually forced your council to pay so much money when it was unnecessary to pay two people?
So,
what do you do? Okay, you are going to enforce the withdrawal. Okay, we hear that. You are going to then make sure that the money is recouped. We hear that. What are you going to do to the people who caused it, who caused your municipality to pay?
It means we don't have a legal services in Amajuba. We need to
maybe
deal
we
with
don't.
that.
But what are we going to do? What is the mayor going to do to those who've caused the municipality to pay?
I will instruct the MM to act against those as an accounting officer. Thank you, Chair.
If Chair, the mayor saying he was not aware that they are paying 30 councillors, therefore there is no mayor there. Because the mayor is an executive authority. That's just what I wanted to stress for the ears of the mayor. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, our powerful Speaker.
KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. I'm surprised that if I'm here that we are paying 30 councillors because she came or she come to Speaker's office to claim SNT. I don't sign the SNT because as far as I know, she is not belonging to Amajuba now. She's belonged to Newcastle. And there was a resolution that came from local municipality. Then I act on that resolution. So it's news to me. And I asked in the council meeting, because it's making noise there. I said, we are still paying Hatebe. They say no.
Why did you ask?
I asked in the council chamber because
why did you ask? Ubabuzele.
Just because there were 30 instead of 29. And I asked because Council Hatebe always come to council meeting. Then it just make a noise and disturb the meetings. Then I asked, he said, no, we take everything, even the gadget, we take from her. So my question, how does he know there is a council meeting today?
So you have been misled?
Yes, it looked like.
What action are you going to take?
Ngiyacaca khabazela ukuthi kufanele umuntu kubonakala ukuthi wenze kanjani ngoba baqamba manga kade wayethe uzosebenza ngokweqiniso. Thank you Khabazela.
Yes, you see, unless we see your action, we're going to stop respecting you as the leaders of the council. That we actually will start thinking that this was your game. You were playing political numbers for some political reason. Now, the one member has asked you a question, what are the implications of taking resolutions of council with a supernumerary councillor in attendance? You may well find that everything can be nullified, but somebody can actually sue you for the decisions you would have taken. But more than that, we do not expect that you can be leaders of a municipality that undermines you, gives you false information, and does things that are completely contrary to the expectations of what the prescripts of running a local government should be. So to us, it's a very serious matter. And as mayor, you say you're going to instruct the MM. I'm not sure MM is alone the right person to instruct, because maybe she looks like she also needs to answer questions. But let's leave it at that for now. The MECs are not here, because this matter now has to go to the MECs, and they're going to have to report to us what they're doing about it. It's very unfortunate that both of them are not here. I know that MEC Buteles is gone to deal with Mbedle. I'm not sure about MEC Rogers, because both of them have to now be involved. In fact, the Premier will have to actually come in as well. So, finish off the question, so let's round this up. I'll give you 3 minutes.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the other question relates to the mismatch between what was spent and what was achieved. Chair, that relates to one key performance indicator in the financial year under review, where a service provider that we have already reported on that was appointed to install meters was terminated. At the time of termination, they had bought meters, I think it's about 6,000 meters that were already bought but not installed. So that indicator is the indicator that then made the AG to conclude that we have spent, but on the ground, there is no progress. It's because of those meters. And that is precisely based on the report, Chairperson, that I have reviewed from colleagues, that indicator there. And then, Chairperson, if I may, through you, I know you have closed this matter, but I just want to clarify one aspect of it. Chair, there's two issues here. There's a resolution from Newcastle. There is IEC. The mayor and the deputy and then the speaker are referring to the letter from Newcastle, which they are saying must come into effect. But the IEC records are not showing that, are still showing as a councillor to Amajuba, Councillor Hadebe. So I think as you are saying it must be referred back, I just wanted to clarify that there's two, there's a resolution, there's a councillor that is there by resolution and the councillor that is there by IEC. However, Chairperson...
You shouldn't try to dig further, because I think you are putting yourself into a bigger problem. Okay? Now, why would an MM want to do the most difficult and something that really is impossible? Instead of halting the process and say, guys, let's call IEC and ask them to clarify. We should pick up a phone call. If you phone the CEO of the IEC, it will take you 5 minutes to close the discussion. Then you want to go on for several months paying for a supernumerary councillor that has got no locus standi in council. And you still insist that it can't be used, going to have to be surcharged. Now, I don't believe we need your explanation, because the more you're trying to explain, the more you're putting us into a problem of having to confront your untenable explanation. So leave it. Let's get this matter to be investigated by the MECs, who must explain to us what action they're taking on you, who still insist now that you are right. And we're saying it can never be that a municipal manager can change the numbers of councillors that must be paid. It never happens anywhere. But your insistence is actually saying, no, you are right, you want to continue the 30. That's the problem with the way you are arguing now. Okay? So I'm saying leave it, because the more you argue, you are actually making this meeting getting derailed. We are still very doubtful about to what extent the mayor's instruction to the MM would be the appropriate thing. But nevertheless, let's get the last comment. Finish off. You were saying something. I interrupted you. Let's get all of those. You got 2 minutes. No, there was... You still have something to say? All right.
No, thanks, Chair and the committee. There is last question that was asked regarding the plan in place in ensuring that we improve the supply of water at Danhausa and the Emahlangeni. We have water that was supplied by Uthugela. Then there is an approved plan or approved the implementation of a project to upgrade Ingakane through in Newcastle. They are supplying us through Brakfontein as well as Emadlangeni. There is also a project that has been funded, planning by Ukokta through Miki, which is a Zaiwuk will be constructing a treatment plant and supply some areas of Emadlangeni. We've done the planning, we will be submitting for a RBIC project. Then lastly, we've done a material arts for, we have a plant that we operating at Danakol. We want to upgrade the raw water line from Chalford Dam to our plant. Currently, we're running with a 200 pipe diameter size. We want to upgrade it to 500. By doing so, it will increase the supply. Thanks.
Any other outstanding issues? Let's finish there. You done? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just wish to respond to the Honorable Mayor, the Honorable Member, who was asking how many incidents I know of accident. I know about 2, and I know they were reported. There were reports which were filed. Thank you very much.
Just deal with the issue of the matter in court and the outstanding request for a council meeting. Did you understand the question? Just repeat the question. No, don't elaborate, just be specific. I don't want you to get carried away.
Okay, Chair. No, they did understand because firstly MM responded and then I came back to say the reason why they took the matter to court is because the speaker didn't grant them the permission to put the motion. So how are they going to rectify that? Because they were frustrated, you frustrated them in terms of the law that it governs municipality, that you didn't want to put the motion to call a special council meeting.
Okay. Speaker, do you get the question?
Not clear, Kabazan.
You're not getting the question.
Yes, it's not
The
clear.
question is, councillors wanted a council meeting. The speaker has not granted that council meeting, and the matter therefore went to court to force the speaker to hold the council meeting. And we're trying to understand what is the basis for refusing the council meeting. Is that's a question that's being asked. Now, do we understand it differently?
Yes, Kabazala, I think you will correct me if I'm wrong. She asked, the councillor requested the council meeting, then I refused.
That's how I understand it?
Yes.
Are you saying that's correct
Yes.
or not correct?
I can't remember to refuse to call a meeting. No.
All right, so from where you sit, so what do you think is in court? What is the matter that's in court? Just explain that.
There are many things in court. There are so many things in court.
Ziyake lezo ezinye. Asikhulume ngale nje yomhlangano.
Ngezwa nje ngokuthi basayine emotion. Ukuthi lo motion kwangiyani azange ngazi. Kodwa iprocess ithi ababhalele mina bacela umhlangano. If I fail to call a meeting, they must write to MM to call a meeting. If they fail they must write a letter to MEC to ask someone to come to share the meeting, because both of us, we didn't call the meetings.
Bambek, awunikeza umeya. Mayor was good kunani lapha ecourt. Wayekela amanye amacala. There are too many cases in court. We're going to ask for a report on those. This one that relates to the councillors. What is this?
Thank you, Kabazela. I think I did answer in saying
Phinde.
the matter that is in court is disputing the meeting of May that elected the mayor and the deputy mayor. It is not.
These two mayors and deputy mayors.
Is
Okay, so who is disputing the meeting?
the disgruntled councillors.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's the matter that is in court.
Yes.
You are not aware of a matter in court that is trying to force the council, the speaker, to call a council meeting.
That one fell, Kabazela, because in order for the councillors to write a petition to the speaker to request a meeting, they need 50+1, which is 15 councillors in Majuba. They did not have that. They had 14 councillors, so that petition fell.
Oh, I see, but the one I've seen has got 15 councillors.
The quorum is 15 councillors.
No, the number of people who signed the motion were 15.
There were 14.
The one I've seen is 15. You haven't seen that one.
Well, we also argued that they forged a signature in that 15 because we know very well that the other councillor is incapacitated. She's been absent from work for 2 years. So that's it, Kawaza.
How do you know? Because there are 15 councillors, there are 29 councillors. How do you know that they couldn't get the one who's incapacitated is out of the story? But there are other 14 more who are available. Maybe 14 minus the 3 of you who won't sign, but the others could have signed.
But I know there were 14 signatures and we could not entertain that petition because it did not meet the quorum.
I see you again. Thank you very much. Let's close the matter. All right. Look, there are many issues here. And I think the starting point for us, the point which we want to table here, we view this matter very seriously, that you can have a council where the speaker, the mayor, the deputy mayor have different information to that is actually obtaining in the council as confirmed by the CFO and the MM, relating to the constitution of the council, because that is fundamentally flawed in terms of how the council should operate. We think it's a bad reflection on the council, it's bad reflection on the leadership, it's bad reflection on the administration. It needs to be acted upon, corrected, dealt with very quickly. In it is the issue of proper administrative processes. In it is the issue of wasteful expenditure. In it is a matter of what I could call insubordination. Because how do you have a councillor being paid when the speaker has been told that councillor is not being paid? How do you give a councillor being paid because someone in the legal department, against all prescripts, decided that that's how it's going to happen, but the leadership of the council doesn't know? So that's a big problem. So let's leave that as one issue, and it's a pity the MECs aren't here, but that matter needs to be dealt with. And I hope that the members of the provincial legislature will also pursue that fairly rigorously. The second issue that for us is a matter of concern, and I still haven't quite heard much on the diesel investigation, the fleet investigation. I didn't quite hear what's happening. So we're going to deal with the issue differently now. So I'm going to request that we have a list of all the forensic investigations that have been performed which will then include the issue of diesel fraud and the fleet investigation. Then on those, we would like you to give us specifics, the details and the report, which will have to come to us. Add on to that a report on the reservoir. I've had members raising a question of councillors involved. I think that was the allegation, Honorable Labuskachni. Your question was councillors involved in the reservoir. Okay. Whatever the situation is, we want to know something that must explain that, including if the involvement of councillors. Then the next issue that we'd like to get is the report on the bodyguards for councillors. The question was raised, the answer came. I don't want us to get into the debate, I just want us to get the report. How many, which ones, what's the cost, what's the reason, and all of that. So we need that report. Then there were other reports that were the issues that were raised. I think we need an information about the gun that was lost. We need that report. We also need the report on the car accidents. From my hearing, sounded like there are 2 car accidents. Let's get the report so that we don't start asking more questions. Let's just understand what is happening there. And then the other issue that we would like to, the issue of revenue and 1 meter reader, we just don't understand that. I think you need to address us as to how this is operating. So if you can just explain that, because from where we sit, there's something seriously a problem here, especially part of the question that has been raised has to do with the revenue. And if you have to deal with revenue, there certainly have to be a respectable structure of how you raise your revenue. Then we need you to give us a strategy for water provision in the district. There's a big problem, and we're looking for that right across, and we want to know how are you dealing with the issue of water in the district. We know there are lots of challenges, but we need to know what's your strategy and where we can assist you. Then I want you to also focus on the submission of an audit action plan, post-audit action plan that must address the inefficient management of information technology consultants. It's in the AG's report. The issue of inefficient use of financial consultants, that is another challenge. There's an amount there. So it's a repeat qualification. So we need you to submit a strategy of replacement of consultants. Then you also need to address the issue of material water losses, the issue of mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets achieved, the non-investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We need that plan, but it must also indicate to us that all the structures, disciplinary committee, disciplinary board, MPEC and everything, are they working and so on? Are they reporting? And there's proper capacity for them to be able to deal with that. And then non-implementation of special investigation unit recommendations. By the time we go to the next audit cycle, all of this should be now history. Low budget for infrastructure and maintenance that needs to be rectified. So your post-audit action plan must cover all of those issues. So with that, we hope you get the report in 3 months, and please share it with the MECs, and then it will come to us. At a certain point, we hope that this will be tabled in the provincial legislature. They'll discuss on it, because the issue for us is around accountability. It's about consequence management, and that's why you've got the 3 committees here, the SCOPA, the committee or standing committee on the Auditor General, and the COCTA Portfolio Committee. That's why we would like one line of accountability, and one set of issues, one set of timelines. Thank you very much. You will be excused at this point. Thank you. May we invite Newcastle local municipality. Newcastle, are you here? Please rise. Let's see if you are here. Oh, no, we're going to get the MEC to investigate that. Yeah. On your way out, I just mentioned that I forgot to indicate the issue of the motion will be referred to the MECs. We will obviously add the matters in court as well to get a report about that, but we will send it through. Welcome. Good morning, Newcastle. At least you tried to get better appearance. I'm not sure whether you reshuffled your delegation at the back of the hall, but at least your two ladies are making the delegation look a little respectable than what we have been complaining about. So we welcome the team. You are appearing in front of 3 portfolio committees of Parliament, a committee on COCTA, on the Auditor General, and on SCOPA. We're following up on the Auditor General's report. So we're going to request you to just take us through briefly on your municipalities and try and respond as much as possible to those issues. But primarily, we are also interested in the issues of service delivery. And out of that, we're going to be engaging you on issues that are in the report of the AG and those which are outside the Auditor General's report as raised in our constituencies or as raised in the media or as raised in whatever public platforms. We will then be raising those issues. At the end, we're trying to effect a turnaround of municipalities because we want all municipalities to be as effective in service delivery. So you have members here of the various committees and National Assembly. You've also got members from the Provincial Assembly as well. In absentia, you've got 2 MECs who are supposed to be in attendance and they can come in anytime. I've got an apology from one. And the Premier is also supposed to be in attendance, but also sent an apology because of additional matters of state. The Speaker is also supposed to join us at some point. It may happen in the afternoon. And so we've got national and provincial spheres of legislature present, and on the accountability line, it starts with the Premier, MECs, departments, and it goes to the municipalities, which is why you are here. At the back, we've got COCTA, we've got the Auditor General's office as well. So we're going to offer you the opportunity to introduce your team and also give us an outline of your municipality. 15 minutes, and after that we'll go into questions and answers. We want to request you to try and focus on answers and not go in an elaborate way. I know we from the political side do want to have a context and a preamble and additional information for clarification, but we would like to just try and focus on the questions that we are asking. Thank you very much. Please, you're on the floor.
Thanks, Kabazela. Humble greetings to your good selves, to your good self members of the committee, MPs and MPLs. Bantwana basendlungu labakhona phakathi kwethu, the one that I'm familiar, umntwana uZuzifa kaMangosuthu. Please receive my humble greetings. I'm with the Honorable Speaker on my left, umntwana uThenga Mehlo, who is the Speaker. On my right is Baba Umcineka, who is our MM. On the left, on the right, next to Baba Umcineka is CFO Umama Ukbeka. And then on the right, Umama Ukim. Or the chief, the acting.
That again, if you can just redo just repeat the introduction. But I don't mind. You can actually give them the mic. Let them we also want to hear their voices. No problem.
No, I think there is something that skipped me. No, on my left, Speaker, to Newcastle, Mntwana Thenga Mehlo. On my right, Baba Umcineka, who is our MM. Next to Baba Umcineka is Mrs. Kubega, or CFO. Ngale kwakhe Mama Ukim, who is our risk officer and also the acting director in the office of the MM. Mina nguxola noWadube, who is the mayor in Newcastle. I do have copies because we did share the report with the honorable members, but I do have copies of the summary.
Do you have that in electronic form?
We can.
In a digital form?
We can.
You do? Yeah, we prefer that. Got amount of copies out 2 or 3 ungawatch here nje. Kodwa sicela nisinikeze digital copy.
We will do that.
Somebody here would be able to receive and distribute to us.
Thanks, we will do that.
Cha wabeke lapha ya kuleya nsizwa bazosilungisela oyidingayo ngabe. But send us the digital copy. Please proceed.
No, thanks. Well, as we have been guided by Ukabazela to stick strictly on the matters that were raised and for discussion. Well, on the report, there is an information just to give a background of where we are coming from, and so that when we engage on what we are doing currently, we'll be in a position to see what is it, or where do we come from. We will start then with matters of discussion from 3.1. We are a council of 67 members, 34 ward councillors, 5 standing committees, section 80 committees, section 79 committees, we have 4. There's 1 executive and 1 council. Ward committee members, we have 340, hence we have 34 wards. On the administration, total number of employees in our municipalities, 1,321, senior managers 6, 4 females, 4 males, 2 females, middle management 15, 10 males, 5 females, junior management 51, 30 males and 21 females. The office of the MM, there is 78 employees, budget and treasurer office 136, corporate services 134, community services 602, development planning and human settlement 59, technical services 312. That gives us the amount of 1,321.
Kancane nje ngokuncede weMayor. Let me just assist you. There are certain basic things which you don't need to bother reading word for word. You can just go for specific issues which you want to highlight, so that when you run out of time, you haven't wasted reading stuff that we can actually pick up as we can follow the report. We do have 1 report that came earlier, so try and just focus on the key issues that you want us to focus on.
On the financial management, we
have obtained an unqualified report with 46 findings. There are no material irregularities. We have adopted a funded budget in 2024-2025. Salary bill, we are standing at 28% from 26% 2024. Debt owed to the ESCOM, we are owing ESCOM 662,250,000 and Utugela Water 314,608,000. We are standing at 80% collection revenue. Money that is owed by councillors to the municipality and also the municipal employees. Councillors is 152,000, employees is 1,179,000. Government departments is 19 million, and the consumers and other the businesses is 2,373,000,000. Material irregularities, we don't have any. Unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are sitting at 676 million. We have written off 274 million. Consequence management, we have 19 members that were dismissed, 5 final warnings, 22 written warnings, 3 suspension and verbal warnings, 15. Our billing system, total number of households we are billing is 50,242, but only 36% of those we can be in a position to collect revenue, and we are only supplying electricity to 18%, to 36% of those, since we can then collect from them. 36,000 of the households are then supplied by ESCOM. Implementation of financial recovery plan, revenue enhancement in terms of implementing data cleansing and water, electricity losses, and disposal of core services are implemented as a way of improving the financial situation of the municipality. The process of Section 78 assessment in terms of transferring electricity reticulation to the municipalities underway so that it can assist us to collect more from the 36,000 that is not currently paying us. On local economic development, we are leasing land that is service to small and big businesses. We are ensuring compliance to informal traders. The municipality director was developed to showcase Newcastle as an investor destination. Our LED is functional, hosting quarterly local business forums. We are rates rebates for businesses and commercial developments that will be investing in Newcastle is there. We are strengthening our relations with the foreign direct investment and organizations, in particular the clothing and textile. We are partnering with the digital media company to promote Newcastle as an investor destination through the press releases that may include development plans and projects of the municipality. Heritage and tourism, in Newcastle is a logistic corridor of tourism. We have constructed the amphitheater. The Old Monte Vista Casino is still in progress. The project is underway. We are reviewing our tourism strategy. We are going to establish the local tourism forum. We are still dealing with the terms of reference. We are also dealing with the airport so that it can make it an easy way. We can make it easy for the commercial flights to assist and boost our economy. The bulk infrastructure, the aging and dilapidated infrastructure in existence beyond its design capacity, the establishment of illegal communities, hence illegal connections and subsequent water losses, forensic investigation into water, electricity, service delivery provision. We are approximately 1,855 square kilometers of the area that we are supplying water to. And we are drawing that water from Chingwayo, Buffalo River, and Ingagane. Then we are supplying the areas like Charlestown, the deep rural areas with boreholes, with solar boreholes, and at times with water tankers. The projects that are there, 3.41 water provision. We have a project that has been completed, sanitation project that covered 5 wards. We have created 64 jobs, and there is a sanitation project that is still awaiting the WULA, which will be in Ward 25. The sanitation project, which is in Ward 31, it is also complete. The Blobosh water project, the project is, there is 47 jobs that has been created there. The project is still in progress. Pipe replacement water project, the project was finished in 16 April 2021. It covered 3 wards, 59 jobs were created. Failure and bulk sanitation water, the project is still going to start as it is still awaiting WULA. Electrification, there is a project that is 12%, the Ikwaran project, that is aimed at giving more power supply to the area, in particular the area that we have service, that we are going to be giving to business people. And there is also Capricorn, the project is 60%, and there is values attached. Roads and stormwater. Our road network, the gravel is 577 kilometers. No, the gravel is 521 kilometers, and the tarred road is approximately 577. Our stormwater network, approximately 52% of the area is piped stormwater, and there is 48% of the area that has no stormwater reticulation. Waste management, we are operating at the landfill site that was commissioned in 1971. Hence, we are experiencing some current legislative challenges. We have identified well the area where we are going to be moving our landfill site to, and the expected or estimated operational budget is at 20 million. Human settlements, we do have projects. There is project that is going to cover at least 1,205 units that is implemented by UMPEME. It will be Node 25, and in Node 19 there is 923 units. The implementing agent is Stedin Development. There is one in Node 1, 1,200 units, and there is one in Node 30, 100 units, and there is a rectification project in Node 23. There are houses that were damaged by a storm, and some are still having the asbestos, 700 units, and also in Node 20, 33 units. In Node 13, 17, 30, 10, and 8, there's 44 units. And there is a project, SIU projects, by UMTECO, 2,518 units, 8,985 units by UMTECO. Also, again, that will cover Ward 15, 16, 18, and 12. The one that I spoke about earlier will cover 15, 16, and 18. There are human settlement projects that are under planning phase. The SIU projects in Node 31, 3,500 units. And the one in Node 21, 900 units. The one in Node 16, there is 1,000 units. and the one in Boshuk Farm, Ward 21, 2,400 units. Landfill, Landville Housing Projects and Development in Ward 25, 77 units. Agriville, there is 300, Agri-Village, there is 300 units in Ward 25. Nando Extension, Ward 5, there will be 500 units. Also in Ward 1, there is 675 units. And in Ward 1 again, there is 4,061 units. There are those that are still on the pipelines. In Ward 1, the number of units is 1,000. Again, in Ward 21, 3,500. In Ward 1, 3,300. In Ward 1, 1,500. In Ward 21, 200 units. In Ward 20, 100. And in rural areas, Ward 7, there is 2,500. Ward 9 and 7, 1,500. Well, I think I'll be repeating these ones.
Thank you very much.
We're coming to a conclusion. Kabazela, as a civil delivery protest, I think there is
Okay, you got 2 minutes. You
that
can
is
round up.
needed. But I know that it is there in the slide. We have heard about 15 and we have dealt with them accordingly. We responded to them, and some we are still engaging with them, in particular the rates payers.
Once you start looking around, that means you need time, so we will proceed.
No,
Thank you very
it's
much.
fine, Kabazela.
That's
You
fine.
can
Thank you very
proceed.
much. Let's allow the members to raise the questions. Thank you. All right. We'll start here. Damasa, we'll go that way. Thank you. Kalagup. You leave the best for the last. Sorry? Are you having a problem?
Thank you. Newcastle. There is a very big challenge which I needed answered perhaps by the municipal manager. There is a mismatch between qualifications and what the people are supposedly doing. I will give you 2 examples. 3. Director SCM, those are just examples. Manager in the mayor's office, director communications, director research, and whatever. Can you explain the qualifications of an individual and the title that the individual has? Then the last one is in relation to the municipal manager. A person who has 43 years of experience in the municipal environment, how old is that person? Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. You jumped me.
I didn't jump, your hand was not up.
No, he likes to be first.
No, your hand was not up, but proceed.
Chair.
Yeah. No, I didn't see your hand. No. Okay, that's fine, proceed.
Thanks,
I'll just say I didn't jump you, but that's fine, proceed.
No problem, Chair. Welcome to the officials of Newcastle. I won't be long. It's not going to hurt. I've got a couple of issues. The one goes about the underspending of a conditional grant, a housing grant budget in 2024-25, according to the audit report as per paragraph 3. The municipality underspent on all its housing grants by 65 million. Now I'm just thinking, how many people are there that wouldn't love to be in houses, and the municipality can afford to underspend by 65 million? Can we get an explanation, please? And then I'm also concerned about the municipality having going concern uncertainty. In the 2024-25 audit report, the municipality's current liabilities exceeded its assets by almost 500 million rand and a net deficit of 361.5 million. The municipality's ability to continue as a going concern was subsequently brought into doubt. Can we get some clarity on that? And I'm going to have one last final one. The non-establishment of the Municipal Financial Disciplinary Board. In 2023-24, you failed to establish that board. I just would like to know if that board is now established and if it's up and running. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Newcastle. Just quickly, are any councillors or officials owing the municipality in rates and taxes for more than 90 days? And what are you doing about it? Then what is your percentage of your budget that you spend on salaries? The percentage? And then any performance bonuses paid out in the last, say, 5 years to your Section 56 managers, 57 managers, and your MM? Those are just the sort of the three blanket questions. Then there was a motion by a DA councillor regarding some urban and some building regulations and some sewage that was discharged into stormwater to get an investigation, and that investigation has since ensued, and that has since happened. It was shown that obviously there was a lot of irregularities with building, that there's illegal electricity connections, that you are dumping sewage, or not you, the building person is dumping sewage into the stormwater. That goes to the Amcor Dam. We know, you know all about it. I don't have to explain it to you. I need you to explain to me how many officials has been suspended, how many officials are investigated, and the like. Thank you, Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. In the Auditor General report of 23-24, says that you only spend 1.2% of your capital budget on infrastructure maintenance and repairs. I would like, on the 23, yeah, I would like to know, has it increased? What is it now, and why is it so low? Then also in the 23-24 report, it says that you didn't have any financially disciplinary board. What is the situation now? Do you have one? And then with regards to irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was certified in the municipality's 2024-25 audit report that the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was certified as unrecoverable, but there was no investigation done to prove that it's not recoverable. Can you give us the reasons for that and why that decision was taken? And then the last thing is media reports and public feedback indicates that Newcastle area and the bigger district has been a hotbed of political contestation lately. The speaker of the district was murdered earlier this year, and now recently there was a shooting incident where 2 senior executives and the bodyguard was involved. We all know that a stable, professional and disciplined administration is essential to ensure reliable and uninterrupted services. My question is, what is the council, as the political leaders, doing to prioritize the safety, professionalism and ethical conduct of all the officials to focus on service delivery, given the circumstances of Newcastle and the district? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to the leadership of the municipality of Newcastle. Let me pose this question to the MM. I've got a few questions and the one for the speaker. The law of the municipality says somebody who's acting, he must act for how long? If he's acting director or if acting manager, it must be for how long? Because to my knowledge, I know it's 3 months to act. But there is this Kim who have exceeded more than 3 years acting in his position. So can you explain to us, what is it so difficult to remove her or him? Her is. And what is the council doing about this? Second question will be to the Director of Supply Chain. He was previously dismissed at Majula District Municipality. And then the other issue is that he was also working at the ESCOM, where there was a case there. So, and then they won the case against him. So I want to understand that when you employ it, did you do the vetting? Did you follow the processes correctly? Because if you employ somebody with that caliber history in the supply chain.
Please round up.
Okay. Did you do it? The lastly, Chair, is the issue that,
Your time is done, actually.
okay,
You can
is
come
the
back.
issue about the MEC, about the security.
No, it's fine. You'll
So,
come back. You'll come
I want
back.
to know about that issue
Yeah.
because it's also
It's all right.
affecting
You'll
that
come back.
municipality. Okay.
All right. Next.
I'm going to pass, Chair. I'm
That's
covered.
fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and good day to the Newcastle leadership. My question is, you've got almost 1.2 million rand owed to the municipality from municipal employees, by municipal employees. You've got a payment arrangement in place. Are they paying interest on the amounts that they are owing? And then to government departments, 19.7 million rands. Have you tried to offer some discounts to these government departments? Please just give us some information regarding that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, according to Auditor General, there is a high water losses, which is estimated at 37% in Newcastle municipality. My question will be, what are the systems at hand to cap these water losses? That will be the first one. Then the second one, we believe there is a legal section in the municipality, but the municipality continues to use the legal firms. Can we please be clarified the reason why they still continue in paying the legal firms? Then the last one, Chair, in the year 2022, if I'm not mistaken, for Salka Games, they used 2 million, then they exceeded, and 700,000 was added to that amount. Can they share with us how much did they use last year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Could you please focus on the questions? I'll give you 15 minutes to respond. I'll try and deal with all the questions.
No, thanks, Kabazil. I will then request that MM will cover the part that is relevant to him and also the CFO, then the speaker and myself will then come back. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We bring our greetings from Newcastle to your good self and all the members of the Joint Committee of Parliament. The first question by Honourable MP Ndamase on the mismatch in terms of qualification and the position that employees are holding. Honourable Chair, through you, if you go to Section 20 of the Employment Equity Act, subsection 6 of that Act, it provides for the appointment of employees on the following: that you can appoint a person only on the basis of his or her experience, or on the basis of his or her qualification, or on the basis of him or her obtaining or having a potential within a reasonable period of time to acquire the necessary qualifications. And lastly, on the combination of all of the above. To the said employees, taking into account their experience, work experience, coupled with qualifications, they were appointed on those bases. Also, as a result, that if you go to the, in terms of our job description, it does provide for minimum requirements and prescribed requirements, preferred requirements. The said employees do meet the essential requirement, which hence they were appointed. I think there was a question about the 43 years of work experience. I think that maybe is relating to myself. It is indeed correct, Honorable Chair. I've seen some Christmas days, although I still need to see more. I started working in the disestablished KwaZulu government in 1983, and I've been in government since then to date. On the issue by the Honorable MP, I did not get the surname regarding the underspending on the housing units. Firstly, I must clarify that the housing function is a concurrent competence of both national and provincial government. We as municipalities, we are appointed as developers, hence, and therefore that means then the funding is not with us. We get funding from National Department of Human Settlement through our provincial office. With regard to this specific grant, we were given a grant funding for multi-year implementation of the project in 1 year. But what has attributed to the underspending is the fact that there was a challenge with the provision. The funding given was for the bulk infrastructure. The problem is then the underfunding or funding that gave us challenges was one for the internal services. Hence, we could therefore not use the grant for bulk infrastructure because it's got its own terms and conditions to implement the internal services. Going concern uncertainty, current liability exceeding current assets being exceeded by current liabilities. Honorable Speaker, Chair, through yourself, you will see in the report where we have summarized this, where is this all coming from? This municipality has experienced financial distress since 2016-2017 to date. Yet the challenges of providing services are increasing by the day. More so also with the huge number or percentage of in-migration of rural communities to Newcastle with the hope maybe of securing better job opportunities. So as a result, we find ourselves in this quagmire where it is not possible to raise enough funding. I think Honorable Mayor, while he was making his presentation, did allude to the point or to the fact that as a result of ESCOM providing electricity in the majority of these households, which is 36,876, out of which we only get about 5,700 that are honoring their obligations. It leaves us with this challenge, bearing in mind that electricity, water, and sanitation and waste collection are the major trading services that fund the budget of the municipality in accordance with Section 229 of the Constitution, with its subordinate laws in the Systems Act, Municipal Systems Act, and Municipal Finance Management Act. Also the loans, we do point out to the situation where between 2011, 2012 and 2014, 2015, for some reasons, we did secure loans, long-term loans, which I think against the advice of National Treasury. And those loans, you'll see in the report that those loans, we are still servicing them. The last date to redeem those loans, if we stick to the payment arrangement, is the 31st of December 2030. That means while the demand or the challenges for service delivery is increasing, we still have these long-term loans that we have to service. That therefore makes our cash flow to be very, very problematic. Hence, the municipality is being financially distressed. And of course, there is a question about the going concern status of the municipality. It is also embedded in this kind of a situation. Honorable Member, through Chair, the Financial Disciplinary Board was established even before the period that is reported by the Office of the Auditor General. The only thing that happened is that one of the members, who happened to be the managing director of Utugela Water at the time, resigned, and we were left with a gap. So the process of recruiting members, we were advertising and we were not getting suitable candidates. Eventually, we approached the provincial treasury, who assisted us by pointing to us to certain people that we could approach that would assist us. Hence, in June 2024, we appointed the new Financial Disciplinary Board, which is functional, being headed by Advocate Zigalala, whom I know is known in the legal fraternity. In terms of the councillors and officials, if they are paying, yes, there are arrangements. Why, especially with regard to the officials, why do we have the officials owing the municipality? When they were applying to the municipality, they gave us specific addresses. But in those addresses, we experienced this challenge where there were no payment for services. When we traced that, we found that some of them are denying that they are living in those, others have since moved to other residences. But because they had not changed those details in our records, we have to hold them liable. There are arrangements every month. We are deducting from both councillors as well as the officials. Yes, it's correct. Some of them do owe more than 90 days, but those properties do not necessarily belong to them, but they reside in those processes. That's why we got them held up. I remember you asked about the forensic audit with regard to a specific case. As one was preparing the report, hence we had to do the summarized report, because while I was editing the report, I was sitting in the council meeting, assisting the Honorable Speaker to run the meeting, at the same time auditing the report that because the due date had come. One of the reports that I tabled at that meeting was the forensic audit outcome and its recommendations, which we are currently implementing. The staff members that were identified there, in my view, are not enough. There are about 3 staff members who were identified in that report, but we kept them away from the eyes of the public because those are employees that belong to, those are below Section 56 managers. So, but already this past Monday, I had already instructed our head of labor relations to appoint the internal investigator, who would use, of course, the very same report, but we need even to identify those that do not appear in the report, Honorable Chair, because those that do not appear in the report would be in another department or departments, because those that were identified are from one department. I must also add that we are going to court with that matter to seek a court order for us to access the properties of that particular business person, because even the quality and the standard of those structures are in direct contravention with the building standards and building regulations. So we need to obtain a court order that will do that. Also, my acting director in the office of the MM, who is also our chief risk officer, I've tasked her at the same meeting on Monday to ensure that we appoint an independent auditor or firm of auditors who are going to quantify the losses that we have experienced as a result of this misdemeanor that the honorable or the respected business person has committed. So that is ongoing. We are proceeding with it, but I must also add, Chair, through you, we are not confining our investigation only to this service provider, to this business person, because if you gauge by the report of the Auditor General, the amount of water losses and electricity losses cannot only be attributed to the misdemeanors of this one individual. So that process is already on the way. We have already, on a desktop analysis, we've already identified other business people and individual households that could fall victim of this investigation that we are doing. In terms of the...
Are you rounding up there?
Yes, Chair. In terms of the budget maintenance, yes, I remember, the budget has been increased. We are sitting at 4.5% now. We wish we would have been at 10% had it not been of the low debt collection that we are experiencing. I've answered the one on the Financial Disciplinary Board in terms of the matters. I would maybe leave that one for the Honorable Mayor to speak on that one, including professional and ethical conduct, because I also happen to be an official. Maybe he's the best person to comment on that. In terms of the acting appointment, how long it is. In terms of the collective agreement, it is 6 months, which the municipal manager may extend. It is correct that the appointment of Mrs. Kim Penskos has exceeded the expected time frame. What we have done, then we have applied through the bargaining council to condone that, because the process of...
I give you 2 minutes to...
Okay, sir. The process of filling that vacancies has been protracted by certain instances, including the budget issue itself. On the issue of the director SCM, I think I've already also alluded to that, but you raised something, I remember, about his experience in other institutions, which he did not disclose that he was ever been dismissed. We will follow up on that one, because we've gone back to the service provider that we had asked to do the vetting, to give us another vetting that would come sooner, one would want to believe. I think I'll leave the rest for the CFO. Now that if that is allowed.
The 2 minutes was for whoever
Both
was
of us.
left. Yes,
over.
Performance bonus.
I think we have drawn.
In terms of the performance bonuses, we have not been paid. We have not been paid performance bonuses, but it's the upper limits that have been approved by the Honourable Minister for DCOC.
I should hold it at that. I'll get, if the members think there's something that's not responded, let's try and be focused. I'm not giving you, just note those that have not been answered. Let me give this team this side, and we'll come back. What's not been answered, just note it, so we'll come back afterwards. Let's get the members this side. We just start here and move on.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Sanbonan Newcastle. Nyonkahlela. All right, the first question I want to understand, Mayor, when you were introducing your team, we didn't introduce the deputy mayor. Where's the deputy mayor of the municipality? And then the second question, what is the cost of the security for all senior leadership, senior officials, yourself, mayor, and the speaker? How much is that? Mayor, who is owning the plant hire Newcastle? Is it possible that someone from the municipality, whether a politician or an official, is doing the job with the municipality? Abantu bayakhala ke bathi ispillage si all over akuhambeki edolobheni nasemakhaya. Can you also cover that one? The last one. Kuthiwa kwakune allegation ukuthi ama-Salga games were escalated. So have you attended to that? The chief whip was processed on the 24th of January 2026. Did you follow the proper procedures in terms of appointing the chief whip of the council? Please take us through on the ESCOM debt, why is escalating? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the leadership of the municipalities. I only have 2 questions. Salga is one of our entities as local government and is responsible for providing support to municipalities. However, in your municipality, there's a concern with regard to the allegation of spending almost 700,000 on Salga games. If indeed this is true, was that expenditure budgeted for, and did you follow the proper supply chain processes? And secondly, there's also a concern with regard to high water loss, which then affects your finances, because if you lose water, it simply means that you'll have to cover those costs as municipalities. So is there any effective water loss management plan and infrastructure management plan in place in your municipalities? Thank you.
Chair. I would like to raise at least 1 or 2. There's an issue here, a comment from the AG that yes, you are getting an unqualified audit opinion, but it is after AG has allowed you to correct the material misstatements on the financials. So that then indicates that the initial submission at the end of August is a poor set of financials that are sent to AG. So I want to check, do you review the financials, Do you send the financials to the audit committee to review them before you send them to AG? Because the quality of the financials that are sent to AG, from their comment, it looks like it's a very poor set. And they allow you to make those changes so that they don't qualify the financial statements. And also, how are you going to address this uncertainty that exists? Because you have a going concern issue as a municipality. What are the plans in place to change this situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
Thank you, Chair. And Bingelele, Buitimba, Lase Newcastle. Mhlawumbe Mayor lena bengizoyidirector kuwena. Ngicela ungicorrect ma ngirong. Ngibone i-article lana ongithunyelwe i-article ethi Umthandeni Miyende, Municipal Communications Officer and bodyguards, they were ambushed and shot in Newcastle in Kilbacan. The vehicle they were traveling in came under fire shortly after leaving the official's home. That's just one issue. There's many other issues, Mayor, where politicians lapana kushuta ama councillors awekho safe. Ngithi mhlawumbe Mayor awusikhanyisele kwenzakalani? Izoba slaughterhouse in Newcastle. Kwenze njani? Ilungiswa kanjani leyo nto? Do you have intervention from amaphoyisa mhlawumbe? Ithini into yalapho? That's one. And then again, Mayor, the residents have demanded action over Newcastle West service failures. The residents express growing frustration as the municipality fails to respond to a memorandum submitted to Mayor. I think the article was from the 4th of December 2025. Uma bantu bakho bekhala kangaka, the memorandum is on unfair billing and failing municipal services. That's water, that's sewerage, and whatever other services that umasipala supplies. Take us into confidence, Mayor. Kwenzakalani on that front. Ngiyabonga.
Chair, and greetings to the delegation. The first question relates to the Director SCM, AB Mdladla. According to slide 8, which you have provided to us, the incumbent to this position holds a national diploma, and there's no other qualification above that. I just want to understand what were the requirements for the advertising of that post? Because it would appear that other directors have got NQF level 8 and so forth. This one has got NQF level 6 and also does not have an MFMA certificate, which I see other directors possessing. The second one relates to the allegation that there was a 14 million spent on a 500-meter road worked on. If that rings a bell, I don't have specifics. The last question I want to go to is what my good honorable member touched a bit. The allegation, Mayor, is that you own a plant and trucks, and some of those trucks work with your municipality. I was told that there's a regraveling happening at Ward 12 as we speak, and your trucks are seen there. And allegedly, there's no process that is publicly, known to have been followed. So just take us through that project, that regraveling, including whether you have trucks or not, and if they are working there, and the status of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
No, thanks, Kawazal. Umuntu abulisa. No, one, I want to check. I did try to listen to get the explanation, but on the 65 million that was unspent on the housing project, I just could not make sense of the explanation that you provided. According to my understanding, you are supposed to be more of an implementing agent of that project, and the grant is given to you. Can you give us more
Your
explanation?
voice needs to be monitored.
Oh, no. So, so please, can you give us a proper explanation on that? That's one. Two, I think in relation to what my colleague have just asked, 2023, 2024, those were the last financial statements I could get from you. What kind of VIP toilets that you spent 28 million on? And the plant in hire, I see that you spent about 65 million on 2023, 2024. Is this the plant hire that is alleged to belong to the mayor? I think they've spoken about the issue of director supply chain. I want to check as well. I see your councillors in 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, they also owed the municipality. You had closing balance of councillors owed the municipality. Now I want to check to the CFO, are they not part of the huge impairment balance allowance that you were making to impair as at end year 2024? And lastly, the irregular expenditure. Lastly, the irregular expenditure, can you please just allude to us, how did it get written off without investigation? I see that HE raised it on 2024, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thanks. Greetings, Chair. Greetings to Newcastle leadership led by Nyamazan, Mayor Makeba. I'm covered on some questions. I have the first question is, what is the cash coverage ratio currently of the municipality? Number two, in terms of the question was asked, but I just want to add on it so it maybe expand on the percentage of maintenance budget for infrastructure which is, I think MM said it's around 4%, 6%. Yeah. Now, looking at the challenges raised in terms of the water leaks, also electricity, and also what was highlighted about the loans which are being saved, which obviously will put the municipality under strain. What is a plan in terms of trying to mitigate that situation? Because if it's left as it is, the problem will escalate. It's not going to get better. Being also, obviously, all of us exposed to the place, we know there may be challenges here and there in terms of maintenance, which might be related to that. So what is the plan to try and deal with that
Let's round up.
aspect? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, how many questions are outstanding this side? Okay, let's get yours.
Thank you, Chair. Both my questions were not responded to. One, I wanted the age of the municipal manager. Number two, the issue in relation to the mismatch I was talking about, when the MM started about Employment Equity Act, I got lost. Because there is nothing that has to do with the recruitment in the Employment Equity Act. Let's make two examples. The manager in the mayor's office is claimed to have senior certificate. Others are called grade 12, but this one is senior certificate. There is no other qualification. If you look at the manager, director research has postgraduate diploma in personnel management. There is no graduate, there is no junior degree. Because if you call postgraduate diploma, we know what it means. Can we be clarified exactly? What is the basis of recruiting people without qualifications in this municipality?
Thank you. Yes, Fraser.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on an annual racing event. The question is, where is it budgeted from? It comes from which budget? It happens annually. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please try and focus. Let's not expand too much. Let's focus on the specifics.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me ask with the start with the last question. The annual event of the racing event is funded from the mayor's budget as well as public participation. The issue of the horse racing, as we will all appreciate, it's become a kind of a new recreational event in the province. As we all know, Otandi July, or Durban July, and the rest. So that one fits in that as well. Honorable Ndamazo wishes to know my age. I was born on the 19th of 1963, so I'm 62 years old now. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, sorry. The kind of the mismatch, the very fact that the Employment Equity Act is named Employment Equity Act, it does provide for the employment of officials. I made reference to a specific clause in that act, which is section 20. I think the cash coverage, CFO will cover that one. In terms of MPL Mahlaba is asking, what plans are there to mitigate the challenges? You'll see when you get into this report, which I've already asked that to be emailed electronically, Honorable Chair. Slide 42 in this report speaks to that, and we must be grateful and thankful to National Treasury as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation. Through appointing a service provider to source funding for us, I'm privileged to say that we have received a budget of 6.8 billion from those two departments in terms of addressing the issue of the infrastructure, both water and sanitation. Over and above that, we've also received funding from DMRE in terms of the INEP, which we are also helping us to deal with the issue of electricity provision as well as upgrading our infrastructure in that area. I think the issue of maybe let me go back to where we have left off. The legal service, the question about the high water losses being 37%. It is correct. What are the plans that we've put into place? As recent as Friday, this past Friday, we have appointed a service provider through the National Treasury RT29 contract to assist us with provision of smart water meters and electricity smart meters. The reason why we had to go that route, because as a municipality, as I've already stated, we are challenged financially. We then had to piggyback on that process because the service provider we have appointed has agreed to outlay the financial capital upfront because we don't have the money ourselves to do that. We will cover that as we go. The issue of the legal services, why outsourcing the legal services? As we will all appreciate, not every lawyer can go and represent a matter at a high court. So some of these issues are so tricky and so complicated because even the instructing attorney, he doesn't go to court. It is the senior counsels, and we do not have someone currently with a senior counsel whom we can assign that function due to budgetary constraints. The issue of the 700 additional budget in terms of the Salga Games of 2022, what gave rise to this, honorable members, in the last moment, because this project is funded by Salga and DSEC, which is Department of Arts, Sports and Culture. In the last moment, the department pulled out. And then the project, I think it was on the 5th of December when they pulled out, and the games had to start on the 8th. So we were asked by Salga, as Newcastle municipality, to kind of co-fund the project. Yes, it's correct, the additional funding was not budgeted for, but it went through the SCM processes. We did also go to council to report this. However, I must say, Honorable Chair, that the investigation by DPCI is still pending on this matter, even by the Provincial Department of Cocta. We're still awaiting the report in terms of what their findings. I have appeared before them. This matter has also been attended to by the Financial Disciplinary Board. We're waiting for the outcomes in all those three structures, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, just say that again. What are you waiting for? What is this issue?
We are waiting for the outcomes of the investigation by the DPCI, which is DCPI, which is the Hawks, because the matter was escalated to the Hawks.
On the issue?
On the issue of the 2022 Salga Games, Honorable Chair.
Salga Games.
Salga
Okay.
Games.
All right. Proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. I think the one on the Deputy Mayor, the Honorable Mayor, I think that it was clear that the question is directed. I'll ask the Honorable Mayor to deal with all of those questions there under. I think I've dealt with the issues of the water losses. Okay, the question of the AG unqualifying the municipality after they have gone through the AFS. I think also what needs to be appreciated, Chair, is that as Newcastle, we have not outsourced that function. We are doing it in-house. It is correct that we do have the internal audit unit headed by Director Nkosi, who do assess our IFS. We don't even deal with them at the end. Even in the media, we do have what we call interim AFS. They are being audited. They are presented to the audit committee, Chairperson.
You're missing the point, ne? You're missing the point.
No.
No, you are missing the point, I'm telling you. you are missing the point. The issue is to get an unqualified opinion is good, but what we're asking you is the Auditor General says they have to first mark your submission, send it back for you to correct before you get what outcome you got. We're saying you shouldn't get there. You must have your own capacity so that you submit once and you get it. That's what. Now, don't justify it. Just tell us how you're going to do it so that you don't have to debate.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Again, in this report, we've spelled out what we are doing and what we've been doing. Maybe it was not at the level that would have made us not to have our audit report going corrected by the AG. We are doing our year-long financial reporting. We are doing our monthly reconciliation, which is what we have stepped up. We have also intensified our internal controls. Even the team in the budget office, we have been drilling on this issue since we opened in January, even before the AG came to present the report to council. We're already dealing with this matter. And I think the CFO, if he got time, would also add to that. I think on the issue of the going concern, I had already alluded to it, but the question is, what are the plans in place going forward? In November, Honorable Chair, through you, we had to suspend our portfolio committees and engage on the community engagement process to ensure, to ascertain why the majority of our consumers are not paying us. The result of that, because that came as a result of us having appointed debt collectors who brought to our attention that about 15,000 out of 36,876 households in those areas are actually deceased estates. So with the persuasion by the mayor, we went to council on the 10th of December. We agreed that we are going to assist those families to get the magistrate office as well as the office of the master of courts, and they were present at that meeting that we had on the 10th of December. We are starting with that program. On the 9th of February, we will be rolling out that program where we are assisting those deceased estates to get the proper ownership of property, so that when we bill, because it means all along, we've been billing 15,000 consumers who nobody can take responsibility for. So post this exercise we're going to be doing for the whole of month of February, we hope that this process will be speeded up by the Office of the Magistrate as well as Office of the Master of Courts, so that we get the rightful person appointed as the heir or as the executor to the estate of the deceased. Then we know that we are billing the right person. We've also, as I've said, we have appointed debt collectors. Some of these households or consumers, we are taking them to courts because others are telling us in our faces that I am not going to pay. Others have got 4 properties. They only pay for their primary residence. They don't pay for the rest of the other properties. We are taking those ones to court, Honorable Chair. Thanks. Maybe just a correction on the unfortunate incident of shooting. It is not Mr. Mtandeni Miende. Mr. Mtandeni Miende is the manager for customer care within the Communications Directorate. The person who got shot at is Dr. P.D. Tabete, who is the head of Department for Corporate Services, who reports to me directly. I think the Honorable Mayor will deal with the rest of the questions in that.
No, not quite. Firstly, there's an issue of an acting director who has exceeded the acting time allowed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought I'd already responded to that one earlier on. I can
Okay, just repeat, maybe I missed it.
Okay. I said, yes, it's correct in terms of the collective agreement. The person can act for 6 months in the position, and if there is a need for that person to, his acting appointment to be extended, it can be extended for another 6 months. What we've done, as a result of the delay in the recruitment process, also exacerbated by our cash flow situation, we've approached the bargaining council to seek condonation for us to proceed. But as we speak, the process is already underway. We're supposed to conclude the recruitment in December. We are going to deal with that one in the very near future, Honorable Chair.
Does it need a council resolution?
No, it does not need a council resolution, Honorable Chair, since it's regulated in terms of the collective agreement, and that responsibility is entrusted in the accounting officer, Honorable Chair.
Okay, the other directors with qualifications, certificates?
Yes, Chair. I also had responded to that in terms of the Employment Equity Act to say.
In terms of
The Employment Equity Act of 1998, Chair, which in terms of Section 20 of that Act, it does allow for the institution to appoint an employee or a person on the basis of his or her qualification only, or on the basis of his or her experience only, or with the potential within a prescribed period, he or she can obtain the necessary qualifications. And lastly, a combination of all of the above. I did explain that. And I think Honorable MP Ndamase also came back to say, question was answered. I reiterated the question.
No, he came back because, like myself, we are not satisfied, but let's hold it from that. Just finish the rest of the issues.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the 40 million rand spent on a 5-meter road, Honorable Chair, I did overhear when our sister municipality was here earlier on that you are also accommodative to us submitting further reports. Can I request that this matter, because I do not have that information at hand. I would want to go back, investigate it and submit it.
On which one?
On the 40 million rand allegedly spent on a 5-meter road. 1.4, is it 1.4? 14 million. So I'll come back with that. We'll come back with the report on that one, Chair.
Sorry, they said it was invested for what? It was 140 for what?
It's 14 million. Sorry?
What,
14 million on a 5-meter road.
What was it about? No, that's fine. Let's proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Can I just check if COCTA in the province are here? Yes, let's get the senior manager who's here. Yes, please come this side. Come to the front. Please proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
You're
Chair.
passing to the mayor now.
Okay. Just a few questions remaining. Cash coverage. If I can ask the CFO to comment on that one, Chair.
Thank you. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and the committee members. The cash coverage ratio is 0.78, which is about 24 days. We agree that is not good at all. And the follow-up question on that one was, what are the plans to improve the cash position of the municipality? So what we have done as the municipality, we have established what you call a technical finance committee. When we were starting, we were saying it's an interim, but seeing that we are sitting continuously for about more than 12 months to 18 months now, we are calling it a technical finance committee, where all the requisitions that are submitted by the departments, in that committee, the managers and the SEDs will motivate why those requisitions must be approved. And if we are not happy as the committee about the motivation, we decline those requisitions. We also review the available cash before we even agree to that requisition, because to look into the budget alone is not going to assist us, because when the invoice comes, it has to be paid, and we cannot just approve the requisition when we don't have enough cash that will enable us as the municipality to pay for those requisitions in order to manage our cash flow. We have also reviewed the revenue enhancement strategy. It was tabled in council. we are implementing the cost containment measures, and the report is also tabled on a quarterly basis to council. I must agree that some of the areas that we have highlighted under that cost containment strategy, yes, in some areas we are still having challenges in terms of reducing expenditure on those, but we have reduced in most of the areas, and we will continue to reduce. If I may, Chairperson, just also add on the issue of the AFS that modified once submitted to the AG. I think the question was, what are we going to do going forward to ensure that we submit the set that does not need any modification before we receive unqualified or audit opinion. We have sat down with the team. In actual fact, we even said even before the report came last year, December, because we were trying to zoom into the audit findings that we are receiving from the AG. And there were two areas of concern that we started working on. One is the issue of the manager financial reporting that is responsible for drafting the AFS before they move for reviews by the director, budget and treasury office, and up to all other oversight committees. That was seconded to Utukela Water to act as a CFO there, I think more than 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So that position, we've re-looked into it because we need that capacity as the municipality. And the other one was the issue of the asset management. As much as we do have an office under PTO that deals with asset management, but there are areas where we need engineers. And the loophole that we have identified with that is we, as the municipality, we have appointed a panel of consultants, and we will rotate them every 6 months by when we start the year, when we're about to prepare the AFS, then we'll issue the RFQ. Then we have identified that is crippling us as the municipality, because the time now that we are issuing the RFQs, like every year, it's delaying us instead of coming back from the audit and just hit the ground running in terms of the issues that were raised, and the issue of the continuity as well from those engineers.
Okay.
Okay, if I may, Chair, there was a question about the security. How much are we spending on that one for VIP, for the protection of the leadership and senior management? We are spending about 3.3 million.
Okay, let's move to the mayor.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll start with the issue of the deputy mayor, Chair. How we came about to the point where we do not have a deputy mayor. The deputy mayor was removed through a motion. Later on was, well, he contested that. The first thing he did was that when we removed him through a motion, a vote of no confidence, then he contested that in court. The first time the matter was striked off roll, then he went back to court.
Yeah, bring it closer. We're missing something, some of the things you say.
Well, he then went back to court again. As we are seated here next week, because we are the respondents, himself or ourselves as the municipality, and those members of the party in question that expelled him, the matter is set to sit next week. So we then thought it will not be proper for us to replace him whilst there is still a matter in court. not for us to incur cost at
A bit soft, so we missed it. What happened? Start from there, and let's go back. I know I'm making you repeat, but the members didn't get it when you started.
No, I said the deputy mayor was removed through a motion of no confidence, Kabazela. And he then contested that in court. The first time the matter was strike off roll, and he then went to court again. And there were some irregularities identified. We then said again as a council, we corrected that. But then he went to court then tracking the matter. So since the matter is still in court, we then thought it is not proper for us to fill the deputy mayor position. Hence, if it could happen that he wins the matter, then we have paid another person the money. We'll then be in a awkward position as the municipality. But other than that, we don't have any other reason.
So the member, that councillor is still in council.
No, he's no longer a councillor. He was a ward councillor, and IEC declared the by-election. The by-election took place, and somebody else won.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand something quickly. So the councillor gets removed by his party, and IEC declares a vacancy. As a ward councillor, he was therefore someone else won the ward, so he is no longer a councillor.
Yes, that is correct.
And the council has a responsibility to elect a deputy mayor amongst existing councillors.
Kabazela.
And your decision was you want to hold a post vacant for someone who is not a councillor and may or may not win the case of being brought back. Was either way, whether he wins the case or not, he can't be a ward councillor. Either way, he would not be replaced, reinstated as a ward councillor. It was a democratic process that elected a new councillor. So he will not come back as that ward councillor because he was replaced. That's what it means.
Yes, no, that is correct, Kabazela. But it is, I must state that since the matter is still in court.
Which matter is in court?
The very same matter, he is contesting that he was wrongfully taken out by his party and also by the municipality. So we cannot act on that until the matter has been dealt with in court.
No,
however, if the committee is advising that it is not a problem,
we're not
we can do
advising. We
that.
want to understand what your decision is based on.
Kabazela.
Your decision is based on the fact that you as a council, within your right, democratically, following the rules of council, removed the deputy mayor from the position. So that's what happened. And the man is outside. Now, what I'm not able to understand is then why aren't you filling the post? So if the court rules that somebody should have been put back there, I'm not sure if a court can do that. But I'm not understanding what is it that makes you decide you want to hold the post of deputy mayor vacant.
Kabazela, it is the very fact that should it happen, as much as you are saying the chances are very slim, but should it happen, that he is replaced by the court.
Do you have a legal opinion to that?
Well, I'm not sure. We don't have the legal opinion to that effect, but we can then attain one and take a decision.
So the council took a decision on the basis of whose advice? The mayor, the speaker, the MM?
It was on the fact that there is a matter in court, Kabazela. We have taken a principle that if there is a matter in court, we do not act until the matter is dealt with.
But you have already acted. He was replaced as a ward council.
Yeah, that was also IEC is a respondent on the matter.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Honorable Mayor, right. Do you have legal services within your council, within your municipality? Do you have legal services within
Yes, we
your
do have,
municipality?
sir. We do have, sir.
So we didn't see any need to actually hand over this matter to your local services so that actually you'll be legally advised? Or were you legally advised by your legal services in your municipality? Were you legally advised?
Yes, we were advised.
What was the advice?
Not to act on the matter that is sub judice, sir.
Was your advice in writing? Was your advice in writing?
No, it was not. We had a meeting.
Is there any resolution with regard to that meeting where it was resolved that actually what you are telling this committee is correct?
We can submit that if it is needed, because we had a meeting. We can submit the minutes of that meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think we should close this matter.
Yes, Chair.
Are you on the same issue? Yeah, because I want us to close, okay. Just this one, we needed to clarify a lot of things here.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Chair, I agree with you. Let us close this matter. Mayor, you can't have a vacant on deputy mayor for 3 years. Secondly, you don't have a court interdict from that person who has been removed as a ward councillor. So you must take a decision as a political head of the municipality. Thanks, Chair.
I think, Chair, I'm covered because I was going to remind the mayor that once you have sworn in a councillor replacing that, because the process would have interdicted the election or the swearing in, if that was still that. If there is no interdict and that, I think legally speaking, the speaker, not you, mayor per se, the speaker of the municipality had to consider unless there is an interdict. If the speaker is sworn in a replacement councillor for that. The other one, Chair, that will come. Oh.
Now, we're closing now. What is the issue? Let's get that. No, I'm going to close with that. We're not going to repeat. I'm going to close that. We've asked it 3 times. Yeah, let's just, you've got 30 seconds. Let me hear what the issue.
I think the first question, I asked about the plan hire. 2024, you spent about 65 million on plan hire. That is alleged to be belonging to the mayor. You did not answer that. This, by the way, was an increase from 22 million in 2023. So in one financial year, there was an increase of 40 million. So please, can you answer that? What type of toilets were these that you spent 28 million on? These are your financial statements that I'm reading from. I also asked about the issue of you not spending the housing grant that was raised by HE. By the way, Chair, the previous year...
Let's not drag it too much.
Yeah,
I
no,
want
I'm not
to close.
by the previous year, they had about 79 million of unspent grants. The previous year, you had about 133 million of unspent grants. Why are you not spending grants? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the questions relating to the plant, the mayor did not answer. Maybe
They
we'll
don't
still come.
repeat.
All right.
Don't repeat.
I just want to say the provisions of the Employment Equity Act must not be abused in terms of employing the director SCM who has only a national diploma. I still need clarity that I don't want it to be an umbrella answer.
No, it's not an answer. I've told, that's why I said we're not satisfied. We'll leave it. I'll cut it in the summary.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mayor, would you be willing to submit to a lifestyle audit? Because it is alleged from the information that we're getting from the residents of Newcastle, ukuthi all of a sudden, umayor usegwileke kakhulu kule insuku.
Leave the question.
So the
don't
question
go
is,
beyond because no, I think you've asked the question.
Okay.
It's a lifestyle audit.
A lifestyle
Hold
audit.
it. The elaborations are not going to be correct.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
All right, don't go elaborate. Okay, let me give you a minute to just react to these issues.
No, thanks, Chair. Well, I will have a straightforward answer. I do own trucks, but they are not working with the municipality. And well, let me not go there. The first truck I had, it was in 2003. So 2003, I've been working until now.
I think,
But my
Mayor,
father can attest to that. I do
Ma-
have trucks
Mayor,
not working with the municipality.
Mayor, your answer is you own trucks, you're not working in the municipality. Don't elaborate. Deal with the other issues.
The issue of the chief whip, we are 34 councillors, so we are allowed by the legislations to have the chief whip, and we did follow all the rightful processes. Well, I'm not aware of any councillor who was attacked and killed, but there are cases opened since some of the councillors are given a protection by the municipality. Politically, at our council, we do have stability. We did respond to the ratepayers. We had 2 or 3 meetings already with them, myself and them. Safe to say that there are issues that we are still investigating as the municipality, because we had the IDP roadshows wherein they were supposed to raise some of the issues and they decided not to attend by that time. So if we have anything that to do with the budget now, we have to follow the right processes and also the timing. So there are things that we are still dealing with, and there is a committee that they've elected. We are in constant communication with that committee. Well, I must say, in terms of the water losses, Kabazela, it could be the water losses in terms of leaks, but in the main, it is because of the settlements in areas of Amakos and Izindona, where we cannot build. That is where it is emanating mostly. And currently, there is a project, also in town, there is a project of 2.7 billion to address the issue of sewer spillages in town and surroundings. And there's 2.5 billion to address issue of water and sewer in Newcastle, in Osizweni, Matateni, that will also allow us to build them because there will be smart meters installed. In terms of water provision, again, there is a package plan that we are going to have at Buffalo River so that it will assist us, because our current infrastructure is cannot cope with the demand, hence the growth in our communities. And
Okay, I think you made a point, so I'm going to tell you how we're going to deal with that issue. Just deal with the lifestyle audit issue.
Kabazela, if there is a need, I don't see there is any reason, because anything that I have, I can account for.
Thank you. I think let's close it at that. Thank you very much. I think we need to bring the matter to a closure at this point. Firstly, I'm going to ask you to focus on the issues raised by the Auditor General. The issue of reliance of audit process to achieve unqualified audit opinions, we did raise that with the mayor, with the MM. The issue of the underspending of conditional grant, we need to address that. We need a post-audit action plan that will show us how we are addressing that. The issue has been raised again. The issue of going concern uncertainty needs to also be addressed. The issue of the mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets achieved needs to be addressed. The issue of irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, and the investigation, so that you don't just declare it irrecoverable without a proper investigation. We need to see that the entire value chain of relevant committees is involved. Then the issue of disciplinary board, municipal financial disciplinary board, needs to be addressed. Low budget of infrastructure also. Those are issues that are coming from Auditor General. So we need that report that shows us how we are going to address all of that. That must come through to the MECs, to us. The next one that we request of you is that we need a report on your strategy to address the water and electricity losses. That will now include sewage spillages. Now the mayor was beginning to talk about that. Put it all in one report and how we're going to reduce all of that, and that comes to us. Then there are issues where we actually think you are not telling us what should be the situation actually. So the issue of the deputy mayor does not make sense. So the following matters, we're going to request the MECs to investigate and bring the report to us. Firstly, the non-appointment of the deputy mayor, it sounds pretty much like a political game. Okay. And I'm saying to you, because we are politicians, so you can see a game even if somebody thinks it's a fair thing, you see. So what we are seeing here, we think there's a game here. You can't have this deputy mayor not appointed and there's no legal opinion, there's no council resolution, and the man has been removed by his party and his party has lost, the person is lost in the municipality, in the ward, and we're reserving a position in case, and there's no interdict. So the MEC must investigate that. The second issue, we again, the MEC must also address us on the issue of the acting director who are acting beyond the normal time that we expect, and they must give us explanations to why that is the case. Now, you have your own explanation, we have our own understanding, so let's get the MEC to get us a report. The next one are those directors who have got qualifications that are below degree level. We don't agree with your explanation, and we also think you're stretching the your interpretation of the provision of the Equity Act. And on that basis, we want that to be investigated by Cooperative, and they must come back to us on that. Then we need you to, the members will clarify, give us a bit more information. There's additional information we're going to need on the matters that need to be investigated. We can't have a to and fro about them. The one is the issue of the 14 million rand on the 500 meter road. You need to give us information that needs to go for a proper investigation. We'll pass that for the MEC. Then the issue of the blood hire, we need that to be audited so that we can deal with it again. We don't want to be casting aspersions. We need factual information, and we can deal with that. The issue of the Salga games, we need the report sent to us so that we can then inform ourselves as to what has happened at that level. So that those with issues, we expect those reports should be able to reach us within the period of 3 months, and all of that must then go via MEC, and we will then be asking you to account for that when we meet after that. So with that, I want to say thank you very much. You will therefore be excused. Thank you. Honourable members, we do have a bit of a challenge on the time, so we're going to take Utugela, and then we're going to try and see how we manage the rest of the time. If Utugela is here, could they please join us? We welcome Utugela. I would like to we'll offer you 15 minutes to introduce your team, and you will then be engaged by the committee. You are appearing before joint committee, which is the SCOPA, Standing Committee on Auditor General, Cooperative Portfolio Committee, from National Department, as well as the team from the provincial legislature of the similar type committees, and also led by the Speaker. We also are working with the Premier and the MECs, although they are not here now, but they would be joining us whenever they are able to do so. The idea is to look at the Auditor General's report, and at the end we're focusing on accountability, consequence management, and so our questions are going to be focusing on the outcomes that have come from the Auditor General, together with issues that have been raised on service delivery at constituencies, communities, and also at public media. So with that, let me then offer you the opportunity. For 15 minutes, you are going to address this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Kize. Greetings also to honorable members and the Speaker of the Legislature. I'm with the Speaker of the Council, Ms. Lihle Nqubuka, the Municipal Manager, Mr. Chili, the Corporate Service Manager, Mr. Mngoni, the CFO.
We need each one to show each time you introduce them.
Municipal Manager, Mr. Chili, Mr. Mngoni, Corporate Service GM, CFO, Mr. Ndlovu, the GM, Water and Sanitation, Mr. Mvelas Mtembu. I have prepared a presentation which starts with a background where on the table of content I'll be touching on the background.
Well, ma'am, angizange bekuintroduce awumniki mark azisho.
Honorable Speaker.
Oh, you introduced her?
I introduced her.
I didn't see her waving. You did? Okay.
The Speaker of the Municipality.
All right, thank you.
Then we'll be touching on recent achievements, the going concern, the non-compliance with the consequence management legislation, litigation against Nkosi local municipality. There is also a persistent sewer leak on Lyle Street which was raised, and material water losses. For those who do not know Utugal as a district, it has got 3 local municipalities, that is Nkosi Alfred Duma, as well as Okatlamba local municipality. Well, since assuming office in 2021, then the mayor of the municipality has provided strategic leadership forecast on restoring governance stability. That municipality, there was instability for quite some time, but as we speak now, things have settled. There is stability, then the strengthening of the financial controls was also part of that leadership strategy, and the ensurance of sustainable access to water and sanitation services, despite severe institutional and physical constraints. Then Utugara District Municipality currently operates under an unfunded budget supported by a council-approved funding plan, which restricts expenditure to essential and legislated functions. Notwithstanding these constraints, the municipality continues to implement interventions that directly improve service delivery outcomes for communities across the districts. So as part of the going concern, despite material financial pressures, Utuela District Municipality remains a going concern. Then the key interventions underpinning this position include a credible funding plan that we have, which is projecting a return to a funded budget position by 2028-2029 financial year. We also have an approved funding plan, action plan, which is structured and is being monitored, and it has clear reporting mechanism. We also have implemented a data cleansing and a revenue enhancement program to improve billing to be accurate, revenue integrity, and collection. We also touched on the non-compliance with consequence management legislation. Then the municipality acknowledges historical challenges related to compliance with consequence management legislation under the MFMA and the municipal regulations on financial misconduct. So that includes the corrective actions which have been implemented by the municipality, which include, among others, the suspension of officials implicated in the occurrence of irregular expenditure, pending disciplinary processes. It also covers the strengthening of internal controls and oversight structures. It also covers the ongoing engagement with the Municipal Public Accounts Committee to finalize the investigations to an unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We do have litigations against Nkosila Ngalibalele municipality. Uthukela on the 16th of January 2026 issued a statement intending to institute litigation against Nkosila Ngalibalele local municipality arising from the dispute related to a historical electricity debt amounting to over 80 million rands, whereby 30 million was paid on August last year. And then we had 56 million remaining. However, the litigation processes were successfully aborted through intergovernmental engagements involving COGTA. These engagements are continuing. A payment arrangement plan is being developed with the assistance of the IGR stakeholders. The water supply was restored to affected communities without prolonged service disruption. Hence, the ILM has switched off or have cut off their electricity. We have high financial consultants price tag. The municipality previously relied on external consultants in some areas that included VAT revenue recovery. It was done by consultants. The calculation of water losses was also done by the consultants. Then the asset verification and management. In response to that, the council resolved to build internal capacity by training municipal officials to perform VAT management and water loss calculation in-house going forward. We are trying to reduce dependency on consultants and cap escalating cost. This strategic shift aligns with the best practice recommendations from National Treasury and lesson drawn from financial distressed municipalities. There is an issue of the uncompetitive and unfair SCM processes. Challenges relating to uncompetitive and non-compliant SCM processes have been identified and corrective measures are implemented. That include the SCM training provided by KZN Provincial Treasury, as well as the capacity building for bid committees. And the implementation of consequence management linked to findings from the 2023-2024 audit outcomes resulted to at least 2 staff members, including the SCM manager, being suspended. There is used to be a persistent sewer leak in the Lyle Street, which is one of the biggest streets in Ladysmith, which was reported. That has been sorted. Lyle Street, as we speak, is a national road, which forms part of N11 and is currently undergoing an upgrade from asphalt to concrete surfacing. While they were busy there, they interfered with the sewer lines of the municipality and they were blocked. And they closed in December for holidays and leaving the sewer unattended. The affected sewer manhole is located directly on 11. Then the matter was resolved on the same day of 15 January 2026 when they reopened from holiday. So that one is the thing of the past. The non-investigation of UIFW has been a matter. Councillors have undergone training to strengthen their oversight and accountability as to how to deal with UIFWs. All outstanding UIFWs matters are being processed through MPEC after the training that they have received. And we are hoping that we'll finalize all of the outstanding one by the end of February, because our MPEG is now trained. There is also an issue of material water losses. The municipality has established a water use efficiency unit and adopted a 5-year non-revenue water strategy. It's a known fact that almost 80% of our water get lost. That includes the current capital interventions, which replaced the aging AC asbestos cement pipelines with the PVC pipes, especially in the town, Ladysmith Township, Ezakeni, Wembezi Township, as well as Stateville Township. So a lot of water we used to lose there because of this asbestos pipe. Then we are going to install the pressure reducing valves, they normally called PRVs, to manage system pressure and reduce losses, because most of the pipes get burst because of these PRVs which we do not have. The municipality is now looking at the opportunity to request the portfolio committee to assist us with some funding to fast track the replacement of these old pipes. May I just conclude, Honorable Chair, the chairperson of the portfolio committee and my former premier, that Utukela municipality acknowledges its challenges, but continues to implement deliberate corrective and forward-looking interventions to ensure the financial sustainability, the improved governance and accountability. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I didn't hear the mayor introduce himself. Let me then introduce Nkosi Shabalala, who's the mayor of Utukela District Municipality. Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, Honorable Nkosi Shabalala. And your team, we're going to be asking members to make comments, and then we get to engage. Can I see if members do wish to raise issues? This side? Okay, we're gonna start from this one, go all the way that way. We'll have the responses. Let's just hold it because all of us are gonna speak, so let's hold it. We'll do this part and then come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor Ndabezitha. Your delegation does not look good because we have only one woman. No, here in front is the speaker. Ngabuke emumva. Ipatriarchy ke in this committee asithandi. Mayor, there is an allegation pertaining a laboratory that we are using to check water. And then that external laboratory, it's reported that we tola eThekwini. So you always have some delays in terms of getting a report in terms of checking the quality of water. Sometimes we delay to pay, and sometimes we don't pay at all. Two, can you clarify the issue of auction of of your fleet? It's reported that you have 32 trucks and you sold 18 and bought 6 new trucks. And Bakis 26 were auctioned and only 4 were bought. Also, can you clarify the issue of a certain official who stole a water pump? What is the status of that case? How far with that case? And there is also a matter that you need to clarify, the acting fleet manager. And then there's a court case to that regard as well. And then, kuthiwa ke mayor, law to Petekon, nesigqiba sakho kuthiwa storage is bad everywhere, mnambithi kuyanuka phudlu. There is a house number D1079 that reported an issue of a storage. As a result, they left the house.
Up.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
So there are no clean water. There is a problem in terms of water, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the mayor and the team. Mine is on the financial viability of the municipality. We've got some questions that have been sent to us by members of the community when they saw that we're coming here. And then they also indicate that last week on the 24th, a certain service provider attached your bank account with regard to the municipality failing to pay that particular service provider on the arrangement that they have settled in court. So in this case, I want to check with municipalities, how many litigation do you have as municipalities? How many payment arrangement plan that you have with your service providers? And also to look at the municipal debt, where we also look at the provincial and national government. What is it, how much they owe you? And is there any payment plan with those spheres of government? And on the second matter is on the qualified engineer. There's also an allegation that you are replacing qualified personnel with unqualified one. They have made reference to the 4 engineers whom have been replaced by people who do not qualify. And what is also a matter of concern is an issue of service delivery, water spillages, and all those things. Do you have a service delivery plan in terms of the services that you are providing to your communities? And where there are challenges, what is the time frame for fixing whatever that has been reported to the municipality? Because an outcry is that even when people report issues of service delivery to you, you take more than a week to fix them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the next one.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, there are water losses sitting at about 60% for this municipality. Chair, this is not a good picture when other people in South Africa, they have not accessed pure clean water. And also the exorbitant amount they use for consultants. It's reported that they used about 13.3 million for different consultants. But the value for money, because the quality of financial statements that you are sending on AG are not reflecting how much you are paying. And also the going concern issue. What are the strategies to address this issue? What is the turnaround? What are your biggest creditors? The last question is, what are your biggest creditors that are contributing to this technically insolvency in the municipality? Because if you have a going concern issue, probably you are sitting with creditors that are taking long to be repaid. And also your billing, the credibility of your billing, your credibility of your revenue, your debtors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's take the next one.
Ngibonge Chair, ngibingelele kwithimba lasothukela. Chair, to Mayor, Mayor, in News 24 ngo-2023 yakhipha inkulumo ephepheni ethi a 2023 forensic report says uMayor had 12 bodyguards. Bengifisa ukwazi manje ukuthi uMayor unama bodyguard amangaki. And then on the same issue, there were 12 officials who were suspended, who sat in the bid evaluation committee that awarded that tender. I think bakhuluma ngazi ukuthi ayi 10 million. Mhlawumbe ngizocorrecta lapho ngama details. Ngoba these are the reports that were being sent by abantu basothukela. Ukuthi the forensic report said that it was evident that the company contracted to guard uMayor was engaged by uMayor without the involvement by SCM. So as a consequence, management, 12 municipality officials were suspended. 12 mid-level municipality officials were suspended. Mhlawumbe mina ngicela usikhanyisele lapho ukuthi ibithini leyo nto bekwenzakalani lapho. That's one.
Okay.
Number 2.
Yeah, roll
Okay. Kunenkulumo kakhulu lana ke MM about uncomparative or unfair procurement processes The audit report cited material findings to this effect. Mhlambe ngicela usikhanyisele ukuthi bekwenzakalani lapho. Maybe ungasikhanyiselana na non-investigation of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Ukuthi kwenzakalani lapho ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Thank you. On the issue of the water crisis, if you can also take us through how many water tankers do you have and how many are sourced from external people? But also in terms of your strategy, when do you expect that you will not have a water tanker running in your district unless in cases of emergencies, obviously? Number two, you are saying that in terms of your fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it is being processed through MPEC, which finalization is targeted end of February. What exactly is supposed to be submitted end of February? Is it the report of MPEC? Is it the implementation or dealing with the consequence management issue? Or what is it exactly? Because this says that there's a target of 28 of the end of February. The other issue is whether you are able to pay your small businesses within 30 days. The last issue is how much is the overall security cost to councillors, including the mayor, the deputy mayor, and all of that per month by your municipality. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Chair, I just want to check on one issue. The issue between yourself and Inkosi Langalbalele, can there be a political solution? Because I see that you are owing them about 80 million. Because I believe at the end of the day, it's about the people that should receive the services. I think that's one. On the issue of consultant, it was touched. And I'm really worried, Chair, about this municipality. They are going concerned. Their liabilities far exceed their asset with 699 million. That's too much, Chair. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings, greetings to Mayor, Speaker, leadership yonke umkhaya. No, I just have one question in terms of MIC spending. How is it going in terms of your MIC spending? Are we performing well, or what is the situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor, your team can respond. I'll give you 15 minutes to clear all the questions. Try and focus directly on the questions and not elaborate too much.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Honorable Chair.
no, just bring it closer and try and lift the voice, because.
I'll request the municipal manager as well as the GMs to respond to some of the questions, but the ones that are directed to the mayor, let me just respond quickly to them. That the question is direct. How many bodyguards is the mayor having? One driver, one bodyguard, and a reliever. May I just request the MM to deal with other questions?
Greetings, Chair, in his absentia, honorable members present, honorable Mayor Nkosi and the colleagues that are part of the meeting. Chair, let me just shoot straight to questions that are being raised by members. The first question, that one will then attempt to answer quickly, is the issue of 4 engineers, qualified engineers. They are still part of the system, those 4 engineers. The only people we have who are assisting the GM and those engineers are people with data responsibilities. The accounting officer exercises a prerogative to allow these 2 gentlemen to come and assist the general manager, water, sanitation and technical services. So, in a nutshell, they are part of the system. And they are also expected to do their job as per the attached responsibilities. Another matter that is that one will then attempt to or respond to is the issue of water losses that is standing at 60%. It's true It is standing at 60%, and the municipality, we have started the project of WDM, water conservation and water demand management. When you look at the value, we dealt with the issue of non-revenue strategy, which is a 5-year strategy, which was costed at 285 million rands in total. We have only been able to implement the Wembeze project at 9 million, the Stateville project at 8.4 million, Ladysmith project at 48 million, Ezakane at 40.7 million, and Eguvugen at 32 million, which means you have to take these numbers that I've just mentioned, then minus 285, which is the total figure on our non-revenue strategy that we've crafted as Utugela District Municipality, which means we not sitting and folding our arms. We trying by all means to ensure that we deal with the predicament of water losses at Utugela. We have also approached it by ensuring that we create a position of a water use manager who will then be able to assist us in terms of the water losses that we're actually experiencing. We're trying by all means to address the problems and the predicament that we currently experiencing at Utugela by just ensuring that we go straight to the problem and deal with it.
Spendule nje ungasteli ukuthi you are not folding your arms, just give us answers.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfair.
No, proceed.
Thank you. Water tankers, we do not have outsourced water tankers. All of them are internal. In total, we have 12 water tankers. Yes, we had 32 in total. We have auctioned them, but when you look at the value of those water tankers, they had a very low value. Hence, we said, let's go for new water tankers altogether than to repair old water tankers that will not last longer. The issue between ourselves, Utugela District Municipality and ILM, which then is a suggestion that it requires a political intervention. We're still engaging on IGR Framework Act with the assistance of COCTA. We started the first engagements 2 weeks ago. Seemingly, we're making progress on that, on those engagements. We're hoping for the best, because at the end of the day, communities are getting affected. Even the economy of the district is getting affected by these issues. I'm just trying to look into these matters. The FW that is being investigated, and that will then be completed by the end of February. The UFW write-offs that were submitted on our last audit for the year under review were rejected by the AG. But having said that, the AG suggested to us that these are gray areas on these reports, even in terms of the figures that are not tying up. So it's a matter of, we've tabled already those reported to MPEG for the MPEG to reconsider and to ensure that they look at those figures. And those figures were expected to tie up. Then on the 30th, we'll be tabling the report to council for the council to consider the report from the MPEG. That was a suggestion from the AG, and we're following as the AG suggested. Consultants.
Sorry,
Yes.
In your responses, can you deal with the legacy concern raised by the AG? Because if you notice, the concerns that were raised by AG are 2023, 2024. Just cover that in terms of what you are currently doing, not in what you are going to do, because it's a concern that actually AG has been raising these issues since 2023, 2024. Thank you.
I think the issue of capacitation of our MPEG was one of the issue that we had to attend as Utugela District Municipality. That was one of the critical matters that requires the attention of UTDM. That's one. Two, the quality of the report that our investigation report from the MPEG being assisted by internal auditors went up to standard. We have then beefed up internal audit unit by 2 officers at this stage. We believe that we'll be able to put the matter to rest. I will just highlight two critical areas where we are actually lacking. Hence, I'm being direct in responding to the question. The highest creditors, the Council of Utugela District Municipality took a decision, I think in the last financial year, to say they wanted all the list of our creditors. Then we were also mandated to ensure that we enter into payment arrangements with those creditors. That will also assist you in ensuring that you deal with litigations timely. So one is then to be honest and speak the truth to shame the devil. That some of our creditors are not willing to accept those payment plans because we were looking at a period of 8 years to pay them within a period of 8 years. Some are saying 8 years is too long. We needed to make it a point that it's a shorter period of time, which then poses a challenge. But some have accepted those payment arrangements. The highest creditors, one was DWS, and RASP, Alfred Duma, Inkosi Langalbalele. I'm just trying to mention the few, and going places and Max Prof. With DWS, we have decided to take an advantage of a debt relief, and we're succeeding on that. We're going to get a percentage of a debt relief. We all aware that we have Section 63 of Water Services Act to Tugela, and of which the implementing agent is Umgeni. We engaged Umgeni, or we had some bilaterals. We said, because we owe you, let's just defer a debt for a period of 5 years. While you're still with us under Section 63, please defer that debt. And we succeeded as well on that. RASP Consulting, we engaged and we agreed that a payment plan is in place. I'm just mentioning the few. Inkosi Langalbalele, we're still engaging under the intergovernmental relations framework. And then and Alfred Duma as well, the CFO and the CFO of Alfred Duma still engaging to solicit a possible solution in terms of the repayment plans. So those are few, and the plans are also in place to address that. The question of the overall pretty cost for bodyguards, it is estimated to 800,000 a month. But having said that, we have engaged the current service providers with an aim of minimizing cost. To say, if on site A you have 5 bodyguards, 5 security guards, I'm just on the issue of security guards, why don't we just look at the way of minimizing? With 3, if you can be able to have a site with 3 bodyguards out of 5, let's cut 2. So we have done that, and we've succeeded in doing that, looking at the cost when it comes to the issues of security. The official who stole a municipal water pump was suspended, and we're allowing the due processes to unfold so that we can put the matter to rest, because we believe that justice must be done, and it must be seen to be done. So we're not going to leave any stone unturned when it comes to those employees that are doing the wrong at Tugela District Municipality. I will also request that my colleagues also come to my rescue by just taking some of the questions. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The question that was not attended to by MM is the payment of creditors within 30 days. It is true, Utugela is not able to pay creditors within 30 days because of the cash flow problems. But what has happened is that there was a resolution taken by EXCO that at least during the equitable share month, all creditors that are below 200,000, all of those creditors must be paid every time we receive equitable share. So that is the practice. The question of a going concern, it is true that the liabilities exceeds assets. I think a member attempted to deal with the other part of it, is that we are entering into payment arrangement with creditors, long-term payment arrangement, because we are unable to pay them now. The equitable share does not allow us to be able to pay those creditors. Internal funding is also not sufficient as well to be able to service those creditors. So we've entered into a long-term payment plan. On the other side of the coin is that we've done the data cleansing in terms of debtors. We are able to understand exactly what are who owes the municipality. We've written off a substantial amount during the past financial year. There's another one, because the exercise will soon be finished now. There's another part of the write-off that will happen. So at least we are able to sit with credible creditors. Now the municipality has then introduced a project of rolling out prepaid meters for water use. So that will be able to assist a lot in terms of making sure that we don't accumulate these creditors, and that whatever money that we're able to generate there is able to service the long-term debt. The payment, the smart meters is dealing with two things. It's dealing with the cash flow of municipalities. It is also dealing with the accuracy of a billing where the customers are complaining. Most of the meters are generating negative readings, and the municipality is losing a lot of revenue as well, which causes inaccurate billing. That is why the municipality has invested heavily on the prepaid meters. And that is funded outside balance sheet, because the balance sheet is weak, so we couldn't secure any funding to cover the cost of the meters. I think we've covered it all, except for maybe the GM technical services.
No, maybe before you hand over, when did you start as a CFO?
I started in February last year.
February last year?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's get this side. Kai, is your hand up? Excuse me. Please, let's just move along the side.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Welcome to Tukela officials, the mayor, all the other officials. In the 2023-24, the district did not comply with the legislated requirements to write off irregular expenditure, only if the council, after investigating, certifies that the money is irrecoverable. This was required because the required investigation was not done properly as stated by the Auditor General's report. I want to know if that has been rectified. It's a simple, yes we have and no we don't. It happened in the 2023-2024 Auditor's report. Then, the non-investigation of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as stated in paragraph 48 of the municipality's report of 23-24. Some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the district was not investigated to determine if any person is liable. Is it normal for the municipality to let things like this slide and not investigate? You know, I think it'll it can create a precedent that it's okay to do wrong because we're not going to investigate you. And then the material water losses for the district amounting to 60% of all water flowing to the municipality pipelines. 60%, very high. And then when I look at the budget for maintenance and repairs, It's a very low budget. So we're gonna have these,
Round up, please.
these percentages of water losses high if we don't do maintenance and repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Utugela. Liabilities exceed assets by 699 million rand. Can you give a scientific turnaround for the next 3 years, considering the time value of money? That's the question. Number two, suspensions of officials versus non-compliance with consequence management. Is that sufficient? The last one, on material irregularities. The recourse, your recourse is training, suspensions and other things. Is that really? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to talk about RASP. The quickly glanced over it. We know that there was a Kazeni that fixed some pumps that was not even damaged. And we know that there was a Section 106 investigation done, and that the Auditor General also said that you must not work with RASP. You did. Now there's a court order against you for a tune of 137 million rand, and if you don't pay, plus 11% interest. I need them to please explain the High Court order, what happened. I need to know who made the decision to go ahead and work with RASP. And I want to know, is your bank accounts at this stage frozen? I need you to answer that. Then the second thing I wanted to check on the
Sure, can I just hold you a bit? Court order, can you remember what it's all about?
The court order, if I have time, because then I can elaborate. So the
Yeah,
court
okay.
order is against the municipality for not paying a RASP. The Auditor General has actually advised them, there was a Section 106 investigation also to say they must not work with RASP. They did. They went against the Section 106. They went against the Auditor General. They continued to work with us. That company has taken them to court for non-payment. Now it's that full amount plus 11% in interest that they need to pay. And apparently the bank accounts are also frozen because there was no payments made, whatever the case may be. But I need the MMGili to explain that to us. Then the former CFO apparently did not have the correct qualifications for being a CFO at your task grade of municipality in the district. Did that CFO leave under a cloud? Did he get a golden handshake? Did he get a severance package? What was that amount? And has anything been investigated? Has a council report been tabled? Because I know the DA councillors has asked in council for a report to come regarding the CFO, the former CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Can the please explain and justify to us the expenditure on the long-term BMW vehicles contract from Avis? First it was a BMW X3 and later a BMW X5 on municipal funds. I would like to know what policies, supply chain processes and cost containment criteria were applied to approve this, and why was not a lower cost vehicle like category B being acquired? Can the accounting officer give clarity on whether these rental decisions were in compliance with the applicable remuneration determinedness of the and the municipality's own travel and fleet policy, including cost-benefit analysis and appraisals? And then lastly, can the set out how these expenses align with the MFMA's cost containment framework, given that similar practices elsewhere has been criticized for ignoring Treasury's cost containment principles, and further explain why the contract was not brought back to Council for oversight and accountability? Thank you.
Sorry, just go back to, sorry. Just go back to the one, what's it, cost benefit analysis, what is it about?
Cost containment framework. The cost containment.
I see, okay, that's fine.
And cost containment policy.
Okay, sure.
Greetings. I just wanted to know that with your, in 2025, with the anti-corruption drive, your municipality was identified by KZN COPTA as one of the most troubled municipalities, with forensic reports exposing fraud and maladministration. I just wanted to know, Mayor, what corrective measures have you been implemented following the forensic findings on Zakene water station pumps? And also, Speaker, can you please inform us what oversight mechanisms exist to monitor procurements before you sign off contracts? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Utukela District leadership. My question is for the municipal manager. I want to know, can the municipal manager justify the long-term Avis BMW rentals for the executive mayor and speaker? I think it was an X3 and an X5. And just state the policy basis for this, the SCM process that was followed, and why cheaper options were not pursued. Now, does the accounting officer confirm that these rentals complied with remuneration determinations and the municipality's travel freight rules? And can you explain how this cost aligns with the MFMA cost containment? And why was this not tabled at council? Thanks.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Gosiasizo and your team. Chair, Inotugela, all sewer plants are not working. Sewer spillage is all over Utugela and they discharge to the river as unprocessed, which is not acceptable. So my question is, how much have they set aside to address this? And how soon can it be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just check, there were other questions. I want to check if you have dealt with them. The one is the issue of the laboratory being in Durban and therefore delaying the supply of water. The other one is a stolen pump that has been investigated. The other one is the acting fleet manager, and then the house that has been left and the sewage spillage, and then and then there's a service provider was not paid, was installing a pump in Ward 12 and overtime to workers. If you can just touch on those as you do the responses.
Well, thank you, Chair. Let me start with the one for section 106 investigation report that was tabled before council. That one, the very same section in terms of the Municipal Systems Act was initiated by the MEC for COCTA in the province. And the recommendations were tabled to council. And the council accepted the report. The service provider in question went to court to challenge the decision of the council and to challenge the report on its entirety. The service provider went to court and there was no defense on the side of COCTA to defend. But coming straight to the issue of having a service provider back again, working together, that is not true. Honorable members will note that Utugela is under section 63 of the Water Services Act. The funder, which is DWS, being DWS, and the implementing agent being Umngeni Utugela. The service provider in question was appointed by Umngeni in December to assist at Mbizeni water treatment works. So it's not Utugela who then appointed the very same service provider. But having said that, the district municipality was also questioning the appointment of the very same service provider by Umgen. So tomorrow, on Thursday, we're having some engagements with Utugela Umgen to engage on the very same matter so that we can get clarity on the very same matter. Because the reality is, and the fact of the matter, the plant where this service provider was instructed to work on, it belongs to us as Utugela. So we really needed to get closer to the matter and get facts as to how did they arrive to a decision of getting the very same service provider to go back and work in the very same plant. So I think I'm responding on the issue of the service provider being appointed by Umgen Utugela, Chair.
Is that the RAS service provider?
RASP, R-A-S-P.
Okay. Yes. All right. Just hold on. Just hold on.
Person, just, I mean, it's a bit of clever wording, but I wanted to find out, is there a court order? Can you explain what the court order is about? Did the Auditor General ask them to blacklist, and did they blacklist this company as was advised by the Auditor General? And is your bank accounts frozen at current stage? Thank you.
Okay, just deal with those directly.
Okay, Chair. It's not the AG who said the service provider must then be blacklisted. It's the report, the Section 106 investigation report. The service provider was appointed by the MSC in the province. So it's not the AG who said that, it's on the report. Yes, the bank account of the municipality is frozen by the very same service provider, which is RASP, because we were expected to do the payment on the 15th of December 2025. That did not happen. We did not get the equitable share to use to pay the very same service provider. We got the equitable share on the 19th of December 2025, which then there's a gap of 4 days. Then the service provider decided then to approach the court because he was saying we are in breach with certain clauses that are on the order from the court. So yesterday we had some engagements, Chair.
There is a court order.
Yes, there is a court order.
Okay.
Former CFO qualifications. Well, I can't say the issue which then led to us as Utugela to part ways with the former CFO was the issue of qualifications. But it was the issue of the process that was followed to have him on the system. We got a report, myself, I got a letter from the HOD, the acting HOD, the then acting HOD, Joy Krishnan, questioning the appointment of the very same CFO. And on the very same report, there was a screening report from DCOG. We know the process that should then unfold when you employ Section 54, 56 managers. The screening report was saying something contrary to what the CFO said on the application form. Like the issue, have you been dismissed? If you say no, then only to find that the report will come back from DCOG saying something else. Then we have done what you call misrepresentation on your application. So that is what the council was actually challenging, because the screening report from DCOG was saying something else, but the CFO said something else on the application form. Then the CFO requested that we part ways. Then we parted ways like that. So I don't think it can then be factual for us to say there was sort of a handshake with the CFO, the former CFO rather. So the issue of qualifications was not an issue on the process between ourselves and the CFO, Chair.
So what was the quarrel with the CFO?
Come again.
What was the quarrel? Why did he have to part ways?
He lied, Chairperson, on the application form.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the court order, and you going to court, who are you going to court against now? Sorry, just answer that first. Did you say you are also taking somebody to court? Was it the previous court case you were talking about?
I think the chair is still on the issue of RASP, who took us to court to attach our municipal account.
only RASP was taking you to court.
It's RASP, yes, RASP Consulting.
No, what's the question? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, I mean, there was advice not to go into business with them. Now he's saying that it's not them that went into business, but the water board, if I understand correctly, that went into business, but they are touching them. And on the 15th of December, they did not do the payment as was expected. That's why they are attached. So was any other payments, was your bank account zero? Because that obviously is questionable in December. So I think you chose not to pay them, and now there is unauthorized expenditure, obviously, because there's now interest included. So who needs to be responsible for this? That's the first thing. And then on the CFO, did he get a severance package? Did he walk away with a handsome sum of money? Thank you.
All right, let's proceed with the questions, with the reasons.
No, Chair. Okay, let me just go straight to other questions. Long-term Avis rentals, the mayor's vehicle and the deputy mayor, this is just water under the bridge. We are now using G-Fleet at a very low rate as compared to the service provider in question, which is Avis Rentals. We were doing this under the very same cost containment regulations. Then we said, let's get a cheaper service provider, in this case, which is G-Fleet, who has then assisted us. And when you look at the vehicles that are being driven by His Worship the Mayor, the Speaker, they are all the same. They are within the regulations. It's Fort Everest, the lowest class of Fort Everest. So as compared to the BMWs and X5 and X3 that are in question. So in this case, I think we have complied and we are within the regulations brackets. We on the issue of consequence management at Tutugel, as we speak, we are about to go straight to the interviews for the SM manager, who was suspended. He then decided to part way with us in November last year. The revenue manager, the key area that requires our dedication as Utugela, if we really intended to change the whole situation at Utugela, the financial situation at Utugela. The former revenue manager is no longer with us. We started the dismissal process. He then resigned last year in November as well. 3 SCM officials, they got a final written warning on the issue of irregularities. But in short, the suspension of officials is being informed by non-compliance with legislation and some for deviant behavior at work. We intended to change things and be seen as a district municipality that is committed to change the lives of the people of Utugela. Yeah, let me pause there. Chair, maybe the other colleagues will also take some of the questions. Thank you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's hold it for now. Let's just see if we can deal with this. We'll come back and move on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all honorable members in the House. I'll just add on what OMM has just answered with regards to the suspensions, that the consequent management is not only ending with only the suspensions. As indicated, when we are towards the end of the finalization of the hearings and the process of the disciplinary, people then get resigned, like the 2 officials that were just hinted. And also there were 4 that were already dismissed. One of them, we are having a dispute at the bargaining council as we speak. The matter set in December is due to continue also in February. And then with regards to the acting fleet manager, yes, of course, admittedly, the fleet manager acted beyond the prescribed time in terms of the main collective agreement. However, we will acknowledge that in terms of the staff regulations, also it goes beyond 6 months, it's 9 months. But Utugela, we are in an arrangement with Salga, wherein we have signed the agreement of the labor relations framework, wherein they are providing hands-on support in terms of all labor-related matters, owing to previous years' strike actions that we experienced. But owing to our discussions with Salga, the acting fleet manager is terminating the acting period this current month, January 2026. Yeah, that's what I wanted to elaborate on. Thank you.
Chair, on the issue of low budget for repairs, R&M, repairs and maintenance, I think we needed to take that one as well. Chair, I think it's safe to say on our allocation of 219 million, we have agreed with the DCOG, Utuela Umgeni, DWS, that we needed to take 74 million out so that we can cater for repairs and maintenance. So, which is also an add-on on our repairs and maintenance. We're having a budget of 74 million from our MIC. We're going to tap in on our MIC allocation. We're going to get 74 million there. We have agreed, we've started the process of attending to critical areas that requires the repairs and maintenance. Well, it's very true, we below the norm as expected at Utugela, but we try by all means at least to be closer to the target of 8% on our R&M. Yeah, I wanted to take it that one thing.
Okay. Yes, let's hear your part.
Thank you, Chair. The question that I need to attend to is the question that is talking to scientific turnaround strategy that the municipality is going to put in place to turn around the situation of a going concern. I think at the heart of it, it's a liquidity issue in the municipality. Liquidity issue in that if you look at the debtors, short-term assets, vis-a-vis the short-term liabilities. The short-term liabilities exceed the short-term assets. My earlier response was that we're dealing with that in two ways. On that creditor side, the MM has indicated that with Umgeni, we owe Umgeni 155 million. So that creditor is now suspended because of the Section 63 agreement. So that reduces the liability. The next one is 137 million that is being owed to DWS. There is an arrangement with DWS to write off that 137 million provided we pay current. So there we are already sitting at close to 300 million of debtors. Then the next layer is a RASP, which is 137 million. We have that court order that has been the topic of the discussion point now. It's that payment arrangement is stretching over 8 years. So it does relieve sort of in terms of our creditors. The next highest one will be Alfred Duma. We owe them for electricity. We are in discussion with them. They owe us for water as well. So we're in discussion with them. We're still busy reconciling. So that's a plan of creditors, how we deal with creditors. Majority of these creditors, we are putting them on the long-term payment plan. We are aligning this payment plan with the funding plan of the municipality. Then to improve the liquidity, I then said, what we are doing as a municipality is that we do understand that the payment culture has not been good. The payment is sitting at about, creditors recoverability ratio is sitting at about 40%. If we bill, but creditors pay about 40% of what we've billed them. So how will we address that problem to reach 200% is that we've got to change the conventional meters to a prepaid meters. In that way, we have got a liquid cash vis-a-vis the asset that is a debtor that is still to be converted into cash after paying. So those are strategies that we're putting in place to make sure that the liquidity improves in the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can we come back? Can you start with the... Can you start with this issue of the CFO? What is the question you want answered? Just deal with it and hold it.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, through the MM, he had said that the CFO had lied about his qualifications
Just say that again.
So the MM said the CFO had lied about his qualifications
That's
or
right.
whatever. So he said then the CFO decided to part
Part
ways.
ways. Mhm.
My question was, did the municipality then pay him a severance package? Because that would be odd.
Just hold on then. Let's deal with that. Just be straight to that point.
Chair,
Okay, don't elaborate, just go straight.
no, it's fine, Chair. I spoke about the issue of Annexure C form, the application form that are being used by Section 54, 56 managers. There is a line which asks a question, have you been dismissed, charged maybe in your previous employer? The CFO on that column said no, right?
Okay.
But the report from DCOG National confirmed that the CFO was under investigation in one of the municipalities. So there was a misrepresentation of facts by the CFO.
Now we understand
so that's the
that.
crux of the matter.
No. That's not the question. The question is, now you agree he must leave. What did you pay him? What was that package? That's what's the question.
No, Chair, we did not pay him anything. We parted ways.
No. You've got different information. Okay, we will then use that to take the matter forward. Let's move back. It's all right, just before. Move back to the RASPO thing.
Thank you, Chairperson. So my question then would be, if they're saying Umgeni appointed the second time, Umgeni appointed, but why is the court order then against this municipality if Umgeni was to them, like this MM has alluded to? That's the first thing. The second thing, with their frozen bank accounts now, due to this whole RASP mess, basically, how will that impact your service delivery to the communities, to the residents that need the services to come?
Let's deal with this. Umgeni appoints, you get the court order. How does it happen?
Chair, let's separate these two matters. We owing RAS Consulting an amount of 137 million. We have a payment arrangement. There is an order from the court. We went to court to get an order for the repayment. That's one.
You had appointed RASPO yourself.
No, I'll come to that one, Chair. We have Umgeni under Section 63. The second leg I'm trying to address. We have Umgeni under Section 63. Umgeni then appointed the RASP to work on our plant. So it's not us as Utugeda who appointed Umgeni. I wanted to clarify that. The court order pertains to 137 million that we owe to RASP. This is a previous debt. So I wanted to clarify that.
You should have answered directly. The question is, you had an arrangement with RASPO before you owed the money, you had a payment arrangement, that's one thing.
That's correct.
Then there is subsequent appointment by Umgeni Water is a separate one.
It's a separate
Now,
matter.
on which one, your court order now is on what?
It refers to 137 million that we owe to him. There is a payment arrangement that we've entered into. So we did not honor because we got our equitable share on the 19th of December. On the payment plan or payment arrangement, the first payment was actually supposed to be effected on the 15th of December.
And when you appointed RASPO, in the first instance, you didn't have anyone saying you should not appoint them?
No.
Okay.
No.
And when was that said, that you shouldn't appoint them? Was it ever said to you that you shouldn't have appointed RASPO?
It must be noted, Chair, I even said the investigation report that was tabled before council, part of the recommendations that we needed to blacklist RASP Consulting.
Based on which one?
Based on the other investigation, which is talking about MBZN, that pertains to MBZN, one of our plans. So that one was the initiator of that investigation. It is investigated in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act.
So you were supposed to blacklist them because of the previous work they did.
Correct.
For which you were paying and they had taken you to court.
I'm not too sure that I'm following.
Just let's come back to that.
Yes.
Just trying to separate this so that we know what would.
Okay. I think, Chairperson, this thing will be a dancing of words and clever usage of words. I think if we can possibly get dates from the municipality in report form, I mean, it can be after this. They obviously don't know in top management what is going on in the municipality. So if they can give us dates of what happened in sequence, and we can maybe ask the MEC of COCTA, he's not here, but if we can ask the MEC of COCTA from his side, because it's him that instituted the 106 investigation. Because I think if we have both reports with proper dates, we'll be able to do the puzzle.
Okay, let's leave it at that because the way you answer, to us it sounds a bit woolly. It doesn't make us follow why, because there are too many things. But let me leave it now because the way you're answering is the one that's causing us a problem. But anyway, let's leave it for now. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. The CFO must do it slowly because I will not be confused. I did not talk about going concern deliberately. And now he squeezes in something called liquidity issue in relation to the 699 million. Because whatever he says there does not answer the question that says, in the next 3 years, are you able to say you are going to turn around the situation of this municipality? And these other things that are being explained now, they go deeper in what he calls a liquidity issue. Therefore, is there any light at the end of the tunnel in this municipality in the next 3 years in terms of the liabilities that are exceeding what is being said there in terms of the 699 million? That's the explanation one. Number two, I need the explanation in relation to the issues of consequence management. It does not get so easy to say, we have suspended people, because suspension is not a verdict. There is still a process in terms of the law, and therefore you can't handle and show us that I have suspended ABC and we dismiss those. It does not make sense in terms of what is it that you want to achieve at the end of the day. That's the argument, and that's the question. The third question is in relation to the material irregularities. You can't dangle training and suspensions as if you are really dealing with the material irregularities. Therefore, what is it exactly that they are doing? Thank you.
Can you just be direct to that?
Chair, thank you. I think I was trying to expand more. I raised the issue of a funding plan. A funding plan and the budget of the municipality, maybe let me start here. The budget as we speak of the municipality is unfunded, and that is linked to the creditors. The creditors that the municipalities owe are in excess of 800 million. Now that is why I had to break it down to say the highest creditor being Umgeni. What is it that we have done with Umgeni? I came to DWS, I came to RASP, I came to Alfred Duma. Those are highest creditors that we have. If you take those creditors that I've mentioned, they are above 500 million. There is a plan to deal with those. But then I then said, the funding plan is what we are working with provincial treasury to make sure that we are funded within. We can't be funded within 3 years, unfortunately, because that is what the circular demands of us, to be funded within 3 years. But the kind of a liability that we have is far more than 800 million. So the funding plan does talk to trying to deal with the liquidity problem. It does not talk only about liabilities or creditors only, but it does talk about the revenue part as well.
Just hold on.
The CFO, can he stop at
challenging. And why you don't have an appetite to respond on the issue of external laboratory from Durban that was shut down by a service provider claiming that they are owing that service provider 300,000? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. All right, let's focus on that.
Let's come straight to the issue of our laboratory. We currently outsourcing the service. And I can confirm that we're still doing some tests for water together. Two, we have also bought some equipments for our plants to ensure that there is an hourly testing of our water in our plants. So we are in a process of revamping our own lab together. So at this stage, we said it's better for us to get a service provider because it's going to have some sort of health hazard to the people of together if we're not going to test water. Yes, we said we're using a service provider, but we're getting the results on time. We haven't yet experienced any problem with the service that we're currently getting, but we're in a process of ensuring that we do the service in-house.
Okay, you're going to deal with the fleet manager.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With regards to the case that the employee launched in court, the status is that the matter was relaunched, re-enrolled at Labour Court by the municipality, and we are awaiting the date for that sitting because when that employee was awarded an award, that was challenged by the municipality, and the matter was challenged by the municipality, and then the matter was re-enrolled in Labour Court. So we are waiting for the sitting. So the status quo remained because the municipality did not did challenge the award that was provided.
Why did you fire him?
Pardon?
Why did you fire him?
Well, there was a plethora of charges that were preferred against the employee, and the municipality felt that there was a risk if the same person could be reinstated at the same responsibilities, having not proved themselves in the cases that were preferred. And what is interesting, Honorable Chair, what the employee won was not on basis of material matters, but it was on basis of the presiding officer who decided at the time that he was just going to withdraw the cases without having considered all that was preferred against the employee, which involved a lot of alleged maladministration and corruption. Hence, the municipality decided that it should be enrolled to challenge that outcome.
Okay. Just take us back now. You are saying you are not using a laboratory in Durban. You are not having a laboratory that was closed on the basis of a service provider you owe money to? Just a simple yes or no.
As part of cost containment, we were using a building for a service provider with all our equipments, that's one. But we said, let's revamp our own building so that we can put in our own equipment to test. But while we're still on that process, we said at this stage, it's important for us, at that stage it was important for us to consider having to outsource the function to a service provider. So I'm saying we're still having a service provider. We're doing some tests of water with that particular service provider. We're getting our results on time. We haven't yet experienced any problem with the work that is being done by the service provider. So that's what I said.
So you are using a service provider?
Correct.
It's not the same one that you owe money that protested?
No, it's
you
not.
You do owe money to another one though?
For the lab?
Yes.
The chair is talking about the occupants of the building.
I just want to separate the issues. Do you owe money to a service provider on the basis of laboratory work?
No. No.
And there was no protest there of the service provider that blocked your operation of your local laboratory?
I don't remember that.
You don't know. Let's put that aside. You are using your own laboratory and you are not relying on a laboratory in Durban that is delaying the processing of the result and therefore affecting the delivery of water.
Chair, I said the function is outsourced. We're using a
You are
service
outsourced to
provider
Durban,
for the testing of what?
to Durban.
Well, I'm not too sure about the offices. What they normally do, they come, pick up the samples, go and test and bring back the results. So,
Aye. What is the address of the company that is you have outsourced to?
Tembo, do you know the address?
Thank you, Chairperson. If we are to test AMA results from an external laboratory, we needed to get a SANAS accredited laboratory, and in and around Ladysmith, there is no SANAS accredited laboratory, which then.
You know, Mananga, what's your name again?
Uxolani wakamthembu.
Mtembu. Lala Mvelas. Yabona nje, half a second you would have said, yes, we're actually we've outsourced to a company in Durban. The explanation can follow later if the chair is interested.
Chairperson,
And as we speak, I'm not interested in the explanation. I'm only interested in the answer. It's a yes, Durban or not Durban. And UMM is dancing on it. That's why I'm now asking you directly.
It's a laboratory in Durban, Chairperson, that is currently testing our samples.
Okay. So your first statement, MM, is off the line. Okay. Now let's come back to the second question. MM says he's not aware that there would be a delay in the processing of water as a result. Are you aware?
Chairperson, I'm not aware of any delays in the processing of water, and if we can even go to the DWS website, the result will all be there, uploaded as per the regulations.
All right. You deal with it. Yeah.
All right, so let me just get one clarity more. You are using the external laboratory in Durban because the internal one was shut down by the service provider who claimed that he's owing them 300K. So how do you resolve that?
The decision to vacate the building was voluntarily. As I said, following the cost containment regulations, we said we're paying too much for that particular building. So it's better for us to leave the building so that we can revamp our own building and occupy our own building. So for us to vacate, that particular building was informed by that. So nothing more.
Okay. Now we can take it forward only if we have got concrete information about someone who's being owed and therefore they closed. Then that means the MM would have been misleading if that is the information is available and it's true. We'll have to pick it up from that point. Let's hold it for now. Let's come to your side. Is it? Is it okay? That's fine. Pick up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, ngengabuza eqaleni ngibuza uMayor ngisanda kuqala nje with lenkulumo ukuthi about that forensic report that gave evidence that the company that was contracted to guard uMayor was engaged by Mayor without the involvement of SCM. Instead, the municipality suspended 12 mid-level employees for that transgression. Bengicele incazelo lapho ukuthi ngicela sikhanyiseleke ukuthi what happened there ngale ndaba yama bodyguard awu-12. Ngiyabonga.
Ama bodyguard
Thank you, Honourable
awu-12.
Member.
Yes.
As Ume, I'm not involved in those appointments, so the GM concerned maybe can respond to that.
That's fine, Mayor. That's fine. Let's get MM who knows the story.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. As far as the issue of the bodyguards is concerned, the suspensions that were effected to officials by the former MP Mguni was not only relating to that transaction or that tender, but there was a report where it was based, wherein the then MM thought they should be suspended on various issues that were tabled on that particular report.
Did it include the issue of security to a mayor?
Yes. Yes,
now,
it did include that
okay.
one.
You see, when you answer a question, you mustn't do what you're saying, because when I'm listening, I can tell you are avoiding to tell us that. It was clear you are avoiding to tell us that. There are many other issues we're not asking about them. We're only asking about the security tender to the mayor. So talk about that. The others, if we need more information, we'll ask for more information. We're not asking that.
Yes, Chair.
Proceed.
Apologies, Honorable Chair. And then on the issue of the bodyguards to the Honorable Mayor, we must clarify. There's been these allegations that were always flaunted upon newspapers and so on. The fact of the matter is...
What were the allegations?
The allegations that the mayor has 12 bodyguards at the time. That was not true. The mayor had 6 bodyguards at the time. And there were cases that were opened and cases that were enrolled and which are still pursued for a threat in the life of the mayor, threat assessment. I mean, for the threats in his life. And those threats did not go only to the mayor himself, but were extended also to the family. Hence, the mayor, prior to his election as a mayor, had those threats, and then this company volunteered to provide the safety services to the Honorable Mayor. And then when the company came, the Office of the Mayor requested that it be provided with the security in accordance with the SCM processes of the municipality, which was then delayed by the administration and the then administrator who was there. Instead, the then administrator authorized that those people that are guarding the mayor at the time must continue while the panel is being formulated. And it took time until when the mayor saw these headlines that would untruly label him as being interfering with the SCM, when the mayor then decided that he's going to reduce the bodyguards to 3. That is 3 in 2023 September. And even then, Honorable Chair, the panel was not concluded in terms of the appointments via SCM processes. And then it was just at the beginning of 2024 when the panel was then formulated, and then the procedures were followed to provide those. But it was not true that the mayor got involved himself. It's officials who made the request, and the request was acceded to by the then administrator who was in the municipality in terms of intervention.
Okay. So if I must understand you, so how many bodyguards does the mayor have?
The mayor has got 2 bodyguards right now and a driver.
Okay. Then those were reduced after the mayor had noticed the allegations around a huge entourage.
Yes, a huge number, which was not true, Honorable Chair. And also, it must be noted,
No,
Honorable Chair.
wait, let's just go one step
Okay.
at a time. So you are saying there were, in fact, 6 bodyguards to the mayor when the allegations went public.
Yes.
You are saying the 6 bodyguards came about because you as officials decided to get them to extend their voluntary services whilst you were waiting to do your own procurement process.
Not exactly, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
They offered their voluntary services when the mayor was not yet
And I understand that.
appointed, yes.
Yeah.
And then immediately the mayor came to office. The official request was made, which is in the form of a requisition, wherein the services to provide protection in terms of the tools of trade of the mayor were requested and then were delayed by administration.
And you had a security threat analysis by the police?
Yes, and the 2 cases that were opened. And Chairperson, we were told by the police who were handling this case that that file or that docket is part of those 120 which were handled by the National Political Killings Task Team.
Okay.
That case was part of that.
Okay. So was there an issue with the municipality that the 6 bodyguards were procured outside the normal procurement processes?
If they were there was no initiation of that process by the administration, then I would say yes, Honorable Chair. But immediately the mayor came in, then there was that request through the requisition, which was then delayed by the administration. And due to the threats, the Honorable Mayor could not let.
We've heard the threats.
go.
So you see, the accusation here is people were suspended for the case of a procurement breach relating to the bodyguards of the mayor and entourage of 12. You are saying no, it was not 12, it was 6. You are saying no, this was done by the outgone administrator, but the people who were suspended were not only suspended for the issue of the mayor's bodyguards, they were suspended for other things. Now, what of the mayor's bodyguards were they suspended for?
The report was not elaborated on, Chairperson, to unpack the charges and allegations against single officials. What actually happened is that those suspensions were effected by the former MM, and the then administrator revoked and ruled that those officials should come back. So there was no unpacking.
I value my daughter. All right. That's fine.
Chair, on the same topic, can I just add something or ask one question?
Just say that again.
Yeah. On this topic, can they just give us then clarity? There was a forensic report done on the security guards, on the security things. Has that report been tabled in the council? If not, why not? And why is that then being ignored? And what are you planning to do about it? And Chair, can they then, if they cannot give us the full explanation now because of time, give us a full report on this? I will provide you with the full details that we have. Thank you.
You've got some details. Oh, good. That's fine. Okay. Do you want to respond to that?
Briefly, Chair, there is no report that has been tabled, and we are not in a position to know why.
There is no report.
Yeah, we don't have it as it now tabled.
Just say that again. There was no report tabled.
Tabled, yes.
So
We
you don't
cannot
have
be-
a report on this matter?
No.
Ah, okay. That's fine. MM, Yapik. What do you want to tell us?
Chair, I joined this municipality in 2024, Feb 2.
Okay.
So
no,
I believe
because
that-
I want to decide whether to allow you or not. What do you want to talk about?
I will request that we, being furnished with more information on the matter, so
Sorry?
that you can be able to respond. If you can be furnished with more information on the matter,
Okay.
then we will respond accordingly.
Yeah, we'll come to
I
that.
think
yeah.
it's fair if
No,
we
that's
take that
fine
position.
because I wanted us to stop the discussion now. That's fine. What? Oh yes, I forgot you. Hey, sorry,
Thank you, Chair.
sorry. You are the last one.
All right. Thank you so much. I did hear the response that the vehicles that were chosen were not that expensive. But we have to remember that what may be expensive for one may be cheap for another and vice versa. And especially since you are a municipality that has your bank accounts frozen and you are owing so much, it is important that you look at cheaper options. But my actual question that I initially asked was this contract for vehicle hire tabled at the full council? And was it approved? If it was not, why not? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, you got a minute for that.
If I can get a clarity, Chairperson, which contract, the Avis contract or the G Fleet contract, the new contract? Which one between the two? If you can get clarity before you respond.
That was the Avis contract.
Avis.
Which one?
Avis.
Okay.
I think I said, Chairperson, I've said this before. I joined the municipality in 2024, Feb 2. So the contract was already in existence. So I might not be too sure whether it was tabled during the initial stages of the contract or not. So, yeah.
No, you are dealing with it on the basis of a response. You just clean that up again.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know about this particular contract, whether you had any information. If there's no information, perhaps you could get a report to your committee. I think it's important that we know why, because we're seeing a pattern of things not being tabled at council and decisions being made without full council, things being tabled at full council. So that would be important. And maybe just tell us about the new contract.
Let's do it this way. Don't debate it further. Just explain back what exactly is the information you're looking for.
So, Chair, the information I was looking for is the vehicles that were chosen for the mayor and the speaker. Why when...
current ones? The current
No, not the current ones.
Which one?
The ones that were the Avis contract. It was the X3 and the X5. I wanted to know why cheaper options were not explored and whether that was tabled at the full council and approved by the full council. And you've obviously said you don't have that information. Thanks.
All right. All right. You've got it now. All right. You seem to be inspired not to stop. Okay. What is the issue? No, you want to tell us something? Please proceed. I know you. Let's finish. Deal with the issue. You're staffing. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, thank you very much. Nkosi and Speaker and the team, thank you very much for your engagement. Let me start with the issue that we would like you to focus on. Welcome, Shenge. We missed you. And the members here are very pleased to see you. I'm sure at lunchtime they will be giving you hugs and everything. The Auditor General has raised a number of issues which we would like you in your post-audit action plan you're going to address. Now, part of what you're already saying as CFO, we need to get that as part of how you're going to turn this thing around. We're talking about audit outcomes. First one is a going concern uncertainty. You had a question focus as when. You've given us a commitment of 4 years. So those are the specifics we're now going to need in your report. The second one is non-compliance with consequence management legislation is already in the list. High financial consultants, price tag, that needs to be, we need a consultant replacement strategy there. And then uncompetitive and unfair procurement, that needs to be eliminated from your procurement processes so that in future it doesn't come back. Then there's the issue around litigation. I hope you will find a way of using intergovernmental relations to manage issues like that, because you are not going to be separated in any way. But that's an issue that's been raised. Then there are issues that relates to water leak, and then fruitless, wasteful expenditure not being investigated, and then material water losses. Those are AG issues. So we need a plan on how we're going to correct all of that. So that's one. Then the second issue relates to a number of things that we would like to get more information about. Firstly, the issue of sewage spillage. There are even specifics to a house that seems to have been affected by that. So we'll give you the details on that. So we would like you to be able to deal with that. How we're going to deal with the issue of sewage spillage as a strategy. We also are interested in the water provision plan, how we're going to be dealing with the issue of the water provision. That's mainly your job and that's your mandate. So we want to see at which point our people are going to be able to get adequate water. Then in that process, we also want you to include a strategy for a reduction of water losses. It's a big issue that we have got at that level. Now, then we've got a number of issues that need to be, as part of that, we also need you to include on the issue of water provision, the whole report around water tankers, how many, who owns, which ones are yours, and what's the cost per month annually, and what's the replacement strategy, how are we going to get rid of the water tankers. Then there is also information which we're now gonna need, which relate to a number of issues that have happened here. The first one, we would like the report on the court case with RASPO, with all the dates and the specifics. And here we are interested because you've been actually taken to court. Now there's information that you were supposed not to use we're supposed to blacklist. And so we need to see the dates to see who said what when, so that we can see whether you actually transgressed any of those. So we need a full report on that. And I hope that you will be able to do that. And we're looking at it coming to us via your MECs. Then the next issue that we're interested in, and maybe this we should ask the MEC to assist with, and this you will submit to the MEC. We need the report on the issue of the suspension of those members of staff linked to the contract of the mayor's bodyguards. We also want to hear the other issues now. What were those other issues? But what of the mayor's bodyguards did they transgress? So we need that report as well. Then we also need the report around the issue of the CFO. We have highlighted it. We're interested ultimately at the departure package. That's the part we're interested in. And then the other issue, you've had a lot of suspensions and suspension of supply chain management, other officials, that whole group of managers, others resigned, that whole batch. Give us a report on all of those. Why, who, and what action, what was the transgression, and what were your steps, and what has happened to all of them. We need them at that level. You already have your understanding of the matter of the fleet, the cheaper vehicle, the more expensive vehicles than the cheaper vehicles that you've just agreed from the honorable member. And then the other matter relates to the fleet management, fleet manager who won a case in court and you took them back to court, because the question was, you've got an acting fleet manager, but you've got someone who's won the case and you are arguing. No, you have actually gone back to court and challenged that. So that's fine. Give us that full report. So those would be the issues on our side. With that, thank you very much, honorable members. We want to thank Utugela District Municipality, and thank you, Mayor, Speaker, and all your members. You will be excused at this point. And to the honorable members, we take a break, a lunch break till 2:45. May I apologize to the municipalities? Sorry, 4:45, sorry. May I apologize to the municipalities? There's going to be a knock-on delay, but we'll try and see how we can recapture time as we move along. Thank you very much. Let's be back here at 4:45 sharp. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourns. Thank you very much. Let me welcome the delegation from Umkhanyakude. You are here to meet with the joint portfolio committees from National Assembly of COCTA, Standing Committee on Auditor General, SCOPA, and a similar committees in the province. We've also got the provincial legislature, the speaker, the provincial executive, the MEC, and Auditor General, and members of department at the back. Department of Finance as well. And the MEC of Finance has sent an apology, so he's not here today, but they are with us on and off for the whole week. May I then indicate that we are here to look at the performance of the municipality based on the Auditor General's report and any other reports that relate to issues of service delivery, whether from the community, the media, or any investigations. And so we will give you 15 minutes to introduce the team, and in the process, give us an outline of your municipality. Focus on the key issues. We will then get to engage thereafter. Honorable Mayor, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee, greetings to the MEC, COCTA KZN, greetings to the members of Portfolio Committee KZN. My name is Councillor Siphile Mdaga. I am the Mayor of Umhlabuyalingana. No, Umkhanyakude. I come from Umhlabuyalingana, but today I represent Umkhanyakude. Honorable Chair, with me is the Speaker of Council, Honorable Madlopa, and our management team led by our acting MM, Dr. S.R. Ntuli, the CFO as well as...
They're
as
not
well as
indicating, so maybe they should rise as you give.
Okay.
As you give.
The Honorable Speaker. Dr. S.R. Ntuli, who's our acting MM, the CFO, Mr. Ndabandaba, and our head of the engineering department, Mr. Gove. This is our team, Honorable Chair. We are also supported by our technical team sitting at the back. I'll be very brief because I will allow the MM to make a full overview. Safe to say, we're a council of 35 with 7 ESCO members.
Kunzima ukuthula. Insizwa zonke. Hey. Sisho ukuthi aninazo intombi siyazibona kodwa cha qhubeka baba.
I should have introduced everybody, Honorable Chair, to address the issue. That is noted, Chair. We are a council of 35, a multi-party government with 7 ESCO members, full committee structures which are functional from portfolios to ESCO Council, MPEC. ESCO was approved to be full-time in July 2025, which assists in terms of oversight or strengthening of oversight. MPEC, as resolved by Council, is functional, although there are grey areas in terms of its oversight role. Audit Committee, dysfunctional, terminated by Council. A new Audit Committee will be appointed by the Council by end of February. Disciplinary Committee Board is being appointed to assist in terms of reducing the UIFWE and to assist the MPEC. Section 56 managers They are all post-filled with the exception of the MM, and the process is underway. It will be finalized by latest end of April. We are well ahead in terms of our processes. Chair, our audit outcome 2020, 2021, 2022 was a disclaimer. We moved from disclaimer in 2022, 2023, 24, 24, 25 to qualification. We shouldn't be in qualification now because we've been here for 3 years. We have established a full war room to deal with issues of audit finding because some of the findings, unfortunately, they are recurring findings. So we should have by now moved from the qualification. Hence the establishment of the war room to deal with matters raised by AG. Budget 2021, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023 was unfunded. We embarked on aggressive cost containment measures supported by Cooperative, of which then we were able to achieve a funded budget on 2023, 2025 and the current financial year. Our biggest creditors, Honorable Chair, will be UDWS. Although it's a historic debt for us, we have been servicing the current, and we have been now approved for a DWS municipality debt relief program, which then has removed about 127 million on our books. Umgenu Tugela, we are engaging them. We owe them about 65 million. It's a contestation between us and Umgenu Tugela on the issue of one plant of about 40 megaliters, where we are contesting some issues that they charge us. will elaborate on that one. We are owed about 293 million, of which 33 million of that is government departments, 92 million of that is business services, and 167 million is residential services. I think will elaborate in terms of our revenue enhancement strategy to recover and to ensure that we are able to improve on our revenue areas. On audit findings, will speak to that, but safe to say, when we started in 2021, we had about 11 material irregularities, MIs. We have reduced them to 1, which is the elephant in the room, the revenue, which is an area that it's our key focus now in terms of addressing that. I will then allow the to speak on technical aspect of the AG and other areas. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Honorable Mayor. My greetings goes to the Honorable Chairperson, Kawazela, and the members of the Portfolio Committee present from National Assembly. Honorable MEC for KZN Kokta, Shenge, the members of Portfolio Committee, KZN. Let me rather say all protocol observed. Let me quickly browse through issues that were left behind by the Honorable Mayor in terms of the issues that were that were raised by the Portfolio Committee to say that we must focus on. Issues of salary bill, we've touched based on that one. We are currently sitting well within the norm of, we are sitting at 31% in terms of our employee-related cost versus our operational budget. In terms of the revenue matters, Honorable Chair, we must indicate that as the Mayor has alluded, that we are a bit of a challenged municipality, but there is history to that in terms of our debtors book, which is very high. There is history to that, but we've done our analysis in terms of the reasons which led to that situation in the municipality. In the main, there were accounts or customers that were transferred from local municipalities to the district after the establishment of the district, the district municipality. So those historic accounts were never treated. So in terms of our debtors book, yes. In terms of the current, there is a large sum of amount that is owed by business, that is owed by government departments, as well as your residential customers, your household customers. But we must indicate that we've started to develop necessary plans which are in place. So we can safely say from 2020 to 2021, we're collecting at around about 31%. That was our collection rate, but we've since improved and increased to 60% of collection. We're not yet there because at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is that we sit above 80% of collection. So, but gradually we are growing. So we attribute two challenges as indicated from the customers that were transferred from local municipalities and other agencies that were providing water at a time. So those customer data, we could not inherit data that is accurate. So that's why then we've started some initiatives in dealing with that. And the other issue that we attribute to the challenges of revenue, because that is our main challenge, is the issue of unavailability and faulty meters, as well as delays in meter installations, and particularly to the areas that are in deep rural areas. And obviously where there is high unemployment rate and indigency in that area. So because of failure to compile indigent register up to date, that's why then we had such challenges as a municipality. But in terms of the planned action, the council on the 17th of October 2025 took a decision to approve a financial improvement plan and recovery plan, which incorporates a number of areas, including your revenue management, where we undertook to review a revenue enhancement strategy and also to develop a revenue enhancement action plan, which has been developed now. Part of the actions that are part of the revenue action plan is that, one, we're embarking on the process of cleansing our data, which is a process that has already started. And the indigent registration is also underway. Our target is that by end of Feb, we should conclude that on the data, so that at least we've got what we call a reliable data for us to be able to bill our customers. Installation of meters and flat rate billing implemented. So we've started on implementing our meters where we did not have our meters or where we had faulty meters. So we've started embarking on that process, both in terms of water as well as electricity, because there are areas where the district municipality is a relevant authority in terms of electricity reticulation, areas like in Mtubatoba, Wamsane Township, as well as under Jozini local municipality at Ingwavum. We've already started installing those meters. In terms of household meters, we've installed more than 1,200 meters to date. We are also installing commercial meters. Our program is that by end of March, we should have been able to roll new customers that we were not billing amongst our customer data. We've established a revenue steering committee. It is sitting every second week in a month, and it is reporting to the MENCO. We've also dealt with issues of credit control that are now in place. We've embarked on a process of reviewing our credit control and debt collection policy as a municipality, and we are now having a fully fledged revenue management section or unit in the municipality. We can safely say, Honorable Chair, we are now capacitated because the office is equipped with competent and qualified individuals now. So we've got other campaigns like your revenue enhancement campaigns, your new customer rollout programs, and so on. And also there is a program that we've initiated to reduce both in terms of water and electricity losses. Then debt owed by the municipality, Honorable Mayor has already touched on that one, on the 127 million that is our biggest that we owed to DWS. We've applied for a relief program and we've since been approved. So the department has committed to writing off that debt. The outstanding balance for Umgenu Tugela, which is a historic debt, and there were issues between the municipality as well as the water board, Umgenu Tugela. It comes from Umhlatuze Water, while it was still Umhlatuze Water. That 65 million we are engaging with them. We've agreed with Umgenu Tugela Water to say that let us service the current debt, and we've developed a payment plan for the historic debt. Also, there were few creditors that we were owing in the municipality. We've been able to reduce our creditors in terms of our creditors' age analysis, except for one service provider, our inventory consume, who's assisting us with the bulk services. But we've been able to reduce again the debt, which was sitting at 52 million at the end of the financial year. We've been able to reduce that in a manner that the current debt, we are up to date, we are servicing that. We made a payment arrangement for the 3 months, historic 3 months, that we've made a payment plan, and we've started servicing that debt. Our ultimate goal is that end of a financial year, we should have cleared all our debt. And we are, in terms of our cash flows, we are currently successfully implementing that. In terms of MIs, as the mayor has alluded on, one MI that is remaining as an issue is failure to collect long outstanding debt. We've put together a plan in terms of how we're going to deal with that, including the credit control policy as indicated, your revenue enhancement strategy, the financial recovery that I touched base on earlier. Part of the decisions as part of e-recovery plan and financial improvement plan was that we've agreed with UAG that on monthly basis we will be meeting, so that they assess us on monthly basis in terms of the plans that we are putting in place, as well as the actions that we've put in place in terms of the adequacy of those and the implementation of the action plans as recommended. Also, there is also another one where they've said that action is appropriate, but they are going to monitor us as a municipality moving forward. In terms of UFWE, we've had issues, but Honorable Chair, we must indicate that we're able to reduce UFWE from 4 billion to 2.1 billion currently. We know that there has been some gaps in the manner in which we've been treating UFWE, but the council has taken some decisions in terms of how are we dealing with that. So in terms of achievements that we can say council has committed to, one, in dealing with UFWE, we did not have a consequence management and accountability policy and procedure in a municipality. So last year, it was on the 17th of December, the council has approved that policy, because it is a policy that is going to assist the council in dealing with issues of UFWA, in terms of treating the UFWA, in terms of implementation of consequence management. The issues of disciplinary board, the Honorable Mayor has already touched based on that one. We're in the process of establishing a disciplinary board with obviously competent and qualified individuals. In terms of the audit committee, because the audit committee was not functional, again, on the 17th of December, the council took a decision to terminate the existing contract with all audit committee members because of issues of functionality. From then, the council has advertised, and the process of appointing a new audit committee is underway. It has been advertised and it has been closed. So by end of Feb, as the mayor has indicated, we should be done with these two processes. These structures, they're going to assist us in dealing with issues of UFWA. But over and above that, Honorable Chairperson, we've quantified all contracts that contributes to UFWA, and we've since terminated all of them. Those contracts which contributed to EFWE. In the main, it was through the appointment of panels. So we've terminated those. And lastly, on this issue, the municipality has established a legal unit, a fully functional legal unit. So we've got a legal team which is equipped with relevant skills as well as tools for us to be able to deal with these matters. In terms of implementation of financial recovery plan, past we had issues, but as indicated earlier, Chairperson, that we've since approved, the council has since approved the plan, and on monthly basis, executive committee, because it is a full-time committee of the council, is monitoring the implementation. We are reporting on monthly basis. The last report was presented before council last week in a special council meeting. And through the implementation of this plan, Chairperson, we must indicate that when we conducted an assessment in October, we discovered that even Treasury did an assessment over us, that there was an operating deficit of 334 million. Through the implementation of this plan, we've since reduced an operating deficit of 334 million to 37 million to date. We've identified high-cost drivers in the municipality, and we've dealt with all those high-cost drivers. For instance, we had hired water tankers in a municipality which were costing us a huge amount of money. We've since terminated all of them, and we've cleared that debt to date. So we've got zero in terms of hired water tankers in the municipality, which was one of the highest cost drivers. In terms of security services in the municipality, we've been able to reduce security services in the municipality, the cost with 1.5 million as of to date. So in terms of the impact of this plan, we are really reaping benefits in terms of the impact of this plan. In terms of service delivery, we've got as a water services authority, obviously, we are currently under Section 63 intervention by National Department of Water and Sanitation. There is a program that is currently running on the implementation of that section of the law. The directive was issued to Umgeni.
Please round up.
Let me
You have
round up.
30 seconds. You'll have time to answer. Don't worry.
All issues raised by Auditor General, we've already developed a action plan to deal with all of them. 14 issues that were raised by Auditor General. All of them were recurring issues. So we've got a plan in place already. Some of them we've started the implementation as indicated earlier when I was dealing with UFWA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's take questions, comments. All right. Going once. This time I count. If you make your mind up later, we'll be gone. All right. Let's start here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sanibonani Mkhanyakude. Mkhanyakude ngempela. All right, siyabonga. No, I just want to check. You spoke lengthy about the UIFW, and then you are saying that you are addressing it through a policy. So let me just ask, is your MPEC functional? Because we must start there. And please explain why you did not comply with the legislated requirement to write off irregular expenditure. Because there is a clear processes to be followed that you must investigate. That's why I'm asking about the MPEC, and you must satisfy that the money is not recoverable. 3.7 billion, matod. I none a million, I'm a billion. While there's no, Mkhanyakude phela khongisha ama bridge, ingane wela kabuhlungu meze ikoleni. So nina anikwazi uku-accountela ama billion. Ake nixoxeni ngahle madoda ngeke. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Kwanyakude is the biggest contributor of UFWE in KZN with 4-point-something billion. And part of not investigating the UFWE, some officials, were involved in this and they were never charged. Now the question is, what did you do to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure from occurring? And if it's after happening, what is it that you have done to charge those who are responsible? 2, the position of how long has been the position of not filled? Because they've been acting for years now, I assume. It has not been filled for some time. So it's been acting from different FM. So how long has been that? And two, the use of consultants. Who prepares your financial statements? Who is your internal audit unit? Do you have an in-house, or do you have that responsibility outsourced? If outsourced, how much are you spending on that internal audit unit? And when are you planning to make it in-house so that it would be, you remove the consultant, because you're spending around 10 million on a consultant. Three, Chair, I want to ask about the impact. The billing system, have you corrected the billing system? Have you corrected your fixed asset register? Because those are one of the issues that have been outstanding, or that are issues that are highlighted by AG years and years and years. Treasury has pulled some assistance from this municipality because they come and try to assist the municipality, but you're not picking up. Salga is pulled out. Last one.
Yes, no.
I'm closing,
No,
Chair.
we proceed.
I'm closing, Chair.
Hold it. Aye. Bazokuvalela. Please, let's take the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele kuthimba lasemkhanyawoti. Chair, mhlawumbe I'm not sure if this one needs to be directed to Mayor or MM. Auditor General recently instructed MEC Koktangalena Usheng to intervene in Mkhanyawoti. Could you possibly elaborate to us what that intervention was about? That's one. And then I'll echo the sentiments of colleague Wamlana. Financial consultants, 10 million. Mhlambu CFO, ngicela asikhanyisele ukuthi ibithini into yalapho noma ubedinga usizo or in angikholwa kodwa ukuthi with so much experience CFO bengaba nenkinga with handling ama financials, because these consultants were said to be ineffective as well. Unfair and uncomparative procurement processes. Audit report says that goods and services within the prescribed value for comparative bids were procured without inviting comparative bids. What is that about? And then lastly, Chair, mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets. Service delivery targets, 46%, yet budget spent, 99%. MM.
Thank you.
Sebang.
Thank you.
Thank you, and greetings to the delegation. I'm just going to ask one question, and I think no municipality has been able to answer this, not COCTA, not the Premier. I'm hoping that you will be able to do it. In terms of the water crisis, when do we expect to have 100% water flow into our communities? Could be a project, 2050, doesn't matter, but a turnaround strategy of a situation would involve maintenance of old infrastructure, building of new infrastructure, elimination of water tanks and all of that. In totality, what are the project timelines? Do you have that? And by when can we promise the people at home that they would have an uninterrupted water flow into their taps? Thank you.
Thank you.
One question as well. Babu Mayor, amakhansela wakho nabasebenzi umasipala bakweleta umasipala combined about 1.3 million. Wenzani ngalokho? Ngiyabonga.
Do we have, let's see how many hands this side? Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, on UIFWE, this matter was flagged during 2024 financial year. But in your presentation, you were only able to implement a strategy only last year. So what caused that delay? Because this matter was flagged during 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, officials of Mkanyakudi. I was covered largely by my colleagues that side, but then there's some one or two things that I think you need to just check for us. Councillors and officials, maybe in arrears for a period longer than 3 months. Outstanding for councillors is 356,000 and officials 962,000. What are you doing to ensure that the councillors and officials are not in arrears? They should be an example for the community at large. And then in the auditor's report of 23-24, there was criminal irregular expenditure cases not reported to law enforcement. There were cases of irregular expenditure that constituted a criminal offense, but these were not reported to the South African Police Services. Can you guys tell us why was this not done? And is that still the case here? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The qualifications and placement of people is a big, big problem. If you take, for instance, the GM for corporate services, he has nothing on corporate services in terms of qualifications. If you take the manager auxiliary, AB Buteles only has matric. Senior manager planning and economic development, that is just a teacher. Now, you have an acting MM, whom is dubbed as senior manager. What is the relationship between his position and the acting capacity? Looking, if you say he is a senior manager, are you putting him on top of general managers? Can you clarify that? And all the other awkward appointments in relation to qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've also now been covered, but I have one question. Performance bonuses. Have you paid any performance bonuses to any Section 57 manager or MM himself in the past 5 years? Thank you.
Okay. Did you get the question? You want to repeat?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Can you
speaker,
repeat?
please.
Can you repeat the question? Bring a bit closer to your mouth.
Performance bonuses for the MM or Section 56 managers in the past 5 years. Not 13th checks, performance bonuses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for those questions. In terms of the functionality of the MPAC, is yes, the MPAC is there and it's functional. The only issue, it was the issue of capacity, because MPAC cannot function on its own. You need a functional audit committee, you need a disciplinary board for you to be able to realize our goals and the MPAC to be able to perform on its mandate. Remember, MPAC is composed of councillors, so these structures are composed of experts. So unfortunately for the municipality, we did not have functional structures to support the MPAC. So that's why the council took a resolution to disband those that were existing and re-establish in order to support MPAC. So then that will make life of the MPAC easier in terms of processing and dealing with UFWE, so that we categorize issues of UFWE. Those who are supposed to go for recoveries, your criminal cases, your internal disciplinary processes, because in the past we did not categorize when we were dealing with UFWE. So we've had our engagements with UAG and we've accepted that in the past we were not doing it correctly in terms of treating UFWE, because we'll just investigate and leave it at that level. But what we've done also, as indicated earlier, that we've established our legal team internally. We've done a review of all investigations report that were conducted in the municipality to say that let us quantify the findings and have our recommendations to see that our recommendations are they implementable moving forward. But over and above that, the consequence management and accountability policy, which has been since approved by the council, as well as the procedure in terms of how you implement consequence management, it's going to assist us to an extent that we've started dealing with officials responsible for EFWE. One of the officials is the municipal manager of the municipality. The reason why there is an acting MM, it's because the council has dealt with the municipal manager because of EFWE. There are other officials that are going through a disciplinary process. We are not just suspending people for the purposes of suspending. There are disciplinary hearings taking place. So far, we've got 3 on top of the municipal manager that we refer to. We've got 3 who are going through the process. We're still also identifying some through the reports, and we will be implementing consequence management to that effect. The position of the MM, it has been vacant since October. In the past, there was a fully appointed municipal manager. Your internal audit issues, we've got outsourced activities for internal audit, but also internally, that is why in our team, we've got our internal audit team. We are starting to insource some of the activities now in the municipality. So in terms of expenditure, the figure is around 2 million per annum for the outsourced activities, the internal audit. But I can assure the committee members, the company that is providing us with that service, they deployed 2 full-time individuals in the municipality. So if you were to compare the amount of work that is being done and the cost is costing the municipality, you can compare with other municipalities. And Chairperson, in terms of fixing our fixed register, I think our engagement with OAG, yes, it's one of the qualifying issues, but we've agreed with OAG. That issue is a quick win, it's a low-hanging fruit for us, and we've already put together actions to address issues of our assets, because it's a minor issue. The team from AG can attest to that. It's one of the issues which is going to be cleared this year, looking at the plan that we've put in place. In terms of service delivery target, 46% versus 99%, there were a few contributing factors, honorable members. Number one, coming from an unfunded budget. There was an issue of an unfunded budget. You look at our financials as well, and on the other side, your unfunded budget poses a burden to the new budget, which then compromise the implementation of the SDBIP for the current financial year at a time. But we've since addressed that, as the mayor has indicated, that now our budget is funded. Also, the other issue was on reporting. The adequacy of reporting was an issue, which we've sabotage. So we've dealt with that. You will see in our current reports, our mid-year report, in terms of those issues have been we've dealt with zone. So we are no longer going to have such issues moving forward. The issue of supply chain, competitive bidding, our bids which were not in line with Section 217 of the Constitution, we agree with that finding, and we've agreed with AG's finding, but we've corrected that in a manner that, for instance, you'll find that the services that are costing above 200,000, they were not advertised in competitive tender, following competitive tender processes. We've since corrected that, and we've obviously worked on our supply chain management, and we no longer have those issues, honorable members. We are confident. You see tenders are going out. the issue of bid committees in the municipality. We've restructured that. We believe that we've appointed people who are competent and qualified in those bid committees to ensure that there is nothing unbecoming towards that. Also, our internal audit unit and risk management unit, prior to the signing our appointment letters, we've said that we are going to subjecting our reports from bid committees to the risk management unit here to eliminate our risk prior to appointment. So that's how we've averted our issues that we've had in the past. Let me quickly go to issues of qualifications. We've conducted an assessment starting with our top management in the municipality to low-level employees who are supposed to be skilled. We've conducted that assessment. It's not a full-scale job evaluation, but it was an assessment of qualifications of individuals occupying positions to say, did you meet the requirements of the post? And that report has been submitted to council. And we've started implementing in terms of dealing with that. We've seen demotions as a result of that. And the council is also implementing some of the remedial actions to an extent of Section 56 managers. The report will be going to MEC Cocta soon in terms of how we've dealt with that. But with employees below Section 56, we've already started correcting that in the municipality. You can hear some noise outside because we've implemented that, obviously, Chairperson. Now, but moving forward, in terms of our positions, we are complying fully with our staff establishment regulations got 2021. We no longer have an issue of appointing unqualified individuals as a municipality. Instead of that, we've raised the bar in terms of the requirements. I think my last one, Chairperson, before Bob Mayor and the colleagues assist, in terms of performance bonuses, we've not paid performance bonuses. In terms of the acting I think the Honorable Mayor will address that. But the assurance we can give to the committee is that the person the council have appointed as an acting regardless of is a senior manager in the municipality, is an experienced municipal manager and competent and qualified. Thank you.
Chair, let's welcome the questions from the committee members. I can confirm here that the acting has only been acting for a period of 4 months. So it's a response to a council decision as part of the consequence management to the former who has since resigned. Treasurer pulled out. The provincial treasurer raised an issue of non-cooperation from our team when they were providing support. The ESCO responded by engaging the MEC. So those issues were clarified. I can confirm here that the support from treasurer is currently in the municipality, particularly on issues of SCM. That support is there. Councillors owing the municipality, they have been subjected, Honorable Chair, to the Ethics Committee. Staff members owing municipality processes have been underway. The last report of finance, we were told that the money is being deducted from their salaries. The issue of water crisis, I think it's a specific question. When do you think we will resolve the issue of water crisis or challenges? We should not go beyond 10 years, Chair. Even in terms of our water service plan, WSP, it proclaims that within 10 years we must have resolved the issues of potable water, primary on the basis of household connection, if not the RDP programs. The advantage that you have the fifth largest dam, 17,000 square meters of water situated within the region. In partnership with DWS Cooperative, as part of the proclamation of Section 63, we currently have massive programs that we are doing on the ground in terms of bulk and reticulation. Your biggest challenge now is that currently you have about 127 megaliters that you produce every day. The demand is increasing every day. So part of our plan is to upgrade our water treatment plants, because the ideal situation will be at least 200 megaliters. With our work with DWS, Ungen and Cooperative, we are already having plans that are underway to address firstly the issue of purification, because the source is not a challenge. The dam, which is known as Jozini Pongolo River, is sufficient. So I would say in terms of our water service plan, is 10 years we should have resolved. Of course, it's a moving target because of the population that is growing, but we have taken that into consideration in terms of our planning. I think the issues of AG inviting the MEC Cooperative, it was not only the MEC Cooperative. In fact, AG was raising the issue of the MI on revenue with the mayor, with the Honorable MEC Cooperative, with the Honorable MEC Finance. So that MI is being addressed currently. It's a joint program that of course involves ESCO. has explained how are we doing our oversight. The support system in terms of Section 154 from Cooperative, I've already alluded to the fact that the provincial treasurer is part of our support systems. Issues of contradictions have been cleared, so we are working with all these government departments in terms of resolving issues of AG. As I've said earlier on, we shouldn't be on the qualification now. We have no reason to stay on qualification come end of this financial year. The acting has already presented our turnaround plan, but also in terms of enhancing our system. The final issue is the issue which is our focus now, the building of capacity of the state to be able to resolve issues. He has already alluded to the fact that we are building our own internal unity. The risk unity has already been processed. We have a risk manager who's part of this meeting, the legal department, water cutters. We have introduced our own water cutters. We have actually terminated all contract on water cutters. We are bringing more water cutters in terms of ensuring that we don't outsource that service. We are also...
Once you repeat, it means we have to move to the next point.
Okay. I think that was the last point.
Anything outstanding, members? Can you close?
Honorable Chair.
Okay. Yes, Damas. Can you close? Thank you. Go ahead. And in the meantime, talk to us about political instability. Political instability. We've seen a lot of drama. Are you stable now? Are you going to be unstable again? What is the problem? Yes, Ndamas?
Chair, the response by the municipal manager is just getting around the question. The question, is, you have a manager, whether you call it auxiliary manager, with a metric, and then you go to the tangent. I won't repeat yourself, I don't want to. You must go to specifics, because I had specifics. The last one, mayor. Never mind that the acting is saying he's experienced, he's that. That's not the question. The question is, do you take a senior manager above general managers? What's the logic? Answer that, not the other things. Thanks.
Let's deal with the qualification straight on, MM.
Honorable Chair,
Just straight, have a minute so
I've
that you don't
indicated
go.
that we've already compiled a list of those people who did not meet requirements when they were appointed. It's not only 2 people. In actual fact, it's more than that. We've compiled a list, we've started processing them. That's the reason why I even said to a level of the general manager, Section 56 manager. We are processing that Section 56
What is
manager.
processing?
The issue of consequence management.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question was?
Is in relation to a senior manager taken above general managers to act as an MM.
That's for the mayor. The mayor is going to answer that.
Well, it's a council decision on the basis of what the council felt were the skills that were required at the particular epoch, particular time. So that's what we have already alluded to, the fact that we have an issue with one senior manager, corporate. So we had to look for the best of the municipality. It was on the basis of meritocracy. That's how I can respond to that one, Honorable Chair.
We've decided. Instability.
Maybe I thought the speaker should respond on that one, but I can assure you, Chair, that the municipality is very stable now. There is a full commitment from all councillors, from all political formations. The speaker is here from another different political formation, so as our deputy mayor and so forth. So I can assure you, Chair, that there is a full stability in the municipality.
Okay, 1 minute, Speaker.
No, thank you, Chair. I concur with my mayor, Honorable Mtaga. There's a full stability in the municipality. All committees are sitting, council are just sitting, everything is just in the correct order. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to hold you there. Is somebody inspired to tell us something? Are we done with the question? I want us to summarize this. What do you want him to answer? MM, utakaphenduleni. Yes?
Chair, ubekhalela nje ukuthi committee limuzwe, CFO.
Do you take over your meetings and chair them in your council? The processes we're taking here is we need reports. We are overseeing exactly the same thing that the Auditor General has raised with you. And your council must also go and work on this and oversee it and make sure that it is done. And you'll submit that to the MECs who will make sure that everything is done as expected. So by the time it comes to us, everything would have not only been done, but where there are weaknesses, there would have been corrections and interventions by this MEC and the other one. So we need to be clear that this report of how you're performing must go to this legislature to be discussed. And if there is a problem there, the speaker and the legislature will actually instruct the premier and the MECs what needs to be done. By the time it gets to National Assembly, by the time we get to the next cycle, all of these issues that are raised here will be history. So the first thing that we'd like you to do, we want your post-audit action plan that must address the issues raised by the Auditor General. Non-compliance with the consequence management legislation, high financial consultants price tag, uncompetitive procurement processes, inadequate contract management, councillors and officials in arrears in the municipality, mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets, non-investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, criminal irregular expenditure cases not reported to law enforcement agencies, inadequate implementation of audit action plans, low budget for infrastructure. The second issue is part of this is going to involve you submitting to us a clear indication of how you're structuring all the committees and structures that are necessary for this plan to be effective. So the issue of the investigation of UIFW needs to be clear, the strengthening of the MPEC, the strengthening of risk management committees or internal audit committees, and ensuring that there's regular write-off processes, not just a decision. And we can you just deal with that, please? Stop the vibration. Yeah, so out of that process, we would like all of that to be subjected to the scrutiny of the MECs. Then in there shall also be the consultant replacement strategy. You have some service provider that's brought in permanent people, full-time people in your office. Want those to be your staff, not the same people, but you need those that capacity for on your own. Then we need you to give us a report on this skills assessment, the assessment of qualifications, the skills audit, so that we must also know the outcome thereof. So that report will also come to the MEC, then we will receive that report as well. Then we also need you to give us a strategy of water provision in Umkanyagude. If you say it's going to take you 10 years, we want to see that on your strategy. We want to see why it shouldn't take less. We want to see how you're going to be able to reach out to all the communities. And therefore, we need that strategy again tabled with the MEC, and then it must come to us in 3 months. Then we also need, the last one is investigations, a report on the investigations done, UIFW, corruption, whistleblowers that would have been referred to disciplinary action, and that would be referred to criminal justice system. Those would be the reports we would like to get from you. In other words, you're going to act on all of these issues, and when you send us a report, we're not just interested in the report, we're interested in what action did you take. Where there's no action taken, we want to know, you as a council, what action did you take on those who did not act? That's how it must work. So we're not going to come with a gap where we say, well, this is what we have found. We want to act in such a way that you ultimately correct the matter. That is it. So thank you very much. We will therefore excuse you at this point. Travel safely. Thank you very much. Then we want to invite Inkosi Mtubatuba local municipality to join us. And would like them to move forward. Do we have Inkosi Mtubatuba here? Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, Kosim Tubatuba local municipality. Please take seats. You have 15 minutes to present yourself, and in the course of that, you will tell us about your municipality. You're going to focus on the highlights of your municipality. You don't have to tell us everything. We know it's a beautiful municipality with a lot of history, and a lot of natural resources, fine, but let's go for focus on the key issues. You are appearing in front of the joint committees of parliament on COCTA, portfolio committee on COCTA, standing committee on the Auditor General, and the the SCOPA, as well as you have the provincial speaker and the similar committees, and you have got the provincial executive, premier, MECs who are here, and then of course at the back you have also got the departments of COCTA, finance, as well as that of the Auditor General's office. We are here to follow up on the Auditor General's report. We are going to be interested in how you are correcting what has been raised, and in the process we're also going to engage you on issues of service delivery, of corruption, of investigations, things that would have come from the media, from the various reports, and therefore we would like you to engage us on that. With that, we would like to invite you to introduce everyone and start. You've got 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson KwaZulu, the Speaker of our legislature in her absentia, Honorable N.N. Boyce, the MEC of COCTA, Honorable Reverend T. Deep Telezi, the honorable members of joint sitting, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson of the joint sitting, KwaZulu, I am the Mayor of Inkosi Mtubatuba Local Municipality, Councillor Mxolisi Mthethwa. I am accompanied today by a delegation from municipality whom I also respectfully acknowledge. I greet each of them and thank them for their continuing support and commitment to the work of the municipality. With me, there is Deputy Mayor, Councillor MZ Shobete, the Speaker of Council, Councillor S.J. Shezi, the Municipal Manager, Mr. T.V. Kulu, the Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Mr. J.V. Nkosi. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to convey the apology of the CFO, who is not well, is in a sick leave. Hence, we have the Deputy CFO, the Manager, PMU, Mr. L.S. Mngadi, the Senior Internal Auditor, Ms. K. Msomi, Accountant Expenditure, Mr. L.A. Ntombela. Honorable Chairperson KwaZulu, we welcome to be invited to this session for accountability purpose, and we are there. And where there are gray areas, we are fully committed to address areas of concern. Today, we are here to respond to the correspondence received from the Office of the Honorable Chairperson dated 19th of January 2026, requesting the municipality to avail itself before this Honorable House and to account on the following key areas: the background of and the profile of the municipality, the governance including the political and administrative interface, the financial management including the audit outcomes, UIFWE and the local economic development programs, and the bulk infrastructure and service delivery. Issues raised by the Auditor General in 2023-2024 audit. Honorable Chairperson KwaZulu, it is indeed true that the municipality has worked tirelessly to ensure the effective implementation of its turnaround strategy during the 2024-2025 financial year. This process was greatly strengthened by the continuous support and the guidance received from the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs throughout the year. As a result of this collective effort, our audit opinion improved from a qualified audit opinion to unqualified audit opinion, which demonstrate a significant milestone in strengthening governance, accountability, and financial controls, and restoring public milestone in strengthening governance, accountability, and financial controls, and restoring public confidence in the administration of Inkosi Umtubatuba local municipality. Chairperson, the municipality comes from a very difficult period. Inkosi Umtubatuba local municipality was placed under administration in terms of section 139(1)B of the Constitution from 2012 until 30 October 2024. The intervention was triggered, among others, by a disclaimer, audit opinion, failure to appoint the section 54 and 56 managers, dysfunctional council meetings, dysfunctional ward committee, and the general breakdown in financial management system. Honorable Chairperson, through the critical support and the guidance received from KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Cabinet under the Section 154 intervention program, coupled by the unwavering commitment of the municipality council and staff, a significant progress has been made within the municipality. This collective effort has strengthened our institution capacity and the system. Among the key achievements are the following. All Section 54 and 56 managers have been appointed. Council meetings are fully functional. Ward committees are fully functional across all 23 wards. The municipality is now able to submit its annual financial statements, draft annual report, and annual performance report on the Audit General by the 31st of August each year, in full compliance with legislative prescripts. And detailed information on the audit outcome from 2020 and 2021 to 2024 to 2025 is provided page 25 and 26 of the report before this honorable house. In year 2023, our municipality was struck by the disaster. As a result, the classification in terms of Section 23 of the Disaster Management Act was confirmed. The municipality received the grant funding from the Department of Cooperative Governance for the implementation of the identified disaster recovering project. This funding assisted the municipality in increasing the number of stormwaters and the access road project implemented during the 2023-2024 to 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable Chairperson, with your permission, may I hand over to the MM so that he can swiftly demystify the technical aspect. Thank you very much.
Proceed.
Thank you, Worship. Chairperson of the joint sitting, members of the joint sitting, our MEC, through permission, Chair, can I follow on the protocol that's been already been established? My first point, Chair, I wish to indicate that we do have MPEC, which is functional, was established on the 16th of February 2022. The MPEC has a work plan which has been endorsed by Council, which highlights activities to be implemented by MPEC in each and every quarter. The work plan of the MPEC is also aligned with the MPEC calendar, so we're able to deal with the complex matters, Chairperson. The MPEC composition has 6 members. 5 other parties are part of the MPEC of the municipality. In the year 24-25, 9 meetings were held by the MPEC. In the current year 25-26, we've had 4 meetings to date. Chair, I wish to indicate that there are reports which have been submitted to MPEC, to Council by MPEC. The first report was submitted on the 19th of August 2022. The second report was submitted on the 29th of October 2024. The last report was submitted on the 29th of October 2025. However, the reports regarding the write-off did not affect our efforts for 24-25 submission, and some of the reports were considered after end around October, whereas we've already submitted our efforts to AG. Further to that, Chair, I wish to move further to audit issues. It is true, Chair, that in the past 4 years, we've been receiving qualified audit opinion as a municipality, and then in year 24-25, we managed to improve our opinion to unqualified audit opinion. But Chair, I want to draw something to your attention.
If we look at 2020, 2021, 2022, 22, 23, 23, 24, there is something common in the past financial years. We've been qualified before on unauthorized and irregular expenditure, simply because we've been failing to disclose accordingly our authorized expenditure and irregular expenditure when we submit our FS to AG. The first thing that we had to deal with when we according to our FS, our action plan, was to ensure that we correctly disclosed our irregular expenditure and authorized expenditure to address it as a qualifying matter. That's why then, Chair, in year 24-25, we received an unqualified audit opinion. Then, Chair, I must bring to this committee what was our approach in dealing with the issues raised by AG. Number one, we had to prepare our interim financial statements covering the period of July to December 2024. The interim financial statements, we had also engaged AG early in February to present our methodology of addressing the issues raised by AG. Then we had to focus on the 4 matters, which were qualifying matters, being your areas of expenditure, investment property, payables, and receivables. Then we had a meeting with AG around February to say, is our methodology correct to address issues that we raised to AG? That's why as of April, AG was already on site to deal with the planning in the municipality. Secondly, we established the audit steering committee structure, which comprises of our management, COCTA, our IA, our state providers for AFS, FAR, and our health system, with the purpose of ensuring a proper alignment among all of us, Chairperson. I wish to also indicate that we did this exercise of our interim to ensure that before we submit our AFS, we are sure of the credibility, we are sure of the areas which are affecting our UFWE as a municipality. We really appreciate the support which we are receiving in terms of 154, hence the municipal plan that we report about every quarter to COCTA, incorporate again how are we addressing the issue of the audit. Our post-audit action plan was closely monitored by IA, was closely monitored by the steering committee, was closely monitored by the AC. Every time when we sit, that is a standing item to say, what are we doing to address issues raised by AG, specifically the one which are qualifying matters, Chairperson. Let me skip the other areas. We are mindful of the fact that our threshold as a municipality in terms of employees above the norm, the circle norm is 25 to 40%. Currently, we are sitting at 45%. We are working around that, Chairperson, to address the issue of a threshold. What are we doing at the moment? One, post, when the post becomes vacant, which is not a must to have, we are freezing such post. Number two, we have submitted all JTs of all employees and the organogram to the job evaluation panel to check the credibility of our grading of our post. So if we get that report, we'll be able to say now, our post probably graded or not. Number three, Chairperson, we are also dealing with the reshuffling internal. If the post becomes vacant, we are going to use internal to fill a position rather than advertising, if it's not a critical post to fill in. We are also highlighting our revenue collection from the year 2020 to 2021 to date. Chair, we can say we don't provide electricity as a municipality, we don't OSCOM. Again, we don't provide water as a municipality. But our collection rates from 2021 up to date, we've been below the norm. But if we look at your 2024, we're sitting at 71%, 24-25, current, we're sitting at 67% as year end. We're working around in trying to address the issue of revenue collection. However,
Round up in 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm rounding out to 2 minutes. Let me skip the other areas, which I'm left with 2 minutes. If I can indicate, Chair, that we do have a digital board, which did not exist before, is now existing. To date, 7 meetings have been held by the board. Some of the issues which are a great concern, they've been deferred to the board. The board is currently finalizing the report to be forwarded to relevant council structures. We issue of cost management in terms of irregularities. We have referred the report to the board for cost management purposes. Again, 3 officials have resigned under SCM due to constant engagement with myself to say there are certain control deficiencies we discovered in the year 2024. What are the reasons? 3 officials have resigned. We have provided information in that respect to the Honorable Committee Chairperson. We have done some reshuffling in the SM unit again to try and deal with the issue of inside control deficiencies which have been noted. Our billing system, we are using search engine billing system, which is effective. We do have a credible intelligence register as a municipality, although we are not happy with the number of applicants, people that we are having in our register, because currently there are only 78. 48 are in reachable areas, 30 non-reachable areas. We did advertise through the media, but the response was poor, Chairperson.
Round up.
I'm rounding up, Chair, now.
About 30 seconds.
Okay. Let me go to the part of high financial consultants.
We have taken note of that, Chairperson. We are working around that issue. One, we have our consultant regional plan, which is in place, working on. We have established a fully fledged budget reporting unity. Our interim financial assessments for the 25-26 Chairperson financial year will be done internal. We're not going to outsource the service as the part of trying to reduce expenditure. The skills transfer plan is being developed. We'll be able to cancel it before the end of this quarter, Chairperson. Then we have also noted that if you compare 23 and 24 and 24-25, we have doubled the figure in terms of what we pay to consultant. We have drilled down the major ones which are contributing. We are working around those issues of reducing the money paid.
Thank you. Uzwakele. Let's allow the members to come through. Please start.
Thank you, Chairperson. It was like a steam train. It was very quick. So I picked up some of the things you covered, but I wanted to find out, is there any councillors or officials owing the municipality in rates and taxes for more than 90 days, which is prescribed by law, that they're not allowed to? Any performance bonuses paid to the MM or the Section 57 managers in, say, the last 5 years? And then your Auditor General report has indicated that your weekly refuse removal is at 26%. And your flush toilets at 29% and piped water inside dwelling 52%. Now I understand you are under the district, so I mean water is mostly their function if I understand this district well. But the refuse removal, we've had reports that even your municipal offices are very dirty. And with a collection rate of 26% of your weekly refuse removal, I can believe that. So why are we not keeping areas like St. Lucia, your offices, why is it not kept clean? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The officials of Ntuba, greetings to all of you. When listening to the MM, I think is addressing all the relevant areas, because things that I was going to talk about is how the municipality spent 7.1 million on financial consultants, and they still obtained a qualified audit opinion in the 2023-24 AG report. Secondly, uncompetitive or unfair procurement processes, 2023-24, the municipality had material findings relating to uncompetitive or unfair procurement processes. I think you spoke about addressing those as well, but maybe you can just give us a bit more detail on what it is or how it is that you're going to do it. Then the non-establishment of a municipal financial disciplinary board, I didn't hear that. I did hear about the audit committee, because your audit committee, the state of it was concerning. I did hear that you've got a new audit committee. And then lastly, staff performance management deficiencies. As per the 23-24 audit report, appropriate systems and procedures to monitor, measure, and evaluate staff performances were not developed and approved as required by Section 67(1)(d) of the Municipal Systems Act. You also spoke about that. I think just maybe explain to us what is in place now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, come in, Khalid. We'll come after.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Nyangizwa Tuba. Oh, okay. No, thanks very much. I just have a few questions, Mayor. Mayor. I'm worried about the financial consultant price tag. And then you also, after you have spent so much million, 7.1 million on consultants, but you don't obtain clean audit. Kantenzani lama consultant? Akhona wona noma imbawula zama consultant nje. Nithatha abantu emgwaqeni nithi ama consultant. Okwesibili, Mayor, can I find out why are you still meeting on Zoom 5 years later from COVID? Why? Please explain to us. And also the issues that were raised by my colleague here. requires the MPEC. Do you have MPEC? Because I'm told that they are not meeting. The last one, Chair, I'm told that the technical services have been outsourced as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask this question. I want to check what the municipality is using the consultants for, like for internal audit, how much for preparation of financial statements, how much for VETs, how much for asset verification, how much, all of that. I want to know a breakdown. Number two, one of the findings is contracts, it's poor contracts management that has been raised by AG. Does this suggest that there's no capacity in the municipality if we are going to have a finding of poor contract management? What is the issue here? How are you going to address this issue? I'm not going to touch on the MPEC and because the other colleagues have touched. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back just now. Yeah, we'll just finish. We'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. The first question relates to the COO. You listed qualifications for the COO to be having teaching qualifications. I want to check if those were the relevant, deemed to be the relevant qualifications for the post of the Chief Operations Officer. Number two, you seem to be spending more than you are achieving targets. Please take us through that. How is allocation of budget in relation to meeting your performance target? Number three, the cost of security is part of the critical concerns across local government. That's security for councillors, including deputy mayor, and all of that. How much are you spending on security personnel per month? And lastly, if you can take us through your maintenance, infrastructure maintenance plan, particularly as it relates to water services. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one question, and that is about the inadequate water supply in places like St. Lucia, where the livelihood of the town is tourism and 80% of the income. And apparently, to information, there's days without water, and when it's available, it is with limited hours. And it also happens in places like Kula and Dukuduku. So my question is, what is the plan of the district municipality on water supply, and by when will it be resolved? Thank you.
I heard the part about water. What was the other issue?
Sorry? Water, inadequate supply. Days without water, and then when they have it, it's limited hours.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, all these findings from the Office of the Auditor General were for 2023, 2024, all of them. I'll appreciate in your responses that actually you tell us about what you are doing since these findings, not what you are going to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please just try and focus on these questions. You can respond.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Maybe I will start with the one relating to the MPEC issue. We do have an MPEC which is functional, Chairperson. In terms of our report, we have indicated in the meetings, they've been held by the MPEC from 24-25 and 12 to 26 to date. We've even highlighted the reports that have been submitted to council by the MPEC to recommend the write-off of UFWE, Chairperson. Tel Services is not outsourced in the municipality. We have a director who's fully appointed. We even received a concurrence from Cooperative MEC supporting the processes for the appointment of the director, Chairperson. We are aware, Chair, that the issue of consultants, we are aware, we do have our own breakdown as a municipality, as we incurred above 14 million in the year 24-25. For financial system, our expenditure was 7 million. For VAT recovery, it was 1.8 million. For FS support, it was 3.1 million. For the FAR support, 1.7. Chairperson, the contract of some of the person who's providing the VAT recovery was coming to an end in the month of December. Our view is that this service must be done internally because now we do have a capacity in terms of staff in the finance department. Now, with dealing with how to spend on the FS support, last year when we prepared our interim, we used the service provider. Now we are going to use the internal team in trying to reduce what we are paying in terms of the outsourced service. That's why now we have procured our own caseware. So on our own, we are able to do the mapping. Whenever we need a consultant, it's going to only maybe a case of a review, but not to start from scratch, the preparation of the document, a chair. Those are the few that I was highlighting in terms of the consultant. There are others which are relating to ICT, which is 165,000. That's what is incurred in the year. Then the commitment system, Chairperson, it is true. We are been engaged with his worship to say, as we are adjusting our SDPIP in this month of February, we need to make some amendments to the performance of myself and other senior managers to have a cross-cutting of your manager and accountants with the purpose of trying to address the issues. The contract register chair is now going to be a standing item to our MENCO so that we are able to close the monitor contract that are coming to an end. It's any time so that we don't end up doing some extensions which now will trigger your irregular at the end of the day. That's how then we're trying to address the issues, but we're mindful of the issues and they are part of our post-audit plan, even in this year, financial year, Chairperson. Then the issue of the performance management system, what are we doing? We're in now, you have a situation whereby you are spending more in the budget, but in terms of performance, you are below. We have now developed and approved our individual performance management system policy in line with our Chapter 6 of the Systems Act, to say now the payments must be cascaded at 2 levels, below your municipal manager as well as your directors. The military managers from so going down now, they are going to have to sign agreements. We started at management level first to pilot the project so that everybody has a responsibility to ensure come year end, all the set targets are being achieved and there's alignment between what has been spent and what has been achieved. Maybe lastly, because there's an issue which was relating to a related project being highlighted by AG. What happened, Chairperson, we had a minor indicator in our SDPIP which was talking about rising aid connections to be done by the municipality. But now, affecting 2 projects, which was Upapas and Nomakamban. When we engage ESCOM, it transpired that Nomakamban, there's a lack of capacity in terms of they can't do outages to Makamban due to the capacity issue. We had to now to apply for a change control, submit to council, submit to ESCOM for approval, the approval from ESCOM. We also discovered that we under budgeted for Umakamban. The funds were allocated for Umakamban. They went redirected now to Papas to be able to do our collections, which were in 88. But in simple terms, we are mindful of our payment system that now the cascading will now enable us to address the issues. I know there's a question which was not raised. I know that our own M were below the norm, which is 8%. Last time we were sitting at 3.8%. 24, 25 was 3%. So as we are planning our budget for 26-27, all our planning now, when we craft our document, when we table in March to council, we'll ensure that we do try our level best to comply with the norm, which is 8%. Because if we don't invest on O&M at the end of the day, starting a new project, it's going to be a problem on our side. The programs are more social, which are nice to have, which are not service delivery driven. We are rather exclude them in our budget and exclude them in our SDPIP for the year 2027, because we'd be lying before this committee if we are saying we're going to do any miracles in the month of February now to June to try and comply with the norm. But for the planning of 26-27, we'll be in a position to try and comply with the norm. That will also trigger us now putting more effort in terms of our revenue collection as a municipality, because we are currently below the norm. But our data cleansing in terms of our data has enabled us to be aware that is our data book credible or not. Because our data says 290 million. So now through that exercise, if we done in the month of July to April, we're able to know these ones now are deceased. Some are 1,100 are deceased. We're part of our data book. We're now having correct detail to say we can phone Mr. Kulu, we can email now, previous to do even email of individual. With the COO issue, it was in line with the advert. But now we are taking cognizance of the new regulations, tough regulations which have been introduced, which are then guiding the requirements for each and every post. But these are in line with what was needed at that particular time.
Umbuzo awusho njalo. Umbuzo ukuthi are those qualifications suitable? That's the question.
Yes, we did the current assessment in terms of the degree itself. It is true, Chair, that we do need to do our inside assessment. But at the time, the way the advert was crafted, because requiring a degree in that particular time, maybe that was a requirement at a particular time, but we must go back and do our own assessment in terms of with the current situation now. But at the time when we were appointed, that was a requirement of the advert. But we do take note what's being said by the committee and our gap as a municipality. We'll go back and look at how to deal with the issue because education and the COO, it is true that there are gaps if you mention true in terms of the qualification chairperson. But the incumbent is also still studying other courses, Chair.
How is the performance? How is he performing? What's your approach? You know what you're saying? You say, I perform now, I need degrees on guide.
I know we are learning from our gaps before, but the
Performance?
performance is performing, Chairperson. Is one.
Sorry?
Sorry. The COO.
How much is he earning and is he performing?
Yes, because executive is one person with more indicators in the municipality. He is performing, Chairperson. He is performing.
Okay.
Yes. Then
salary?
Is will guide us, but I know it's not less than 60,000 a month. The gross. But I will verify exactly. I don't want to mislead the committee with. I can send a report with the specific details, so I don't mislead the House with the exact figure. I can send a document with the clear monthly salary, the gross exactly.
Okay, finish off.
We did the maintenance, with our O&M policy, we do have a policy in place, focusing on our stormwater and our facilities, but we do not deal with water matters. We discuss water matters through our engagement, through our IGR platforms with the district, because water provision is the function of the municipality. So through such structures, we're able to engage on water matters. We have taken note of the tourism issue, water, it's a St. Lucia issue. In the place of water, we are engaging with Umkanyagute. We are going to Chairperson to address the matter. But I can assure you, Chair, and the members, with St. Lucia, the issue of the town being dirty, it's a history now. If you can check from December, we have good relations with the Repair Association, the engagements, we agreed on the approach to be employed in trying now to deal with waste matters. I think, Ileo Chairperson, we are noting the concern which is being raised about the Zoom meeting. Although our St. Rose and Order of Council do permit us to say we can have meetings virtually, but Speaker of Council, I think we are noting to say we're no longer now under COVID. There's no level now. Let us go back to physical meetings from now going forward. We are taking what is being said by this committee. We are going to address this Chairperson as we go back as Mtotwa municipality. I think those were the issues, unless I missed something on my side, Chair. This report is existing. I did indicate earlier on. Is active, is dealing with the report, had meetings. There are reports which are going to be submitted to council as we talk.
Virtual meetings? Mayor,
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Speaker.
Kabazela. One must admit, Kabazela, that we are having our shortcomings and we are more than the weight willing to go back and fix those gaps, because if one can negate that or deny that, I will be undermining these honorable members who are here. The issue of Zoom meeting, I think has alluded on the issue of St. Lucia. As far as I know, we don't have any problem with the St. Lucia residents. We are having a cordial a working relationship, and we are having the engagements regularly, as far as I know. And whenever there is a problem at St. Lucia, Mr. Carrell, the ratepayers chairperson, he will just flag those issues same time. So we are having a very good working relationship with them. But I'm not denying that there is those gray areas that we need to attend. We will go back and try to verify that, ma'am. The issue of Zoom meeting, as far as I know, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we have the Zoom meeting, sometimes we have the physical meeting. It's not true, Honorable Member, I'm sorry, that we are always having a physical meeting. But we will try, as MM has alluded, to ensure that we have more physical meeting than a Zoom meeting, because it's within our standing rules, Honorable Speaker. I think it's that. Oh, some lomo.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, you.
No, I'm saying the Honorable Speaker, if maybe she has something to say on that one, but I think we have covered that.
If we need her to speak, we will ask. That's fine, let's leave it for now. You do want to say something?
Thank you, sir.
Something different?
No, Chair. I concur with His Worship. We balance Zoom and physical. Thank you, Chair.
From the looks of it, it was clear that you were not going to disagree. So that's why I thought there was no need.
Covers it.
What's outstanding? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make this statement. I apologize. It's not going to be long.
Sure.
It is very important that we do not create an impression that certain things are permissible, and this will need to be investigated. When you advertise a post for the COO, I've not seen the advert. I'm most certain what you would have said there is not that as an essential requirement you are looking for a teaching qualification. You would have said a relevant qualification. And relevance is subject to the key performance areas of the position. If you go to the key performance areas of a COO and a teaching qualification, there would not be more than 6 relevant things there. So definitely something wrong was done using the area that relevant qualification. So we must not say it was proper at that time. Now we're going to align. There's something wrong that happened there and someone needs to account for it. Thank you.
Okay, I was going to deal with it differently. Let's close it. And thank you very much for all your presentations. And so there are following issues which I would like you to address. The first one is we need a post-audit action plan that must correct everything that's been raised by the Auditor General. And I'll go through some of these. You should have them in the report. Firstly, high financial consultants price tag. You need to deal with that. For us, we want to see a consultant replacement strategy. When, how, and by when you'll have concluded it. Uncompetitive, unfair procurement processes. When we come back, talk about audit, that aspect should not exist in your audit queries. Inadequate contract management, same thing. Concerning state of internal audit and audit committee, you're going to go and rebuild the entire structure and make sure that it's properly capacitated and that it's functional. Then establishment of municipal financial disciplinary board, that's the same issue. Low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance, that is another issue to be addressed. Then the mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets is very important, this, because you spend the money to deliver service as targeted. Staff performance management deficiencies, that again is on the report. So these reports will be tabled to the MECs, and then they will be brought to us at a national government level, National Assembly. In the process, all the issues, the process allows the provincial executive to interact with you and correct issues that need to be corrected. The second issue relates to, we need to get your infrastructure development plan. The members have requested for that. We also need the water provision plan. Again, the members have asked for that. How are you looking at that whole municipality? And then we would like to also get a report on the security for councillors and officials, the numbers, the designation of those who've got the bodyguards, the reasons for it, and whether we've got police assessment report, and the cost of it, monthly, annually. Is this one private company? Are these employed by municipality? The whole report, we need that as well. And lastly, we need the report on the COO. Take it back, and this would like the MEC to oversee as it comes to us, because one of the issues, the MEC should actually have a say on people who are employed at that level. Some of them do need the concurrence of the minister at national level, but in this case, the MEC, by the time the report comes to us, the MEC would have satisfied himself that everything was done properly and that whatever needed to be done by the MEC's office would have been done. So, adverts, motivation for the COO, advertisements, shortlisted candidates, their qualifications, and the report that gives us a sense as to how they came to choose this one. And then, of course, the KPIs, what was he supposed to do? And then we need his assessment reports. The MM says he's doing very well. He must have a report every time that says very well. We would like to see the report that says he's doing very well. And of course, the remuneration. Then that conclusion may be reached. It will be reached after this report. But by the time it comes to us, the next question that was raised by the honorable member, whether something wrong was done, would have been dealt with by the MEC, who will not bring it to us if something wrong was done and something should have been done by the MEC and he has not done it. So that's how it's going to work. So thank you very much. At this point, we want to thank you for your presentation and keep improving. We would like to see efficiency. We would like to see effective service delivery. These reports will reach us in 3 months. Thank you very much. You are excused. We now invite Umzi Nyati. Umzi Nyati. Thank you. Travel safely. Umzinyati, please come forth. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mzinyati delegation. We would like to welcome you to this joint oversight committee session, joint committee oversight, and you're appearing in front of the portfolio committees of COCTA, SCOPA, Auditor General, from National Assembly, together with the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal and members of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, with the provincial executive, the office of the Premier, MECs who are here, Finance and COCTA, the Auditor General's office as well. We are following up on the issues of the Auditor General's report. Our focus is on consequence management and accountability. We would like to get your presentation on the report as was tabled. We want to see how you're turning that around. And in addition, we're also interested in service delivery issues and reports that have come from public and reports that would have come from the media or other investigative agents. And all of this will be about service delivery, improvement and prevention of corruption and consequence management. And so this is what this is all about. We'll give you 15 minutes to introduce your team, and in the course of that, take us through your municipality. You just need to highlight the points that you think must be uppermost in our minds as we engage with you. Once that is done, the members will come with questions and comments. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson Kabazela, Speaker of the Legislature, MEC of COCTA, Reverend Telezi, honorable members of Joint Sitting, AG's office, greetings to you all. Honorable Chair, my name is T.H. Mkunu, Mayor of Umzinyathi. With me I have Speaker T.L. Kunene, the MPEC.
Sofisa aphakame noma aphakamisa isandla okuvumayo ukuphakama.
The MPEC Chair, Councillor Mbata, Acting MM, Mr. Ntanzi, NV, the Director, Technical Services, Mr. Ngubane, CFO, Mr. Mbuyazi, Planning Director, Mr. Ndlovu Mabom, Expert, Mr. Dlamini.
Just say that again.
COCTA, Technical Expert. COCTA, Technical
which COCTA?
Expert.
Which COCTA?
Provincial. Yes,
okay.
intervention.
I proceed, no problem.
Okay. In our introduction, the Umzinyathi district consists of 4 local municipalities, namely Endomeni, Ngutu, Msinga, and Umvoti. This report is an account of the work done by the Umzinyathi district municipality in an endeavor to achieve its objectives as prescribed in section 152 of the Constitution, applicable laws and regulations within its financial and administrative capacity. The municipalities is, however, not exempt from the challenges that are experienced nationwide. The challenges include entirely the geographical location of the municipality. The municipality is in deep rural. The council and its subcommittees, we come to governance, the council and its subcommittees established in terms of section 79 and 80 of the Municipal Systems Act of 2000 are functional. MPEC is fully functional accordingly, convenes its meetings on a quarterly basis and on ad hoc basis to consider entirely any unauthorized, irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure investigations. The committee considers litigation registers and investigation registers so as to scrutinize the effectiveness of all steps taken to recover monies due and to track implementation of all recommendations adopted by council. The committee carries out all its duties as prescribed by law and as per its terms of reference. Thus, the unauthorized, irregular, frivolous and wasteful expenditure has been significantly reduced from 2 billion to 968 million. The municipality established the Financial Disciplinary Board and it's currently functional. It convenes its meetings on an ad hoc basis. It carries out functions as per the approved terms of reference, which are in accordance with the applicable legislation. It comprises of the following aspects: 4 legal practitioners and advocate. The chairperson of the audit committee is the financial expert, the manager internal audit. Still on governance, the municipality established the audit and performance committee. It convenes meetings on a quarterly basis. The municipality reviewed its staff establishment and submitted the same for the MEC comments. The senior management posts were all filled until 20 December 2025, wherein the municipal manager post became vacant upon the conclusion of the matter between the municipal manager and the municipality. The senior management possesses the required skills, qualifications, and experience to carry out their duties. On financial viabilities, we have MIC and WISIC. The district has significantly improved on conditional grant spending for the past 3 years. The municipality has spent 100% grants allocated to complete water and sanitation projects, which are municipal infrastructure grant and water services infrastructure grant. The municipal disaster recovery grant, herein referred to as MDRG, the municipality received the MDRG conditional grant of 6,525,000. The condition of the grant as per the fund COGTA was such that the expenditure as at 21st of August 2025 was supposed to have been at 100%. The municipality managed to spend the grant as in accordance with the conditions as stipulated, with the exception of the saving to the amount of 441, of which such a saving was reported to COGTA. The municipality at all material times complied with the conditions. However, the National Treasury withheld 6.5 million from the municipal equitable share and communicated to it that the reason for withholding the amount was due to the non-compliance with the condition that the grant ought to have been spent by 30 June of 2025. This matter with the National Treasury remains unresolved, and we hope it can be resolved as soon as practical, as the municipality would be prejudiced should the funds not be reinstated. Still on financial viability, the municipality tabled unfunded budget between 2022 and 23 and 2024-25. However, it has managed to adopt a funded budget for the 2025-2026 financial period. The municipality implemented cost containment strategies, which in turn has yielded positive results. As at 30 June 2025, the operational expenditure has been reduced by 16%. The municipality obtained a qualified audit opinion for the audited financial statement of the 2024-25 financial year, which is a slight improvement as it has obtained a series of adverse opinions in the previous years. This outcome, the municipality plans has strategies in place to improve in the 2025-2026 financial year. The municipality keeps the audit action plan, which is monitored by the audit steering committee on weekly basis. The committee comprises of all managers, COGTA and treasury representatives. The audit action plan is used to track progress on all the identified planned activities which would effectively address all the findings. The action plan is then submitted to council on a quarterly basis. All departments are required to address Auditor General's finding and report on progress and further employ strategies to ensure that such findings are avoided in future. And again, on financial viabilities, there were two material irregularities identified by Auditor General in the 2023-24 financial year as follows. An economical cost paid for the purchase of a backup electricity generator. And B, poor international controls and inadequate control performance management on fuel and oil supply expenditure on contracts T2021. The status quo on the above two, the municipality instituted forensic investigation in relation to the material irregularities as identified by Auditor General. The investigations were finalized, considered by MPEC, and subsequently adopted by Council for implementation. An economical cost paid for the purchase of the
You got
backup,
you got 3 minutes.
coming to poor internal controls and inadequate contract performance management. The irregular contract was terminated. The municipality initiated a new procurement process in which a new contract has been entered into. The procurement process of the new contract complied with all the applicable prescripts. The municipality is instituting civil recovery proceedings for the recovery of the total amount of 21 million as resolved by council. SAPS is receiving full cooperation from the municipality. There are 9 labor matters ongoing, with 6 matters finalized relating to the material irregularities raised. Let me move on to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2022-2023 was 2 billion. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2020 was 1 billion. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred from 24 to 25 was moved to 968. And the total balance of UIF expenditure will further be reduced as there is expenditure already certified irrecoverable and will further be written off from the balance as the UIF expenditure. The strategy is reducing UIF does not only focus on investigative prisoners expenditure on CAD, but also includes strict adherence to the SCM policy, the act and regulations which is currently being enforced within the municipality. The strategy
You got
also
1 minute.
includes
1 minute, ma'am.
Oh,
Yeah, well.
I will.
1 minute.
There are 30 construction projects under implementation. The municipality developed and is implementing the cost containment policy adopted by council for implementation. All departments report quarterly. The municipality was assisted by consultant to prepare annual financial statement during the previous years, but now they are assisted internally. Certain technical projects which were previously monitored by consultants are now being monitored internally. With that being said, Honorable Chair, I will allow the acting MM to deliberate much on the matter. Thank you, Chairperson and the committee and the quarter MC.
You want to give to MM?
Acting.
No, you are not. You finished the 15 minutes we needed for the outline. We will now go for questions. You will then deal with the answers. So there's no problem. We will still get the discussion going. Let me get the honorable members. Let's start with Van Sale, and then, yeah, we'll proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. If you indulge me, Chairperson, there's quite a bit of a puzzle that needs to be put together. So yesterday, the President has signed a proclamation for the SIU to investigate your municipality for fruitless and wasteful and a lot of expenditure. Now, I see the impact Chairperson did get up briefly in his, a while ago when the instructions was done. I want to know what this Chairperson has investigated. The Minister was here in October and he said that there was 1.4 billion rand in irregular expenditure. So I mean, I think the Mayor said 1 million and then 900 and something. So these amounts don't get together. But the point I wanted to make is that there is, since 2020, generators from Vance draft treatment plant. They speak about Salga Games, 4.3 million. I don't even know what Salga Games are. I would like the municipality to tell us why they are spending 4.3 million on Salga Games. And then there's even the MM...
So what are you referring to?
The irregular expenditure, the loads of spending that the President has signed yesterday that the SIU must come investigate. And then I think all of this ties together with the MM that was suspended at a stage. That's why we have an acting. The MM was suspended, and I want to read, it says, the municipal manager was suspended last year due to corruption allegations relating to a payment of 5.7 million rand for water projects that was never undertaken. So if you were suspended and you parted ways, obviously because there's an acting MM here, it means that he's been terminated. Have you paid anything to relieve him out of his contract, or did you part ways saying, okay, you go your way, we go our way? I mean, where's the consequence management if you part ways if there's this dark cloud hanging? Chairperson, I think the municipality needs to explain to us because, the presentation that we've got is, sort of rosy and nice and the mayor's doing a good job. But in actual fact, there's nothing good in this municipality. Thank you.
I want you to separate the issues a bit. Firstly, what is your question in relation to the chairperson of the MPEC?
They said that there's a functioning impact.
Yes.
But there's irregular expenditure that the SIU has to come investigate because they've not done it for the tune of 1.4 billion rand.
Okay, that's fine. Then the next question, what is the issue on the SIU?
The SIU is coming, obviously, because there's a lot of expenditure. I mean, to Salga Games and all of that. I don't know if they are able to tell us.
You want them to explain that?
I want them to explain because I don't understand.
Right.
Even to a generator for a Vance draft water treatment plant in Ngutu, that's being part of this investigation. And also the MM that was suspended due to 5.7 million rand allegation that there was corruption. But this has been terminated since. I want to know what is going on because you're terminating, but there's no consequence management. That MM has now been let go. Where's the checks and balances? Thank you.
That's fine. Next.
Thank you, Chair. In the Auditor General Report of 2023-24, it indicated that your water losses was on 62%, and then it increased to 69% in 2024-2025 due to leaks caused by aging infrastructure and illegal connections. Could you give us, and then also link to that, that you spend only 2% of your infrastructure maintenance, budget on infrastructure maintenance. Can you give us a feedback on what is the water losses now, and what is the budget that you, in this financial year, that's close to an end, have you budgeted specifically for water infrastructure? And if you didn't budget for that, why not? And then on top of that, there's also some articles in the Northern Natal press that on the 12th of January, that there was protests in Setimbile due to water shortages. And apparently, the district municipality was informed, and the further problem is that the protest was due, or part of that, because you didn't fulfill your promises to look into it and to see how you can intervene. Can you give us clarity on those facts? Thank you.
Are you okay?
Yes. Now, my questions, Chair, they are only short and two. One, let me greet the leadership of the municipality. My question will be, one, do you have water tankering? Which areas are you supplying with the water tankering? How much is the amount that we are spending per month in water tankering? Second question, security. If you've got security, how much budget are you paying per month security? You are paying for who? The mayor or the assets of the municipality or MMCs or whatever? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. What they call economic development is an organized chaos. Let me read here. For what they call SMME and cooperation support, I would assume it's a cooperative support. They are saying the LED identified SMMEs in the textile, construction, agriculture, tourism, and catering economic sectors, full stop. There was a challenge with obtaining all the materials for the SMMEs due to service providers' financial challenges, full stop. Then the question is, what is that? It means nothing was done there. That's what they are saying. I don't know why was it put here. They have a development agency, and one would assume that a development agency is responsible for development. But this development agency goes and have a memorandum of understanding with another development agency. And to build a one-stop shop, that's I don't understand. And can they explain exactly what is it that they can call an economic development or an economic transformation trajectory of that municipality? Because all that is cluttered here is an organized chaos. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all the officials from Mzinyati. In the audit report, there's something called conflict of interest. The municipal supply chain management regulations prohibit municipalities from awarding contracts to and accepting quotations from employees, councillors, and other state officials if they are in the service of the municipality or any other state institution. In the 23-24 financial year or budget period, audit period, suppliers onward managed by employees and councillors, these amounted to about 660,000. The potential conflicts could have been identified through a simple process. we would want to know, is this still happening in this municipality where councillors and employers of the state are getting contracts instead of the small businesses of people outside in the communities? That is the audit report of 23-24. If you can just come back to me on that. And then there's a major mismatch between the budget spend and the service delivery targets achieved. All right? In 2024-25, you achieved 40% of the service delivery targets, but you spent 99%. So you spend the whole budget, but you only achieved 40%. The year before that, it's even worse. You achieved only 21% of your targets, okay? Service delivery targets. Yet you spent 113%. Can you please explain what is going on here and if the situation is getting better or worse? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you take the hands this side? All right. Let's start here. Yes.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Angeke sanibingelele bakwethu sekuhlwile. No, I just want to understand if are you aware about the service providers who are complaining that you have not paid them. To abagwaza laba service provider to you leadership of Mzinyati, but you are not paying them. That is number one. Number two, generally nje we have a problem of water at Mzinyati. As a result, one of the hospital I think is called Church of Scotland. But me abahlala benoka on your door because kunane labor water lapha no mama bayithwele. So what intervention are you doing in terms of addressing those issues, especially the water problem? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Mayor and the team. Chair, I have two questions. Firstly, we note the fact that there's been an improvement in terms of UIFW from 2 billion to 900 million. However, my interest is on the MPEC report. Was there any investigation that was done to those expenditures? If indeed there was, is there any report that can attest that after the investigation were done, there was a consequence management and those who were responsible for those expenditures were then disciplined or sent to reported to relevant law enforcement? And secondly, Chair, is on the AG. The AG has raised a concern with regard to lack of contract management, of which I believe that it's result to this unauthorized, irregular and wasteful expenditures in municipalities, which then result to issue of poor systems in place. So as a municipality, since then and to date, have you managed to improve on your internal controls of the municipality? And do you also have a realistic post-audit plan in place in order to address the issues that have been raised by the AG? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, yeah. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. This municipality has been sitting with an adverse opinion for the past 3 years. Now, Chair, I want to know what is it that they're doing to change this situation, because they are the 2 municipalities in KZN who are getting an adverse opinion. Basically, AG is saying, I can't do anything with what you are submitting as financials. So is there no capacity in the municipality? Number 2, how long has been the intervention from the provincial COCTA to this municipality? Because the question I want to pose is the intervention assisting, or is it making things even worse or not making any difference? Because if you are going to have an intervention for some time, but you are not seeing any improvement on the performance of your municipality, therefore, then we don't really need that intervention. Thank you so much.
No, there is one mic there.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngibingelele kuThimba laseMzinyathi. Chair, kune form lokuqasha abantu emzinyathi, lasemzinyathi. Iform yakhona, on the application form, there's a question that asks, what political party do you belong to and what position do you hold? And ngizocela uma ithimba mhlambe lingiphendula. Just be aware ukuthi ningayi kule nkulumo le yale case ya is it Samu versus Minister of Culture, because leyo section 71B engeke ngezwe kucashwa ngawo lapho only applies to senior managers and sub-directorate managers, not wonke umuntu. Ngicela mhlawumbe nisikhanyisele lapho ukuthi iform enjani le kamasipala ekubuzayo ukuthi what political party do you belong to, what position do you hold in the political party. That's one. Number two, there was a case where last year, around June 2025, what reports were theft of diesel to the tune of around 90 million liters to the cost of 21.4 million. What's the story there? And then lastly, Chair, around 2023, they hired a generator at a cost of 1 million rand per month for 3 months. Later, they bought that same generator for 6.4 million. The generator cost less than half of that. It cost about 2 million. Ngicela nisichazela kwenzakalani emzinyathi? Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the delegation. 2 questions. One, your water infrastructure maintenance plan. Your water loss keeps increasing. It could be infrastructure maintenance issue, it could be vandalism. You can just tell us how you intend to curb that and to ensure 100% water flow into communities. Number 2, if you can just give me 2 projects that you have done in the 5 years that are completed and are adding value to the people of Umzinyathi, not partially completed, but fully completed and delivered under your term, that are adding value to the lives of the people of the district. Thank you.
No siyabonga wesihlalo. No sihlalo mhlawumbe umuntu akaqale bonke ithuba nama ngizoba umuntu esihlalo. I think the first question I would want to ask, in line with what my colleague have just asked, maybe the CFO would be the one best suitable. CFO, I see your revenue, it's about 900 million, but you spend around 681 million on it's on operational expenditure. Now that's more than 70%. Now my question is, how much do you spend per annual on capital projects? That's the first question. And it's not a good picture. It's not a good picture. Secondly, we must applaud the president. Indeed, your irregular expenditure does need an investigation. I was looking at your financial statements, the last set I could get. And I noticed that your irregular expenditure, for instance, your comparative figures of 2024, your unauthorized expenditure alone was 107 million. That was the addition. Now, I wanted to ask, I heard there's an impact check here. Now, I wanted to check, has any recoveries been made? Because if I look at your financial statements, I'm just seeing none. And if you see at the reasons why you are occurring unauthorized, wasteful, and irregular expenditure, some of this money is needed to be recovered. For instance, in 2024, you had about 136 million of irregular expenditure addition for that financial year, only for the addition of scope, irregular appointments, SCM process not followed, there are deviations. So we have, as perhaps the MPEG when it sits, has it ever sat down out of all these recoveries that it has written off? Because indeed the proclamation is actually correct. If you do the calculation, you do the minus and the add, what you add yearly, it's a lot of UIF that you have dealt with in these few years, has you ever found anyone guilty? Has ever anyone been disciplined? I refuse to want to believe these financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, greetings. I've greeted the chair, greetings, mayor, speaker, and the team from Umzinyati. Earlier on, they were saying, oh, mayor bangakubo, namu mayor wangagit, Umzinyati. Mayor, I want to ask something. I must say, Chair, I'm biased because I'm from there. Do we have a water master plan for Umzinyati? I'm asking because, you see, in the village where I come from, Nkande, Ward 19 Ngutu, some years ago, there was an attempt to do water reticulation and put some water infrastructure. But when you walk into the village now, all the taps are dry, except for few people who have boreholes. And from that area, from Ward 19 up until you get to the area, is all it's dry. Even areas that used to have water have gone dry. What is the plan to deal with that? I'm asking because when I look at the maintenance budget, it seems to be very low. And if it's kept at this level, it means that those water challenges will never be solved in this lifetime. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'd like you to. Okay.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to the municipal leadership. We were in your municipality July last year, if you remember, and I just want to touch on the water issue. 1 billion rand was spent at that time, and we requested that you give us a report of completion dates to sort out the water infrastructure. I just want to know if there's been any movement since then, and you've found out exactly what you're doing with 1 billion rand was spent. And then thereafter, the other issue that we picked up was the internal records. The main issue that you had was that your internal records was not in order. For instance, the petrol issue, the petrol card, I think it was about 5 million rand used on a petrol card. You were not able to tell us who spent that because you didn't have any internal record, a simple matter that's now being investigated. So since then, has there been any improvement or support that has been given to you by the Cooperative department to sort out your internal record problem? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Please focus on the questions. I'm going to request that you make your answers very brief. Focus. This was a question, this is the answer. This is the question, this is the answer. Don't go elaborate. This time I'm going to cut if I think you are going too wide. So please start the responses.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Babu Kabazela, greetings to you, Speaker of the Legislature and all honorable members. Chair, we'll start with the issue of SIU. Yes, there is an SIU that has been proclaimed by the President to Umzinyati with regards to the matter of Evans Drift generator. It's on a basis of an economical value for money there, and it was raised by AG as a immaterial irregular. So the SIU is coming to look into that. And also we have a second matter that comes with the SIU, the matter around the fuel and oil. Those are the key MIs that were raised by AG. However, internally, we have instituted our internal investigation on those two issues as elaborated, as stated by AG. And the MPEC was very key in terms of assisting with these investigations. I can say, Chairpersons, that there were many consequence management that follows after that. With regards to those matter of e-generator and fuel, we're sitting at around 18 officials that were suspended. About 9 of those cases has been resolved. Some have been fired. Some have been exonerated due to some merities around the cases, but there are 10 that are still going on. We have water, on the issue of water loss. Yes, there is a challenge there, Chairperson, and we're doing our level best to try and deal with that. The main issue there is the aging infrastructure, as well as not per se the vandalism of infrastructure, but the illegal connections. They also causes the effect in terms of water losses. However, we are of the plan and view to intensify education amongst the community in terms of protecting and preserving the precious infrastructure of water services. So we believe with those efforts, it will assist us in terms of dealing with water loss in Mzinyathi. The protest that we had a few weeks ago in Stembile, it was a concern of water. We do receive bulk water from Utugela water. So the volume that we receive there, in consideration of the areas that it needs to supply, the township of Glencoe, the upper side of Marikana, as well as downwards towards Bongile in town, as well, is a bit low for now. So we had some engagement with Tugela Water, knowing that we also have some money that we owe Tugela Water, but we do have arrangements that we're making with them from time to time to resolve that. However, in addition to those interventions, we do also resolved, and it's currently underway to add about 2 boreholes that will assist with the volume of water for that area to ensure that more supplies is received while we're still in engagement with Tugela to receive more volume of water to supply that area of Endomain. The water tanking system, we no longer hire water tankers. We have internal water tanks. We've terminated the hiring for some time ago. In the issue of armor security, we on a quarterly basis, I think as proclaimed by legislation, we do provide the security and conduct armor risk assessments for those that are due where there are valid threats. We're spending around 220 per month, especially for those who are needed to have security. I think on the issue of the one-stop shop, it's just an intervention that agency, as a development agency, is doing in trying to build a partnership with other government departments to bring closer the services that will contribute in boosting the economy or supporting the small business enterprises. The issue of councillors and officials who are benefiting from the contracts of the municipality, we've dealt with that by emphasizing honesty in terms of people declaring when they are bidding for tenders. But the challenge is that we actually don't have the CAT system that UAG is using to detect such in terms of if people they are being dishonest. But if we detect that through even the report of AG, we deal with that instantly in terms of making sure that consequence management is addressed in those areas. The issue of non-alignment with regards to the budget spent and the target achieved, I think the matter there was mainly around the issue of records management in terms of ensuring that we do supply the proper portfolio of evidence to support the work done versus what the budget is being done. And it was also highlighted in our annual performance report, and the comments were received from the MEC, and we are intensifying working on that to ensure that whatever is being done is equivalent to what excuse me, it's being spent. On the matter of service providers that are not have been paid, yes, we do know, and we've been working on that matter, because the truth is some of the service providers were irregularly appointed and we could not be able to pay them. However, there was an investigation that was instituted to establish if there was actual work being done, and there was a value for that. Some of the service providers, the investigation confirmed that yes, they did do the work, and some there's nothing that supports what they have done. So what the municipality is doing is currently working on ensuring that those who have a support and the work was being done, they are being paid accordingly. The issue of Church of Scotland, for example, the hospital, and there's also another one in Pomeroy. There is Umthembu West project that has been a bit delayed. In that project, we have even terminated the service provider who was supposed to commission the supply of water, because after the commissioning and ensuring that the packaged water plant in Sampofu plant is going to have enough megaliters of water to supply the community. That includes the Church of Scotland Hospital, Umbono area people, and walk straight towards Pomeroy and the areas of Esjozini, as well as across the river or Sutwini. So many areas, some projects, you'll find that they are not indicating 100% complete because they are linking to another project. As a result of that, the issue we have in Umzinyathi is the sources of water. We still have challenges of getting sources of water correct. So we need to connect another project on another project to ensure that we have a sufficient project. The MPEC, yes, it's effective, functional, and it do looks at the reports and institute investigations. As a result, you can tell that the UIFW has drastically decreased, because it ranged from 2 billion in 2023, and now at 24-25 we're sitting at below R1 billion. Within this space and with the internal controls that we have put in place, as well as the support structures that we have, where we have a weekly audit steering committee to look into AG matters and ensure that the internal controls are effective. We believe in 26-27 we'll be sitting at 0 UIFW, because if we now, after the slightly 2 years from 2 billion and 2.8 billion, we're sitting at below R1 billion, which is 968 million. So I think there's a lot that is being done, and the effort that we're putting together with the council and management, as well as the support we're getting from UCOCT. The municipality has been under administration for almost 9 years, but it was released from administration after the triggers that contributed towards administration, which you have your non-spending of grant. Was spending grants now 100%. The issue of revenue, it's still a challenge, but we are increasing, because we've moved from 16% collection to almost 33%, and some of the triggers that were there, and also a funded budget. We've been having unfunded budgets for some time. We're able to have a funded budget in 24 in this financial year. So those triggers were removed. We are no longer using the conditional grants funds for operational purposes. They are now all ring-fenced for AMA grants. Those were the triggers that put it as administration. However, we are still under section 154, as we have Ubabul Damin here supporting us on the matters that needed support on our project. I think Chair, that's what I can say. I think the honorable member there also requested talked about something in regards to revenue, which with your permission, Chair, I will allow CFO just to touch it on it and request that to Chair here, your voice, CFO. Thank you.
What was this?
On the issue of revenue, Chair.
The leadership?
I think the honorable member requested to CFO Mlamp can elaborate more on the matter of CFO. So I was requesting from Chairperson if can we give CFO to assist in elaborating. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and further greetings. Due to time fact, all protocol observed. The revenue issue around the spending of 900, with the revenue we have around 900 capital as well as the 600 expenditure being done on capital project. With the current circumstances, Honorable Member, we are under a serious financial, under financial distress, so that we admit. So in terms of redressing that, we need to actually exercise the issue of trying to maximize in terms of revenue. So hence, the grants that we receive for capital project, we solely rely on that. We do not currently, we don't have a capacity to actually supplement it with other operational revenue since we are still under financial distress, trying to actually improve our financial status quo. That's the hindrance. Once we have stabilized, then we can be able to supplement some of this capital project using our internal sources as well as the grant that is made for operationals. I think that's where the issue is. It's difficult to take the operational revenue and subsidize the capital expenditure due to the current circumstances. Thank you, Honourable Mayor.
Did you respond to the form that's asking for political affiliation?
Oh, no, sorry, Chair. Thank you very much. No, that form actually, Chair, we must acknowledge that there was an error. It was basically a form that was designed according to our regulation for employment of senior managers. However, by whatever hypothetical mistake, it was attached in one of the junior level requirements to apply. But however, the municipality has rectified that and also removed that form from the website. It's now only Annexure C for senior managers application, and for any manager below that, there is a specific form with no that particular specific information, and we always not interested in anyone's political affiliation in terms of recruitment. Thank you.
So you do use it?
For senior managers, it's regulated and their Chair.
It's the first time I hear of it. It's the first time I hear about it. Okay, let's start here and go that way.
Acting MM, you have just totally gone far away from my question. My question is about economic development, not the explanation of what a one-stop shop is. I know it. I can explain it a little bit more expansive than you did. Now, Honorable Mayor, you don't establish a development agency. It's not a soccer development, it's an economic development agency. So you don't form it and then you form it to go and make partnerships with other agencies for a one-stop shop.
Okay.
That's my issue of their economic trajectory in terms of what they have written here.
Okay, let's keep it short. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. It was not answered. On your books, why was the MM terminated? I want to know from your perspective, why was the MM terminated? What is the reason for that? Did you have to buy him out of a contract? Did you pay him any money when he left? And what is the consequence management that will happen? Because obviously it's a very dark cloud. He has allegations of corruption against him. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, answer the first one, and the next one, I'm going to just wait. You answer, we move on so that you can be short.
No, thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of the there was a report that after the investigation were done, various reports that implicated the and suggested that there must be a consequence management which the council has instituted, and during the process of that consequence management, there was a time where in the process and in engagements, and the council reached a conclusion to sack the municipal manager. However, the cases that were recommended by report to be opened.
What was the settlement?
There was a settlement. I think the settlement was around 1.7 and 2.7 and 2.4 including the legal cost,
It's
Chairperson.
about 4 million.
2.4 including the legal cost,
How much?
Chairperson.
2.4 million.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, deal with this one of the LED.
No, thank you, Chairperson. No, actually, one-stop shop, I wasn't trying to explain its definition, but I was trying to say it's an initiative by your government and agencies through OSS to ensure that it promotes our investments amongst the district. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think there's a problem with these answers. Let me get, I don't know how far we can go. You had an issue?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you gave feedback on the reasons for the water loss, and you said you'll do your utmost best to rectify it. But you didn't give me an answer of what is the percentage or the amount of your current budget that is allocated to the water infrastructure to make sure that you try and start addressing the water losses.
Respond.
Thank you, Chair.
He's supposed to respond. He won't even answer. He won't even know the question. Miyaga, you're going to have to... Look, I think let's be a bit more serious because we want to close. Now, I must repeat the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I had the question, we were just trying to confirm the figures.
What was the question?
It was around the issue of water losses, to say how, currently what is the latest water losses,
proceed.
and then the rent and value of those. I think that's...
That's it.
Chair, I would like to know what is the budget, the current budget? What did you budgeted to spend on infrastructure to prevent water losses? Because of water losses, you said you have a communication plan about the illegal connections. But how are you going to address the percentage of water losses that's going through leaks and those things? And what budget do you have available to spend on that?
Greetings, Chairperson, and I observe the protocol. Maybe if I may answer on the issue of water loss. Yes, our losses are still sitting above 50%, and we have since engaged the Department of Water and Sanitation to get support and help so that at least we can adequately attend to the issues of water losses. Actually, they have appointed the Umgeni Water, Umgeni Utukela Water to assist in terms of developing the strategy and also help the municipality in terms of the implementation of that strategy. So the budget it's inclusive. The O&M budget is an inclusive budget that we use to operate, or rather to operate and maintain our our schemes. So basically that is the status that we have at the moment. Thank you.
Somba?
Thanks, Chair. But if I could have heard my colleague correctly was saying some other areas the taps are dry. So now if you are having inclusive budget, it means those communities will never have water. I'm just passing. You never answer me. Who is the CFO? The CFO. I think you will answer me because I think the paperwork passed by you. I asked 2 questions. I asked you about the water tankering. If you are using the water tankering, how much are you paying per month? Security, if you are doing the security, how much are you spending on the security and who are those? Is it the property of the municipality or individually? Because the MEC statement said many municipalities are wasting their budget because of guarding personally.
Okay, the water tankers were responded to, but you can respond, repeat the question. Sorry. Okay, you can just give briefly, just those same responses.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The water tankers, we used to have water tankers hired, but with the recent implementation of the cost containment measures, we have decided to terminate all those contracts. We are now using the internals. And then in the issue of security, the security we're using for guarding the sites, the water sites, as well as the mayor, deputy mayor, as well as the speaker of the council. I think the MM is also one of the one that are guarded due to circumstances, but with the rest of senior managers, we're not using that.
Cost?
The total cost, we're expending around about 4.2 when I quantified the entire 4.2 million.
Per how long?
The entire security sector.
Is that a monthly cost?
A monthly cost, yes.
Okay. Who said 200,000? MM?
No, the 220,000 was for guarding of the political office barriers and the not for the municipal infrastructure like the offices and the water plants and everything. So the CFO is mentioning a combined amount for the entire security per month. Thank you, Chair.
Is there another question? Okay. All right, let's have, yeah, there was a question about a service provider who says on TikTok that he has paid something to the municipal officials but has not been paid. Have you seen that? Please respond.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. We cannot confirm the TikTok, but the current status quo. These are the service providers who were carrying work without any authority, without any purchase order, without any appointment letter. So as a CFO, when you make a payment, you need to do the due diligence. As part of the due diligence, we said we cannot proceed to pay unless you can produce the order or else then appointment letter. So those are the creditors that MM alluded on to say we then subjected the same to the legal team to look at it and then give us the legal opinion to say if we were to pay, what are the exposure? If we were not to pay, what are the repercussions? So that report has been brought to us so that we can deal directly with those issues. It emanates from those types of contracts. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, let's get the next one. Yes, Mahlaba.
Thanks, Chair. No, my question was not answered about the water master plan for the district. Because you say if there is no water master plan, there will be no proper approach as you also said that you had to find water sources in the district. So there need to be something that help us to plan for the water infrastructure. So may you please attend to that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Once again,
respond. Just respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. To respond to the question with regards to the master plan, yes, the district does have the master plan, which is also incorporated to the provincial master plan. However, we are in a process of reviewing all our plans, which will be our WSDP, water master plan, and universal access to water and sanitation. We are in a process of reviewing that. However, if I may answer with regards to the tabs that are or rather running dry, I just want to emphasize that the municipality is mostly rural, and we've got in the rural areas we are supplying water through borehole schemes, and the borehole schemes are not reliable. The source is not reliable, so the municipality is in a process of investing or developing the sources of water that will be reliable and sustainable to supply water to all the communities that we are servicing. Thank you.
Because it was specific, it's in Nkande. So you will need to give us a concrete report about what's happening in Nkande. Let's not talk about what might be happening somewhere else.
Thank you, Chairperson. Nkande is also supplied through the rudimentary system. So the borehole that we are water from is having a challenge to dry up. So the water level on the borehole has subsided.
So you are aware of it?
Chairperson, yes,
You are aware? Yes. And do you have a solution for it? Do you have a solution?
Yes, the solution, Chairperson, is to source more boreholes. So in other words, we are developing more water sources, more reliable sources to supply those schemes.
Okay. All right, we'll come back. What we need is something concrete. You put a borehole, it's not working, you are aware, what's the solution? When are they going to get the alternative? That's what we need.
Yes, Chairperson. While we are still working on the solution, we are supplying them with water tankers. So we're anticipating to have it sorted out before the end of the financial year to get another source that will augment this supply. Thank you.
Let's have the next question. Is that the only one? Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I had asked earlier, Uguti, they hired a generator at a cost of 1 million rand per month. What were they trying to power? Because I'm not sure which building belongs to Mzinyati that would need a generator that would be so big that it would come at a cost of 1 million rand a month. That was one of the questions I asked. The next one was, I asked about 90,000 liters of fuel that was stolen. I was asked to be taken through that. What happened there? I didn't get the answer. The third one, Chair, was the issue of that hiring form. Thank you. The form that they use for hiring.
No, we went through that. There was responded.
No, thanks, Chair. One, Chair, I would have asked about the irregular expenditure, particularly to the impact, Chair. They decreased it with more than 1 point some change billion between 2022, 2023. I'm trying to be precise now because I was giving the CFO.
Yeah, so low, I can't even hear.
They did not answer on that. The second thing I would have said to the CFO, I will make an example of 2024. You had 499 million of operational grants. You had 256 million of capital grants. I'm saying to you, and you spent you achieved 21% of your target. You spent 113% of your budget. Now I'm asking you, how much out of this 113% of your budget that you spent, in line with what my colleague was spending, that you actually spent on capital projects? That was my question.
Okay. There are two questions there. Please respond.
No, the generator in question was for a treatment plant of Evans Drift Waterworks in Ngutu. The issue of fuel, the liters that were identified, those 19,000 liters were identified by the investigation report that was conducted by the municipality, which also the SIU as well is going to look into it. However, the consequence management, as I've said, Chair, has been enforced and it's still in action because some of the employees are undergoing consequence management process due to a loss of that fuel. Thank you, Chair.
What was your question?
The question, Chair, was the generator was hired at a cost of 1 million. It doesn't make sense. I was asking the MM to make it make sense. Would enjani the generator a hire at 1 million per month?
Is that cost correct?
That's why, Chair, it was raised as immaterial irregular because of it cost economic value. It wasn't making sense.
MM, I think you must just try and behave. I'm asking you a straight question. Is the number correct? Don't go around.
Yes, Chairperson.
Does it make sense?
No, Chair.
So where's the process? Has that been investigated?
Yes.
Where's the report?
It's in the municipality and it was also given to AG and to the SIU as well.
Okay. So that closes the matter. We'll come back. All right. Now, any other question? Leave the form. I've dealt with it.
Yes, thank you. No, it was that those 90,000 liters, but I think it was answered as well.
Sorry?
The 90,000 liters of diesel that were stolen or that went missing.
Okay, the diesel.
It's kind of like the same thing with the issue of generator.
It's in the same
It's in the
group of
report,
issues.
and the report is there and it's submitted to relevant authorities.
All right. I think we should close these issues now. So may I take you through? Firstly, we're going to be looking at the issues that come from the Auditor General. And we would like you to supply us with the post-audit action plan that needs to address a number of issues here. The conflict of interest, it's in the report. Going concern, uncertainty, it's in the report. Inadequate contract management, it's in the report. State of internal, before I proceed, you said to me, to us, Mayor, your chairperson is a financial expert. Did I hear you well? It wasn't you. It's not you. Okay, no, I don't. Or maybe I'm mixing it up with the. Your MPEG chair, didn't you say is a financial expert? You have also, okay. Let me just deal with this thing quickly because now you just excuse me, let me just deal with this thing so I can just be accurate about it. Okay. On your report, I think on your report you say that okay, you did say, you said it twice, your chairperson is your financial expert. You said it twice. Now, you have it in your report on page 6, and it is saying chairperson of the audit committee in bracket financial expert. And you were reading here because I was following your report as you were presenting. So you did say that. I wanted to ask, I'm not saying I'm contesting that. I want to know what expert is he? It's in the report now. I'm not dealing with you in memory. There it is. What expert is he? Mayor?
Thank you, Chairperson. We mean here because of the financial qualifications.
Yes, I want to know that. That's what I want to know.
Yes, because she is financially qualified for the audit committee. She has got a degree.
Okay, who is the chairperson? Okay. Is the chairperson here? You did introduce?
No.
Not here.
She's not here.
Just give me the qualifications. What are we talking about?
Sorry, sir. Can you chairperson repeat for me, please?
CFO, you answer the question.
I didn't get the question from Chair.
You also didn't get the question.
She holds a doctor's degree related to finance qualifications.
Doctoral degree?
Yes, our chairperson of the audit committee as well as the risk, yes.
You don't quite know what that is. PhD in finance. Well, you don't have
I can't recall the exact qualification, but she's a doctor with finance-related qualification. It's a PhD, yes.
What's your degree?
My degree is BCom accounting degree.
You wouldn't remember, but just on your own what your impact chair is. I mean, you should be colleagues. You should be.
Yes, Chair. I think
you're complicating something that I didn't think there was an issue here. I wanted to go somewhere else, but now you're creating a lot of curiosity.
Yes, the PhD is not for our impact chair, but is for our audit committee chair. So that's where the clarity maybe should be given.
But
not
no.
impact chair.
Okay, leave the impact chair. Leave the audit committee chair. Okay. Let me leave this issue because I think there's a little bit the expert is a chairperson of which committee?
Audit committee chair.
Audit committee and financial disciplinary board. Is for both. Okay. Let's move back to the issues I was raising so that we can make some progress. So the issues that I wanted us to focus on are the issues raised by the Auditor General. I raised the issue of the conflict of interest, going concern uncertainty, inadequate contract management, concerning state of internal audit and audit committee. The reason why I was asking about this qualification is that how do you have a concerning state of internal audit committee if you have got a financial expert leading it? Am I making sense or am I the one who's confused? Just pick up the mic and just respond.
You're making sense, Chair. Actually, the current audit committee has recently been appointed by council.
Excuse me?
The current audit committee has been recently been appointed by council with the chairperson who possesses the doctorate in finance. The previous one has been, their term of office has finished, Chair.
So when was it appointed?
In December last year, 2025.
2025.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We would like to get those qualifications, seeing that all of you aren't quite sure, but you are quite certain that there is a high qualification, but you're not sure what it is. So we would like to get that. Anyway, let's get back to the issue of the audit the Auditor General's report. Material water losses, mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets, and low budget for infrastructure repairs. And then prolonged water shortages. Those are issues that must be in the post-audit action plan, which you are going to submit, and within the next 3 months we must have that information. Then I would like you to give us a full report on the issue of water. The question was, can you provide us with the water master plan? So we then can understand how we're going to deal with it. In it, you are going to explain that issue of the 1 billion water project. I don't know what that was, but we're going to explain that in that report, and please note it. In it, you will also give us a specific report on Nkande, what's happening there with the timelines as to when that matter is going to be corrected and what is happening today. And then in that report, you're going to talk to us about the infrastructure, water infrastructure, its maintenance, as well as the prevention of water losses. You will give us that. You've responded to the issue of water tankers. If there's nothing else to say, you will just mention that in that report. And so that's the whole package on the issue of water provision. That's what we would need to ask for, that's what we're asking from you. Then the next issue that we would like you to table for us is a report on the various investigations that have been done in the municipality in relation to irregularities, corruptions, and so on, which then you will indicate which ones have had internal disciplinary processes, which ones have been referred to external bodies, SIU, police, and so on. And in that list, you will give us an outline as what is this issue about the generators that are included, what is the issue about the SALGA expenditure, what is this issue about the theft of diesel, and the issue of the irregularity around the petrol card and the 5 million associated with it. And then you will also give a report about the high cost of the generator at R1 million per month. Now, when you give us that, you will then also give us a report on the service provider who performed the services having not been properly appointed and therefore not paid. The question is really, how did they even end up performing when there was no one who had actually authorized them? And if you have found out who authorized them, we need to know what actions have you taken on those. So that's the other group of issues. The next issue is a report on the security for the councillors, security for the officials, and the security for the buildings, so that you can at least justify for us why it should cost you the 3 million rand that you say it costs per month. To us, this looks very huge, and so we want to see how it is justified. And quite often, when you have to deal with security, somebody must, we don't get to be given a report of what you think is the security arrangement. We want to know if you have actually audited it. If someone says, I'm supplying you 10 security personnel to guard point A, B, C, and D, has somebody gone there just to GPS it and tell us actually there's a building there? It's not a tree. There's a building there. It's not a fire hydrant. So that we don't end up here looking at what is on paper and we don't know what is on the ground. So that's the reason why we're interested with this figure that we are getting. So that would be the issue. Then we would want to refer to would like to refer your issue of your model of the LED for the MEC to look at it. We think it's a weak model and it's got its own challenges, so we need that to be looked at by the MEC and then come back to us to see what they are dealing with. You will also give us a report on the matters around the how he was employed, what happened, and then how he actually left, and at the end you will give us the settlement package for the at that point. I think that same at some point was suspended, and so what happened? There's the whole issue around it, so let's get that report. So those would be the issues for us, and therefore we would like to get them reported every 3 months so we see what's happening. So the first 3 months we'd like to get the report and go through all these issues. You will be interacting with the provincial government because they have a responsibility over you. When do they need to give you support and where do they need to intervene? They need to deal with it from that point of view. So that would be it from our side. And otherwise then, thank you very much for your submission. And honorable members, I'd like us to focus on the business of tomorrow. We will be back here at the usual time, and we will then be dealing with the outstanding municipalities, starting in the morning. We will be looking at Ndumeni, Nongoma, Ngutu, Msunduzi, Mhlatuzi, Mpendle. So I hope that we'll be able to manage as we have done today. But otherwise, to honorable members, the meeting is adjourned. Travel safely. To all the members who are here with us, thank you very much. Travel safely.